It won't happen, dear sister. I have learned proper manners from a proper maid, Liang Shiyu said eagerly. Liang Bear was lazy and had no special skills, but she refused to show weakness. Now, those noble ladies don't have smaller feet than mine. She spoke proudly about this. The only thing Liang Bear could be proud of was her tiny, bound feet. Because of this, she was unsteady when walking. Liang Rurong looked troubled and finally showed a hesitant expression. If someone makes a mistake, Grandma, please don't blame them. At home, you're the most unruly. It's good enough that you don't offend anyone, Lu Yufan said. Liang Rurong nodded and then said, then only one of my younger aunt or cousin can go into the palace. You already took one in, so why can't you take both? Lu Yufan saw Liang Rurong being so agreeable and started to press her. Take them both. Grandma, my granddaughter is just a doctor. If a noble person values her and gives her a meal, we're not officials. I can only take one in as a maid. Female relatives without official titles can't bring two maids, she explained. The palace's rules were strict, and Lu Yufan didn't have the final say. Lu Yufan understood and hesitated, observing Liang Shiyu and Liang Bear. Of course, she preferred her own daughter. Liang Shiyu immediately said, Cousin, let sister go. She can serve tea, pour water, and even help you with your shoes. My younger aunt will be a noble lady someday, and she can't do these chores, right? Liang Bear also wanted to argue, but when she thought about having to help Liang Rurong with her shoes, she lost her enthusiasm. Yes, I can't serve others. Lu Yufan glared at Liang Bear, but didn't force her. All right then.
Cousin, get ready.
We'll leave in about an hour, Liang Rurong quickly decided. Anyway, she didn't ask Liang Shiyu to go, so if anything went wrong, it wouldn't be Liang Rurong's fault. After finishing their meal, everyone went back to their rooms. Because Liang Rurong brought Liang Shiyu, she couldn't bring Chuer, so she told Chuer to stay at home and keep company with Elviju. Then she quickly tidied up and went to the yard. Deshan Liang and Zhao Xuanyang were weeding the vegetables. This was the last batch of vegetables for the year. Since there weren't many, they took good care of this vegetable patch. The seedlings were bright green. Romer, going to the palace isn't the same as staying at home. You need to be careful, Zhao Xuanyang said while pulling weeds.
Don't worry, Mom.
I'll be back after eating, Liang Rurong replied while squatting nearby. Deshan Liang looked up and smiled. Your mom is just worrying too much. Our girl is grown up now. There's nothing she can't handle. The family of three chatted happily. After a while, Liang Shiyu finally came out. Liang Rurong was turned away from her, but she heard her say, Cousin, let's go. Okay, Mom and Dad, we're leaving, Liang Rurong said, patting her dress and turning to look at Liang Shiyu. But when she saw her, she froze completely. Liang Shiyu was dressed in a bright red, light silk dress. When the breeze blew, the light fabric fluttered. The dress was so thin that you could even see the mole on her arm. She also wore a few silk flowers on her head and had rouge on her face. Her appearance looked somewhat cheap and flirtatious. Although Liang Shiyu wasn't stunning, she was pretty in a simple, delicate way. Since it was her first time going to the palace, she seemed a bit overdone. What's wrong, sister? Do I look bad? Liang Shiyu touched the silk flowers on her head. Liang Rurong barely managed to smile. You look good, of course. She had other plans, and with Liang Shiyu attracting attention, it would be easier for her. Liang Rurong still wore a light-colored dress, but her beauty was breathtaking. Deshan Liang looked at his daughter, and then at Liang Shiyu, not knowing what to say. The time is almost up. Let's go quickly. Mom and Dad, we're leaving, Liang Rurong said, walking toward the door with her dress. Liang Shiyu also said, Second uncle and second aunt, we're leaving. Okay, take your time, Zhao Xuanyang and Liang Dashan spoke. The two of them got into the carriage one after the other. As the horse neighed, the carriage slowly left Liang's residence. Liang Shiyu was very happy. She leaned against the carriage curtain and looked outside, already imagining her future. This time, she was determined to catch a wealthy young master. When she returned home, she would be proud and commanding, and Liang Rurong would have to kneel and greet her respectfully. Thinking of this, Liang Xiyu couldn't help but smile. Liang Rurong, on the other hand, was not like Liang Xiyu. She leaned on the side, closing her eyes and pretending to sleep. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the palace gate. Carriages like Liang Rurong's could only stop at the back. Those parked at the front belonged to officials and their families. "Cousin, let's get out of the carriage and walk slowly forward," Liang Rurong said. Although Liang Xiyu was a bit reluctant, she knew there was no other choice. She could only follow Liang Rurong out of the carriage. Not far ahead, they met a girl wearing a pale yellow dress. She had a round face and was not very beautiful, but her smile was bright. "Dr. Liang, do you remember me?" she asked cheerfully. She approached and started talking. Liang Rurong thought for a moment, but couldn't remember her. "You look familiar, miss." "Ah, I'm Sun Qianqian, daughter of the Deputy Minister of Justice," she said with a bow, smiling. Liang Rurong quickly returned the bow. So it's Miss Sunday. Sun Qianqian was a daughter of a minor official, not very favored, but she was cheerful and always smiling. She was good at socializing, so sometimes the Sun family would send her out. Liang Xiyu didn't understand their etiquette, so she pretended not to see and looked around. "Dr. Liang, who is this?" Sun Qianqian looked at Liang Xiyu. Liang Rurong had no choice but to introduce her. "This is Miss Xiyu." It was hard for her to say that Liang Xiyu was her cousin, especially dressed like that. It was too embarrassing. "Hello, Miss Xiyu." Sun Qianqian nodded politely. Liang Xiyu smiled and nodded back. Then, the three of them entered the palace together. Sun Qianqian was very talkative. Before long, she was walking arm in arm with Liang Rurong, chatting happily. She was very good at talking, always seeming to find something to say. This was Liang Xiyu's first time in the palace. She was amazed by the grand buildings and couldn't stop looking around. Her eyes were everywhere, taking in everything. In Liangjia village, Liang Xiyu is literate and has been to the county town. She is one of the more knowledgeable people in the village. Now she finally understands the saying that there are always better people and higher mountains. Looking at Liang Rurong, she smiles calmly and behaves gracefully, completely different from how she acts at home. Liang Xiyu is clever and tries to imitate others, but her clothes make her movements look awkward. When they reach the back garden, since it is a dinner event, they start strolling around there. Along the way, tables and chairs are set under the trees, with tea and cakes on the tables for the young ladies and gentlemen to enjoy, so there is no need to worry about being hungry. The first time Liang Xiyu sees the palace-style snacks, she looks surprised and happy. "Look, the lotuses over there are blooming. Do you want to go see them?" Sun Qianqian asks Liang Xiyu. "You all go ahead. I am a bit tired," Liang Xiyu replies with a smile. Sun Qianqian doesn't want to chat with Liang Rurong, who is dressed very extravagantly, so she pulls Liang Rurong to see the lotus flowers. Liang Rurong also agrees and goes along. The lotus pond is at its most beautiful, just before the flowers start to wither. Occasionally, a few koi fish jump out of the water, making the scene even more beautiful. "Liang Divine Doctor, look at those lotus pods, they're so big," Sun Qianqian says, looking around and finally focusing on a small boat nearby. "Let's go pick some lotus pods." Liang Rurong glances at Liang Xiyu in the distance and agrees. After Liang Rurong gets on the boat, Liang Xiyu stops eating her snacks and walks over to the group of noble young men reciting poetry. She often follows Liang Xiuyuan and has learned a few poems, so she strikes up a conversation. Unfortunately, the young men mock her because her clothes are plain and simple. Although Liang Xiyu is angry, she dares not offend them easily and can only sit in a corner feeling annoyed. Meanwhile, Liang Rurong and Sun Qianqian pick some lotus pods and sit on a small boat, secretly eating them, since eating lotus seeds in broad daylight isn't very proper. "Look at all these lotus leaves, they cover our boat nicely," Sun Qianqian says happily. Liang Rurong also smiles and eats lotus seeds, saying, "This is the first time I've done something like this. It's all the same, but it really feels quite nice." Sun Qianqian ate some lotus seeds and then said, "The lotus leaves over there are thicker. Let's row the boat in that direction, and we can lie down and take a nap, since it was just to pass the time." Liang Rurong agreed. Sun Qianqian rowed very hard, but after a while, there was a sudden bang. It seemed like the boat hit something. Liang Rurong looked up and saw Sun Qianqian pushing aside the lotus leaves. In front of her was another wooden boat. There was a man lying there. He was dressed in elegant purple clothes, with long legs crossed. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, with a jade belt around his waist. He was resting his head on his hands, with a lotus leaf covering his face, only showing his perfect jawline and a neck whiter than a woman's. Sun Qianqian was stunned. Liang Rurong looked confused. Since they had collided, the man was still sleeping deeply, which was quite unusual. "Young master, I am sorry. I am clumsy with rowing and disturbed your peaceful sleep," Sun Qianqian said loudly. The man moved slightly, seeming quite displeased. Then he threw the lotus leaf off his face and sat up in the boat. Liang Rurong's eyes widened. The man had sharp eyebrows that slanted into his temples, and his black eyes looked like stars. His pale pink lips were pressed tightly, and even when he was unhappy, he still looked very handsome. Liang Rurong was surprised and also admired. Mu Xiu's appearance was truly breathtaking no matter where he was. Sun Qianqian was stunned for a moment, then blushed and said, "May I ask your name, young master?" "I am Sun Qianqian." Her voice was much softer than before. Mu Xiu raised an eyebrow slightly. "You don't recognize me?" His gaze shifted from Sun Qianqian to Liang Rurong, and his furrowed brows gradually relaxed. "I bow to the Regent King," Liang Rurong said. Although she didn't like kneeling, this was the strict rules of the palace, and she couldn't act as casually as at home. A faint smile appeared in Mu Xiu's eyes. "It's not easy to get you to greet me voluntarily." Sun Qianqian had been staring at Mu Xiu's face and only now realized who he was. She hurriedly tried to kneel, but her movements were clumsy, causing the small boat to shake. She was very close to Mu Xiu, so she instinctively reached out her hand. Fortunately, Mu Xiu was not so cold-hearted. He reached out and caught her hand. Sun Qianqian's face turned even redder, as if blood might drip from it, and she didn't dare lift her head. "Your servant girl greets the Regent King. There's no need for such courtesy." Mu Xi's gaze was still on Liang Rurong. She was dressed simply and elegantly, but the bracelet on her arm made him feel very happy. Liang Rurong knew what he was looking at and shyly hid her bracelet inside her sleeve. Mu Xi's lips curved slightly, but he said nothing and turned to leave by boat, quickly disappearing into the dense lotus pond. "Miss Sun, let's go back too. Looking at the time, the feast will start soon," Liang Rurong said, coming back to her senses. However, Sun Qianqian was still staring at where Mu Xi had vanished, as if enchanted. "Miss Sun," Liang Rurong called again. Only then did Sun Qianqian react, feeling shy. "I've only heard that the Regent King is talented and cold, but seeing him so close for the first time, he's not as harsh as people say." She rubbed her sleeve, the spot where Mu Xi had touched just now. Since Sun Qianqian was a concubine's daughter, she usually sat at the back during palace banquets. Mu Xi didn't like palace banquets much, so he rarely attended. Even when he did, he sat near the emperor, so it was no surprise she hadn't seen his true face. Liang Rurong looked at Sun Qianqian's blushing cheeks, clearly showing the feelings of a young girl in love. She felt a strange discomfort in her heart. "Let's hurry back," Liang Rurong said coldly. Sun Qianqian didn't argue and obediently followed Liang Rurong as they rowed back. Sure enough, when they reached the shore, most of the young ladies and gentlemen nearby had already left, with only a few stragglers heading toward the main hall. Liang Rurong quickened her pace. But Sun Qianqian suddenly held her hand. "The Regent King is really handsome. Do you think he looked at me for so long just now he might remember my name?" Liang Rurong looked at her shy expression and felt a bit awkward. The Regent King is busy with many affairs. He probably won't remember. Besides, Mu Xi hadn't even looked at Sun Qianqian. "I know I don't look very good, and I don't dare to look up at him easily," Sun Qianqian said bravely, even though she was a noble daughter. "Later, I'll toast him a cup of wine. If I do it often enough, he'll definitely remember me." After saying that, She covered her mouth and giggled. Liang Rurong was just an ordinary person, while Mu Tsiue was the powerful Regent King. Sun Qianqian never expected the two to have any connection, so she freely shared her feelings with Liang Rurong without worry. However, Liang Rurong felt uncomfortable inside and didn't want to respond. When they arrived at the main hall of the banquet, Liang Rurong saw many foreigners inside. They had deep eyes, wore colorful stones on their ears, and animal skin hats on their heads, which looked very different from the people of Shu Kingdom. Just then, the loud voice rang out, "The Empress Dowager has arrived." Everyone knelt down quickly. Liang Rurong looked up and saw Mu Jingyu respectfully helping the Empress Dowager walk in, but the old didn't mention him at all. This was a bit disrespectful to the emperor. Fortunately, some sharp-eyed officials saw this and first paid their respects to Mu Jingyu, then to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager sat on a high seat, looked at the kneeling crowd, and extended her armored hand, saying, "Stand up." "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Thank you, Empress Dowager." Mu Jingyu was used to being ignored and showed no displeasure. He simply looked at the people below and finally spotted Liang Rurong in the corner, smiling broadly. Liang Rurong saw him too and nodded at him. Fearing that the Empress Dowager's people might notice, Mu Jingyu exchanged a glance with Liang Rurong and then looked away. At this moment, Liang Shiyu, who didn't know when, sat beside Liang Rurong. Her hair was a bit messy and her hairpin was crooked. "Where did you go? Why do you look so untidy?" "I just got lost," Liang Shiyu said hurriedly, brushing her hair. Then she looked at Mu Jingyu and widened her eyes in surprise. "That emperor looks a bit familiar from afar," she said. Liang Rurong shot her a glance. "From so far away, you can still see clearly? You're quite sharp." Hearing this, Liang Shiyu hesitated, unsure. "Maybe I saw wrong." They didn't know what the Empress Dowager was saying upstairs, but everyone cheered, and then the sound of stringed instruments filled the air. Palace, maids entered one after another, bringing delicious food and treats to the front. Since it was Liang Shiyu's first time in the palace, she couldn't take her eyes off the colorful dishes. After the palace maid left, Mu Tsiue arrived late. However, he was unsteady on his feet and was holding a beautiful palace maid as he entered. The Empress Dowager already looked displeased. "Regent King, mind your manners." Mu Tsiue seemed to have drunk quite a lot. He slurred, "The palace maids in the Empress Dowager's palace are all quite pretty. I want to marry one of them to be my wife. I hope the Empress Dowager will agree." "This is simply nonsense," the Empress Dowager said with a cold face, looking at the foreigners. Mu Tsiue laughed loudly and sat down, still holding the palace maid. Liang Rurong found his behavior strange. She knew that Mu Tsiue had just been with her and others earlier. It was unlikely he had drunk so much in such a short time. Moreover, his actions were very different from usual. But soon, Liang Rurong understood. "Mu Tsiue, what do you really mean?" Among the foreigners, a woman stepped forward. She had brown hair and blue eyes. Although she looked different from the other women, she was very beautiful. "Princess Luoshi, how dare you interfere in my affairs?" Mu Tsiue said, taking a strong drink from the beautiful woman beside him. "How could I dare marry you?" The princess, Luoshi, blushed with anger. "Someone like you, even if I die, I will never marry you. Princess Luoshi is so beautiful. How could I give up on you?" Mu Tsiue pointed his finger. Point 13-14. "Fine. You will be my 15th concubine. You won't become my main wife." After saying that, he looked at the palace maid beside him. "My wife-to-be is destined to be you." The palace maid had never seen such a scene. She was so happy she almost smiled. Princess Luoshi was furious. Her face turned red with anger. She knelt in the main hall and said, "Please, Empress Dowager, revoke the decree. I do not want to marry the Regent King." Everyone sighed at this. Many officials shook their heads, thinking Mu Tsiue was being too unreasonable. Only Liang Rurong kept a faint smile. She understood why Mu Tsiue risked sneaking to see her. It was all a show, just to remind her that everything he was doing today was part of a performance. Liang Rurong also realized why he had not left the palace. It was probably because the Empress Dowager had forced him to stay and spend time with Princess Luoshi to build their relationship. Princess Luoshi, having multiple wives and concubines, is quite common. Rest assured, as long as I am alive, the position of regent's wife will definitely be yours, the Empress Dowager said firmly. In royal families, diplomatic marriages are quite normal. However, the Empress Dowager had never seen someone as shameless as Mu Tsiua. Empress Dowager. Princess Luoshi looked around and pointed at the door. Is Luoshi going to marry him? Everyone looked toward the door. Liang Rurong had just taken a sip of wine and choked on it. Because standing at the door was none other than Liang Dae, who had just come in holding a wine jar. Liang Dae was here to deliver wine to Lu Xinian. When he saw everyone looking at him, he was confused. He put down the wine in his hands and bowed, your humble servant Liang Dae, bowing to the emperor, greeting the Empress Dowager. Long live the emperor. Long live the Empress Dowager. May she live forever. He pressed his forehead to the ground and dared not lift it. The hall was very quiet. Liang Dae seemed to hear only his own heartbeat. During the palace banquet, it was normal for people to come and go, serve food, and deliver items. Liang Dae never expected to be the focus of so much attention. The Empress Dowager's face turned pale with anger. Princess Luoshi, please have a seat first. Luoshi, sit down quickly. The other foreign guests helped Princess Luoshi to sit, and the commotion finally settled. Mu Jingyu knew that Liang Dae was Liang Rurong's third uncle, so he said, please get up. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Empress Dowager. Liang Dae finally stood up. His normally tan skin looked a bit pale, probably from being frightened. Liang Rurong let out a sigh of relief. She was thinking about how to help Liang Dae out of this situation. But Mu Jingyu was considerate. Suddenly, Sun Qianqian started to cry. Her bright eyes, just moments ago full of life, were now red and swollen. She looked at Liang Rurong and said, I didn't expect the regent to be such a person. Stop crying. Look, who is that young man over there?
He's looking at you.
You look quite nice, Liang Rurong said with a smile that couldn't be hidden. It had to be said, Mu Tsiua's performance was truly impressive, unintentionally blocking many unwanted admirers. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone began to toast each other. Liang Rurong deliberately carried her wine cup to Lu Xinian and said, Commander Lu, Dr. Liang. He replied with a smile and stood up. Commander Lu, I am here to thank you for your great kindness. If it weren't for you, my family might still be wandering and unable to reunite, Liang Rurong said almost through gritted teeth. Lu Xinian didn't realize this and smiled proudly. No matter who faces this, it's something that can't be ignored. It's just a small effort. After speaking, he finished his drink. Liang Rurong picked up the wine jar and poured him a glass. Commander Lu, I toast you again. Thank you for taking care of my third uncle. We're all family, Lu Xinian said happily. Liang Rurong watched him drink, then took a sip herself. Usually, Liang Rurong was indifferent to Lu Xinian, so it was rare for her to make the first move to toast. Lu Xinian was very pleased, and he also felt that helping the Liang family find their loved ones made everyone grateful to him. Liang Rurong's smile didn't reach her eyes. When pouring Lu Xinian's wine, she deliberately spilled some on his clothes. Lu Xinian was worried about losing face and would need to go out to change. Liang Rurong followed closely behind. Not far from the main hall, there were several side chambers used for officials and ladies to change clothes. Seeing Lu Xinian enter a room, Liang Rurong knew he wouldn't come out easily. When she poured the wine earlier, she had secretly added some sedative to his drink, timing it carefully. It should have already taken effect. Liang Rurong looked around and called a young palace maid. Please find Momo Chao and tell her the Empress Dowager's niece is waiting in that room. She took out a silver coin as she spoke. The young maid's eyes lit up. She took the silver and went to do as told. Liang Rurong didn't stay idle. She entered the room where Commander Lu was. Sure enough, he was lying on the ground like a broken rag doll, unconscious. Seizing the moment, Liang Rurong kicked him twice. Soon, she heard the footsteps of Momo Chao. Liang Rurong quickly hid in the shadows. When Momo Chao entered, Liang Rurong struck her unconscious. The actions were smooth and quick. Just then, the door suddenly swung open. Liang Rurong hurriedly raised another vase. When she saw who was coming in, she let out a breath of relief. "Why are you here?" Liang Rurong asked. Mu Jingyu raised an eyebrow. "I saw you acting suspiciously, so I came along." "Did you kill both of them?" His eyes were full of excitement. "These two are the Empress Dowager's trusted helpers. I dare not kill them. I just made them lose face," Liang Rurong said. Mu Jingyu's eyes lit up. "If they lose face, the Empress Dowager will also be embarrassed." After speaking, he kicked Chao Mama twice and Lu Xian twice. Liang Rurong held back her laughter. It was the first time she saw Mu Jingyu so happy. "Your Majesty, please help me move them onto the bed." Of course. Mu Jingyu was happy to help. While he was lifting them, Liang Rurong took out a syringe. Since Mu Jingyu was the emperor, he hadn't done much physical work. Moving these two made him sweat a lot, but he still looked happy. Liang Rurong handed him a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, then went to give Chao Mama another injection. The dose was just right, enough to wake them both at the same time. After that, they sat on the ground. Mu Jingyu no longer looked like an emperor. He watched the two and couldn't help but smile foolishly. Liang Rurong also started to laugh. Chao Mama was over 20 years older than Lu Xian. She was an elder close to the Empress Dowager, trusted deeply after entering the palace, and very loyal. She never married. Liang Rurong used to dislike Chao Mama, always cold and seemingly unable to smile, very strict with her subordinates, but very disciplined, so she was perfect in her duties. Now that Chao Mama's reputation was ruined, it also made Lu Xian uncomfortable. It was a good 2-for-1. Mu Jingyu was probably the happiest. "When I was a child, I was beaten by Chao Mama. I hated her so much," he said. Since she wasn't the Empress Dowager herself, the servants treated her differently. "I've now avenged the emperor." Liang Rurong turned around but saw Mu Jingyu staring at her intently. She was stunned. Mu Jingyu seemed enchanted, slowly leaning closer to her. Especially when he saw Liang Rurong's soft, pink lips, he suddenly wanted to kiss her. "What are you doing?" a furious voice shouted. Liang Rurong snapped out of her daze and quickly stood up. She saw Mu Tsiua looking at Mu Jingyu with a dark face. Their good moment was interrupted. Mu Jingyu was a bit annoyed but still stood up. "Uncle, why are you here?" Liang Rurong only felt her head pounding. She had finally done something naughty, and now so many people had seen it. Mu Sai clearly did not notice the two people on the bed. Instead, he pulled Liang Rurong and walked out, leaving Mu Jingyu with a cold look. Mu Jingyu touched his lips. "In this life, I will only be willful once. It was bright and sunny just moments ago, but now dark clouds gathered and occasional lightning flashed across the sky, accompanied by loud thunder." Liang Rurong was pulled by Mu Sai to a pavilion beside the lotus pond and finally stopped. His eyes were full of anger, and his lips were pressed tightly. It was the first time Liang Rurong saw him so angry. She struggled a little. "You hurt me." Mu Sai hesitated slightly, then released her. She saw that his grip had left red marks on her slender wrist, and her eyes filled with concern. "Your Highness, if you have something to say, just say it," Liang Rurong said, a bit annoyed as she rubbed her wrist. Mu Sai saw she didn't feel guilty, and even looked at him coldly. His anger, which had just been suppressed, flared up again.
He sneered.
"If I had entered in time, would you two already have?" He pointed at Liang Rurong, looking into her bright black eyes, then finally angrily flicked his sleeve. Liang Rurong only then realized why he was angry. She smiled and said, "He is the mighty emperor, and I am just a simple farmer girl. What could he possibly want with me?" Actually, she wasn't sure about what had just happened because Mu Jingyu's deep love in his eyes confused her. But she was aware that she couldn't let Mu Sai misunderstand. Mu Sai looked at her with intense gaze. Liang Rurong's smile gradually turned into a guilty one, until only an awkward expression remained. "Why aren't you smiling anymore?" Mu Sai asked. Liang Rurong lowered her head. Mu Jingyu's background was pitiful, so she felt more pity for him. Mu Jingyu also thought Liang Rurong was different from other noble daughters and was willing to talk with her. This was the first time she had such an interaction, and she felt a bit helpless. Seeing Liang Rurong lower her head, Mu Sai stretched out his long fingers and lifted her chin. I want to hear your explanation. At that moment, a loud thunderclap sounded from the sky, and heavy rain began to pour down. Liang Rurong was so frightened she trembled all over. Mu Tsiue immediately couldn't say anything and felt his heart melt. He quickly pulled her into his arms. Liang Rurong wanted to struggle a little, but when she smelled his unique fresh scent, she felt very safe and found herself happily staying in his embrace. Outside the pavilion, it was raining heavily, making a loud splash sound. The two of them hugged tightly inside the pavilion. You're such a silly girl. Don't you understand my feelings? This time, Mu Tsiue didn't call himself the king but used I. Liang Rurong's mind moved. She couldn't say anything. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by. Mu Tsiue quickly kept some distance from Liang Rurong and looked around, but saw nothing except a patrol of guards passing by. Liang Rurong calmly said, Let's go. The show is about to start. Are you not paying attention?
I was very clear just now.
Can't you give me a little response? Mu Tsiue asked angrily. Their feelings had already started to grow when they were in Liangjie village, but Liang Rurong had always been conflicted. Just yesterday, she wanted to love bravely once. Today, she had a different idea. Their social statuses were too different to be easily resolved. The Empress Dowager had always seen Mu Tsiue as a thorn in her side. If he truly committed to Liang Rurong now, he would become vulnerable in the eyes of enemies. To live a peaceful life with her parents, she couldn't accept this love, even though her heart hurt. When she reached near the main hall, she saw a side room filled with people. Liang Rurong quickened her steps and saw Madame Chow sitting on the bed, crying loudly. Lu Xinian was still stunned and almost had his eyes pop out. Especially when he saw so many people at the door pointing and talking about them, he felt even more confused. Since the matter had become so big, someone would naturally tell the Empress Dowager. Liang Rurong looked around, but the Empress Dowager did not come over, probably feeling too embarrassed. Come here. Mu Jingyu suddenly appeared beside Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong walked over to Mu Jingyu. Did you find out about them by accident? I didn't need to look for anyone. We just said everyone was going out to enjoy the flowers, and the wind happened to the door open. Ah, such springtime scenery, Mu Jingyu said with a smile. Today was probably his happiest day. He shook his head and chuckled softly. Liang Rurong also smiled. At that moment, there was a commotion in the crowd. It turned out Madame Chow felt too embarrassed and was threatening to hurt herself. Soon, Suizhu came over, accompanied by two strong and sturdy maids. Please return to the palace. Her Majesty the Empress Dowager is waiting, she said somewhat sternly. Since they were officials' family members, hearing that the Empress Dowager was still waiting, no one dared to watch the scene anymore. They slowly started to leave, but couldn't help but glance back secretly. Madame Chow, attempting self-harm is a serious crime, Suizhu frowned and said. Madame Chow finally stopped her suicidal thoughts. She just sat on the ground, covering her face and crying loudly. I am just a lowly servant. Dying is no big deal. It's just that I've lost face in front of Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. I really can't go on living. Lu Xinian adjusted his clothes. This is clearly someone's scheme. Even if I drank a lot, I wouldn't have done such a thing.
He sighed.
Now, no matter what he said, it was hard to explain. Fortunately, although their clothes were a bit messy, they were still wearing them. Otherwise, Lu Xinian might have felt sick for a lifetime. He quickly stepped out and saw Mu Jingyu and Liang Rurong standing there. He cupped his hands and bowed. Your Majesty, I humbly greet you. Commander Lu, I know this was caused by drunkenness. I won't blame you, Mu Jingyu said with a righteous look. Lu Xinian kowtowed to thank him, but he was not worried about Mu Jingyu blaming him. He was a servant of the Empress Dowager. Even if Mu Jingyu wanted to punish him, he would have to consider the Empress Dowager's face. What he was worried about was how to explain this to the Empress Dowager. Mo Jingyu appeared understanding and reasonable. Lu Aiqing is also drunk. It's better for him to go home early. I will talk to the Empress Dowager about it. Thank you, Your Majesty. He sincerely expressed his gratitude. In the Grand Hall, more than half of the people saw his embarrassing moment. How could he still have the face to sit there? Fortunately, Mo Jingyu agreed to let him go home. Liang Rurong stood behind Mo Jingyu, frowning with a sympathetic expression. After Lu Xinian left, her brow relaxed. Lu Xinian is not interested in women. It's rare to find someone for him, but he's still not satisfied. If it weren't for Mammy Chow, he might be a bit happier, Mo Jingyu said with a suppressed smile. Liang Rurong nodded. Yes, sometimes good intentions can backfire. Now, she and Lu Xinian are even on this matter. Just as Liang Rurong was about to go back and have a good meal, a red figure suddenly rushed over. So, young Master Huang is the emperor. I apologize for my rudeness that day, Liang Shiyu said shyly, slightly bowing to Mo Jingyu. Her delicate and affected manner was quite uncomfortable to see. Mo Jingyu was slightly stunned, then said, So you are Liang the healer's sister. I was on a secret visit that day, so there was no rudeness. He reached out to help Liang Shiyu up but hesitated, then withdrew his hand. Stand up. Thank you, Your Majesty, Liang Shiyu said with a smile. My sister was really too shy that day. Why didn't she clarify? Liang Rurong raised an eyebrow slightly. If Liang Shiyu had clarified that day, she would have definitely clung to Mo Jingyu. Your Majesty, let's go into the main hall, Liang Rurong suggested. As expected, Liang Shiyu wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Covering her head and swaying her body, she suddenly collapsed toward Mo Jingyu. Mo Jingyu hurriedly reached out to support her. Miss Liang, what's wrong? She looked shy and embarrassed. Oh, I was rude just now. She struggled to break free, but in doing so, she tugged at Mo Jingyu's clothes and fell into his arms. Cui Zhu, who had just settled Mammy Chow, saw this scene. She only glanced briefly before entering the main hall. Liang Rurong then pulled Liang Shiyu away. Please forgive the Emperor, Your Majesty. It's fine. Mo Jingyu's face was grim. After all, there were few palace maids nearby. Seeing this scene, it was hard to prevent gossip. When Mu Jingyu entered the main hall, Liang Rurong said, Cousin, this is the palace, not your home or Liang village. Are you really not afraid of being executed for doing such things? Even the emperor is just a man, Liang Shiyu said carelessly. After fixing her hair, she walked inside. Liang Rurong looked helpless. Although Mu Jingyu was young, no one could guess the mind of an emperor. Princes raised in the palace rarely cared about romantic feelings. During the banquet, the Empress Dowager kept her face very stern. Everyone was less happy than before, secretly watching her expression, so the palace feast ended quickly. Liang Rurong left without eating much, taking Liang Shiyu with her. However, Liang Shiyu still wanted to say goodbye to Mu Jingyu and was pulled back by Liang Rurong. When they got home, Liang Shiyu kept a cold face and hurried into the main room. Since both children had entered the palace, Lu Yufan was very excited. The whole family was waiting in the main room for their return. After entering, Liang Shiyu looked angry and went straight to Liang Shuiyuan, stomping her feet. What's wrong? It's rare to go to the palace. Why are you still unhappy? Lu Yufan sat cross-legged on a chair, asking with concern. Before Liang Shiyu could answer, Liang Rurong also came in smiling, saying, Maybe sister didn't eat enough? Mother, do we have any rice? Zhao Xionyang was sewing clothes and said, It's probably gone. Or should I make you some noodles? I won't eat that, Liang Shiyu said, then looked at Lu Yufan. Grandma, do you know who I saw today? her eyes sparkled. I saw the emperor. Lu Yufin's eyes widened. The emperor? Oh, may the ancestors bless us. My granddaughter actually saw the emperor. Liang Bao also got interested. Does the emperor have a long beard? The emperor is only a few years older than me, but he's quite young and handsome. Liang Shi blushed, looking like a young girl in love. We even talked. He's very nice. As she spoke, she shyly tugged at her hair. Everyone's eyes focused on her. You talked to the emperor? Lu Yufin looked at Liang Shiyu, as if seeing hope for the future. If the emperor talks to you, he must have some interest in you. Shiyu has been famous in 10 villages for her good looks since she was young. It's no surprise that the emperor took a liking to her, Liang Dashan said with a smile. Liang Shiyu happily fixed her hair. Since she was young, everyone in the Liang family praised her appearance: fair skin, slim waist, long legs. She especially liked standing next to Liang Bear, who was chubby, because it made her look even more beautiful. At that time, Liang Rurong was thin and poorly dressed, looking pale and skinny, like a yellow-haired girl. After the family split, Liang Rurong was able to eat well. As she grew older, she became more charming and even more beautiful than Liang Shiyu. But Liang Shiyu didn't think Liang Rurong was pretty. If our Liang family had a noble consort, your grandfather and your father would be happy in heaven, Lu Yufin said excitedly, as if Liang Shiyu was about to be officially recognized. Seeing that the moment was almost right, Liang Shiyu added, I wanted to say a few more words to the emperor before leaving, but my cousin unexpectedly stopped me. Because of this, Liang Shiyu already felt resentful. Lu Yufin frowned. What do you mean? Are you worried the emperor will like Shiyu? Liang Rurong said seriously, this is the palace, not home. The rules are strict. You can't just talk to the emperor whenever you want. Besides, the Empress Dowager is in a bad mood today. If my sister-in-law approaches her and makes her upset, it could cause trouble for our whole family. The emperor likes me. Even if the Empress Dowager is unhappy, she can't do anything to me. I think you're just jealous. Liang Shiyu rolled her eyes. Lu Yufin also thought Liang Rurong was causing trouble. If your sister can't become a noble consort, just wait and see how I deal with you. After saying this, she straightened her back. As long as it wasn't Liang Dashan's family, Lu Yufin would be happy no matter who succeeded. Deep down, Lu Yufin saw Liang Dashan's family as traitors who had split from her, sharing different ideas. So she didn't wish them well. It's okay, Shiyu.
Don't worry.
Tomorrow, my mother will ask Uncle San to come back and see if he can help you get into the palace. Then you can meet the emperor again, Lu Yufin said. Liang Shiyu's heart lit up. Mother, I promise. If I see the emperor again, he will definitely take me into the palace. When that happens, I'll buy a big house for you, and my brother won't have to go to school anymore. He'll be a nobleman, and many people will flatter him. She spoke sweetly, making Lu Yufin very happy. By then, my little treasure will also find a good family. Lu Yufin patted her younger daughter beside her. Liang Shiyu immediately said, by then, let the emperor grant my little sister a noble title. Among all the talented men in the world, my sister can choose freely. Their family was daydreaming about the future, smiling so much their jaws almost hurt. Liang Rurong felt a bit helpless. Today, Cui Zhu's look was so strange. This matter definitely wouldn't end well. Ronger, are you hungry? Zhao Xunyang asked when she saw Liang Rurong lost in thought. The palace banquet food was delicious, but there wasn't enough. Liang Rurong honestly said she was a little hungry. Zhao Xunyang put down her sewing basket. Husband, hurry and start the fire. I'll roll some noodles for Ronger. Hearing about cooking for her daughter, Liang Dashan didn't hesitate and immediately went to the kitchen. Although they had a cook, Zhao Xunyang often preferred to do things herself. Liang Rurong then went out with Zhao Xunyang and Liang Dashan, while Lu Yufin and her family continued dreaming about the future. After finishing her meal, Liang Rurong went back to her room to sleep. She had a peaceful night without dreams, but Lu Yufin and her family had sweet dreams all night. Liang Rurong stretched lazily and came out of her room, seeing Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang busy in the vegetable garden. It was quite funny. Other people's yards had fake mountains, flowing water, or exotic flowers, but at Liang Rurong's home, There were just 2 vegetable patches, full of vegetables, giving a warm feeling. Father, mother, why are you working so early? Liang Rurong asked with a smile. Liang Dashan smiled and said, the weather is getting colder. In the evenings, we need to cover the vegetables with straw to prevent frost. That way, when snow comes, we can still enjoy fresh vegetables. This was a lesson learned from many years of farming life. Liang Rurong thought for a moment and said, if that's the case, father, why don't we build a small house over the vegetable garden? In winter, we can burn more charcoal and then we can enjoy fresh vegetables all winter. Really? I never thought of that, Liang Dashan said, eyes brightening. Zhao Xunyang shook her head. To just eat some vegetables, building a house is too expensive. Mother, we don't lack money now. Liang Rurong knew how hard the winter was in this time. Just eating some radishes was already good. Moreover, since they grew a lot, they could sell some. These vegetables were valuable, and if sold at a higher price, someone would buy them. Tomorrow, she planned to look for a way to put glass windows in. Glass windows are tighter than paper-covered ones and also block out light. When they heard about making money, the couple became interested. While the family of 3 was discussing, someone knocked on the door. The doorman opened the door and immediately stepped aside. Liang Rurong looked over and saw Cui Zhu with 2 old maids and several eunuchs entering. She was holding the Empress Dowager's imperial decree. In the past, such offenses were usually done by Madame Chow. Aunt Cui, why are you here? Liang Rurong asked with a smile. Cui Zhu looked serious and said, I am here on the Empress Dowager's orders. Please, the Liang family, come quickly to receive the decree. Wait a moment, Liang Rurong said with a smile. Hurry up, go to the backyard and call everyone out. The Empress Dowager has sent an order. Some servants who were cleaning hurried to the backyard. Liang Rurong was not idle. She took out some silver from her purse and said, Aunt Cui, thank you for coming personally. Please have some tea. Cui Zhu was currently favored by the Empress Dowager and had many flatterers. She was always willing to accept favors. She weighed the silver and said, this has nothing to do with Dr. Liang. Hearing this, Liang Rurong felt relieved. Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang had already stood properly, as if moving would be very disrespectful. After a while, Lu Yufin came out with a smile. Finally, Liang Xiu appeared. She looked at Cui Zhu and said, Auntie, don't worry. There will be good benefits for you in the future. After speaking, she knelt in front of everyone to listen to the decree. Perhaps, in her eyes, this was an imperial edict for becoming a concubine. Cui Zhu unfolded the imperial decree. Liang Xiu, your behavior is improper, your conduct is reckless, and you ignore palace rules. As she read aloud, the faces of the Liang family members turned paler. The most surprised was Liang Xiu. She looked at Cui Zhu in disbelief. Annie, do you think you read it wrong? His Majesty, the Empress Dowager, is merciful. The girl will be punished with 30 slaps daily until the full moon, Cui Zhu said with a fake smile. No way, no way. Your Majesty likes me, Liang Xiu said with disbelief. Perhaps because she received money, Cui Zhu openly said, Miss, don't you understand? If you bother the emperor, you've already broken palace rules. The Empress Dowager is furious. If it weren't for Dr. Liang's help, your entire Liang family would be exiled. It can't be, it can't be. I didn't do anything, Liang Xiu quickly argued, rolling her eyes. The emperor was the one talking to me. Cui Zhu coldly replied, the emperor is a true dragon and son of heaven. Someone of your low status can't get close to him. Then she waved her hand. Next, a small stepped forward. He was not tall but very strong, especially his large hands. He spoke sharply, Miss, I apologize. Then he raised his hand to slap her. Liang Xiu immediately cried out in pain, but the smallest eyes were empty, as if he didn't see her, and he kept slapping her. Lu Yufin was already scared stiff, kneeling there trembling, not daring to move. She looked nothing like her usual bossy self at home. Liang Rurong lowered her head. The Empress Dowager would never allow a woman of low status into the palace, nor anyone related to Liang Rurong. Since Liang Rurong hadn't taken her side, she was already unhappy. This was a small warning. Liang Rurong was very careful every time she entered the palace, making sure not to make mistakes. But her companions were careless, and the Empress Dowager wouldn't miss this chance. In just a short while, she received 30 slaps. Liang Rurong smiled as she sent Sueju out. When she turned back, she saw Liang Shuyu still kneeling and crying, her face swollen and purple, unrecognizable. Yesterday, Lu Yufan, who was always talking about her granddaughter, now stood there coldly. After a moment, she finally spoke. Rurong, why don't you watch your cousin? Mother, I told you yesterday entering the palace isn't a joke. My cousin doesn't understand palace rules. How could I stop her? If I hadn't stopped her yesterday, things would have been worse, Liang Rurong said. That aunt just now said that if it weren't for my help, our whole family would be exiled. Mother, can your body handle that cold place? After saying this, Lu Yufan's face turned pale. She grabbed Liang Bear, feeling relieved that her precious daughter was not the one being beaten. Liang Shuyu cried so hard she was gasping for breath, and the thought of being beaten for a whole month made her even more miserable. This was not just embarrassing but also a mental and physical hardship. She felt like 2 of her teeth had become loose from the beating. Although Liang Shuiyuan was not responsible, he was still her brother, so he helped her up. Come inside quickly, don't make a scene in the yard. Green Pearl stood nearby. She kept her head down but smiled slightly. Because Liang Shuyu was trying to climb higher socially, Liang Shuiyuan found it very shameful to have a servant like Green Pearl. Now, Green Pearl was pregnant and couldn't fight back, so Liang Shuyu constantly humiliated her and insulted her with harsh words. Liang Shuiyuan still felt a bit amused and sometimes defended Green Pearl, but mostly, he just ignored everything. Now, Green Pearl was happy to see Liang Shuyu being punished. The people in the palace are really scary. I didn't see anyone smiling, Lu Yufan said, shaking her head with lingering fear. Liang Bear echoed her words. Seeing that things had calmed down, Liang Rurong told Zhao Xunyang she wanted to go to Jishir Hall. Zhao Xunyang knew visiting the clinic was important, so she urged Liang Rurong not to delay her work and asked Chuer to bring her an extra piece of clothing to keep warm on the way back. Then, the 2 servants headed toward Jishir Hall. At this moment, Jishir Hall was in chaos. The patient is still here, but the doctor is not. Do you not take the young master seriously? Chu Linen, leaning on his cane, shouted loudly. Huaishi had a headache from the fuss. Master went to the palace yesterday. He'll come over when he's free today. Please wait a little longer. Wait for what? Wait for me to die, Chu Linen said angrily. Young master, please calm down and have some tea. Yan Yun stepped forward, apologizing with a smile. It's our clinic's fault. You're a noble person, so please forgive us. Chu Linen was spoiled by his family, and no one could soothe him now. When Liang Rurong entered, she saw Chu Linen smashing a teacup. Huaishi, note this down. Young Master Chu broke a set of teacups, costing 10 taels of silver. Liang Rurong said coldly. You're running a shady shop, Chu Linen angrily said. You still have the nerve to come over? How can you be a doctor? My bones haven't healed yet, and you're out wandering everywhere. Liang Rurong couldn't stand his weakness. Young Master Chu, if you keep shouting, I don't care if you're a noble son or a young master. I'll send you all out. Chu Linen had never been so humiliated before. Come here, someone. Slap him for me. A few young servants who supported him hesitated and stepped forward. Because Liang Rurong had a strong presence, those young servants were a bit afraid of her. Hit him, Chu Linen said angrily. I dare anyone to try. Mu Tsiua walked in with his hands behind his back. His deep eyes swept over everyone, making them feel cold. Seeing it was Mu Tsiua, Chu Linen quickly lowered his head. Second uncle. Mu Tsiua looked at him with his hands behind his back. Well, you little brat, now you're being so unruly because your father is disciplining you. When your leg heals, come stay at my house. Hearing this, Chu Linen's face turned pale. Prince, elder brother, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. He looked like he was about to kneel. Although King Qianan was a prince of a different gender, he had also achieved great military success and had a very good relationship with Mu Tsiua. When Chu Linen was young, he learned riding and archery from Mu Tsiue. Those days felt like torture to him. You're quite capable, huh? Dared to make a fuss in the Jishir Hall, Mu Tsiue said coldly. Then he turned to Liang Rurong. Did he hurt you? His tone softened immediately. I'm fine, Liang Rurong replied. Chu Linen was quick-witted. He leaned on his cane and stepped forward a few steps. Second uncle, this is little aunt. He smiled happily. That little aunt made Mu Tsiue's heart warm. A trace of a smile appeared in his eyes, and his tone softened even more. All right, take good care of yourself. I'll forgive you this time. Thank you, second uncle, and thank you, little aunt, for not taking it to heart, Chu Linen said with a flattering smile. Liang Rurong looked at him with disdain. What nonsense are you talking about? All right, you should rest now. Mu Tsiue hid his smile, and then looked at Liang Rurong. There's no need to be upset over a child. Don't worry, with me here, he won't dare cause trouble in the future. Liang Rurong stepped back slightly bowing. Thank you, Your Highness. After speaking, she turned to leave. Mu Tsiue wanted to reach out and stop her, but seeing so many people around, he withdrew his hand. I have something important to tell you, he said. Without waiting for Liang Rurong's response, he went straight upstairs to the room where they had met last time. After hesitating for a moment, Liang Rurong followed him upstairs. Once inside, Mu Tsiue sat at the table, resting his chin on one hand, watching Liang Rurong enter the room. Your Highness, just say what you need, she said. Mu Tsiue didn't have much to say. Recently, he had done many foolish things, which made Princess Luo she refused to marry him. He was finally free from the Queen Mother's pressure to marry. So the first thing he wanted was to see Liang Rurong. Seeing her beautiful face, Mu Tsiue felt very at ease. Can't you treat me like you used to? Liang Rurong looked at him, then quickly turned her head away. When the Liang family village was attacked, I was alone and had nothing to fear. But now, I can't be careless. My parents are still alive. They are my weakness. For their safety, I must think carefully before doing anything. She had come to understand this after experiencing so much. She couldn't be selfish. To keep Liang Dacian and Zhao Shirong safe, and so Mu Tsiue could pursue his goals without worry, she had to stay away from him. Do you think I can't protect your family? Mu Tsiue said coldly. He knew Liang Rurong's worries. Especially in Yuezhou, when the bandits started threatening Mu Tsiue through Liang Dacian, Liang Rurong began to change. Rurong. Mu Tsiue's voice softened a little. Your Highness, I will take my leave now. There are still many patients waiting, Liang Rurong said, then quickly left. She felt that if she hesitated any longer, she would soften and stay. After calming her mind, Liang Rurong went to Chu Linen's room. He was lying on the bed, a young servant telling him a story, while another was feeding him grapes, looking very relaxed. Seeing Liang Rurong come in, Chu Linen immediately greeted her. Little aunt, if you keep calling me that, I promise your other leg won't get better, Liang Rurong said coldly. Seeing him behave more obediently, she then lifted the quilt to check his leg. His body was in good shape, so his leg was healing well. Try to stay in bed from now on and don't go anywhere. If the bones shift, I might have to fix it again. Don't worry, I won't go anywhere. Chu Linen immediately turned pale, still haunted by the pain from before. But, Dr. Liang, can you not leave? I feel anxious when I can't see you. Chu Linen's worry and anger all came from Liang Rurong. As long as she wasn't here, he felt scared. You only hurt your leg, far from your vital organs. You won't die no matter what, Liang Rurong said helplessly. Dr. Liang, how much do you want? I can pay anything. Just don't leave me alone here, he said with a sad face. Liang Rurong waved her hand. Stop talking, or I won't be able to fix your leg properly. Hearing this, Chu Linen immediately shut his mouth. Only then did Liang Rurong feel the room was quiet again. She resecured his leg, and then went downstairs. Mu Tsiue had already left, and Liang Rurong felt a little empty inside. At that moment, a man and woman entered the room. The man wore rough cloth clothes and had a dark face. He was sweating and looked very anxious. Dr. Liang, please save my wife. The The woman he supported had a big belly and was in pain, half-open eyes, with sweat-dampened hair messy on her head. Why Yan Yun help her into the room. Tell me, what is her condition? Liang Rurong asked. The man wiped his eyes. This is our first pregnancy. She was in labor at home all day, but couldn't deliver. We called a shaman, but it didn't help. The neighbor said the baby was turned sideways, so she couldn't deliver naturally. I really didn't know what to do, so I came to see Dr. Liang. Liang Rurong's reputation as a doctor was well known throughout the capital. Few people didn't know her. Okay, I understand. Chuyer, pour a cup of tea for this big brother, Liang Rurong said after giving instructions. She put on a mask and went into the ward. Inside, she helped the woman take off her pants. Yan Yun took out Liang Rurong's usual disinfectant and rubber gloves. Liang Rurong put on her gloves. One of you go boil water, and the other prepare the herbal soup. Yes, master, she replied and pulled Yan Yun to go outside. Oh no, oh dear. The laboring woman's cries grew weaker as her condition looked very bad. She had a superstitious husband who refused to call a midwife or doctor, instead choosing a fortune-teller to perform a spiritual ritual. Take a deep breath and relax, said Liang Rurong. She gently touched the woman's belly. Sure enough, the baby was turned sideways. It seemed the woman was frightened or had suffered some injury. Dr. Liang, please save. Save the baby. The woman suddenly regained some clarity and gritted her teeth as she spoke to Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong looked at her and said, Don't worry, both of you will be fine. She then took out silver needles and inserted 2 around the woman's belly. Using gentle massage techniques, she helped the baby move inside. The woman was scared of the needles, especially after a long labor, and she was very tired. Don't worry. The baby inside your belly cares about you and is listening. Liang Rurong softly comforted her. After a while, she brought in some herbal soup and fed it to the woman, giving her some strength. She was eager to learn. After feeding the woman, she stayed nearby, watching Liang Rurong's massage techniques and where she placed the silver needles. Gradually, the baby's head turned completely downward. The woman regained some strength, but the pain became more intense. Good, take a deep breath and push, Liang Rurong encouraged, helping her breathe steadily. Very good, keep going. She held her breath and watched carefully, occasionally wiping sweat from the woman's face. The woman was tall, but her baby was very small. Because of this, the delivery was not difficult. Liang Rurong had been worried about needing a cesarean, but surprisingly, the woman was very strong. Soon, the baby's head was visible. See the baby now? Push a little more, Liang Rurong said, supporting the baby's head. In the next moment, the baby's cry filled the entire room. The loud cries seemed to shake the sky. Shi and Yan Yun carefully cleaned the baby and wrapped it in a handkerchief. Congratulations, sister-in-law. It's a big, chubby boy. The woman immediately smiled, feeling her hard work was worth it. Liang Rurong looked at the soft little child and felt her heart soften a bit. She wondered when she might also have her own child someday. Suddenly, the woman in labor turned pale and, after tilting her head, fainted. Big sister, are you awake? Liang Rurong gently patted her face, checked her pulse, and then saw blood flowing from the bed onto the floor. Master, what's wrong? Yan Yun asked tremblingly. Liang Rurong's face grew serious. It's heavy bleeding. The 2 young women, inexperienced with such situations, turned pale and didn't know what to do. She immediately said, Everyone go out. All of you. They obediently hurried out. Once the room was empty, Liang Rurong took the woman into the space. Fortunately, the hospital in the space had been developed quite well now. She quickly started a blood transfusion and then gave her a stop-bleeding injection. Shi and Yan Yun's faces turned pale because, in this era of limited medical knowledge, such heavy bleeding often meant death. But in the advanced space hospital, these problems were easily handled. As the woman's breathing gradually stabilized, Liang Rurong let out a sigh of relief. When she brought the woman out of the space, it was already dark outside. A man sat at the clinic's entrance, holding a sleeping baby in his arms. He looked dazed, overwhelmed by the joy of having a son, which was overshadowed by the woman's heavy bleeding. Huaishi and the others felt sorry for him, but didn't know how to help. After a long while, Liang Rurong came out. "Master, how is she?" she asked, and everyone rushed over to her, including the man holding the baby. "She's fine now," Liang Rurong said tiredly. "But the woman can't go home today. She needs to stay for 3 or 4 days. It's time to harvest the crops. If she doesn't go home, who will cook?" The man sighed, looking worried. Chuer had been spoiled by Liang Rurong and was quite direct. "Your wife almost lost her life, and you're still worried about who will cook? That's really heartless." The man held the baby and said, "Look at how muddle-headed I am." He sounded helpless. This man was foolish. Otherwise, the woman wouldn't have suffered such a big ordeal. "From now on, if you're sick, you should see a doctor. Shamans are no good," Liang Rurong said, removing her gloves. "Go inside and check on her." After speaking, she looked at Huaishi and Yan Yun. "You two go rest. I will stay here tonight." "Master, we can stay too. We live upstairs anyway," Huaishi said with a smile. Huaishi and Yan Yun are both homeless, so Liang Rurong kept a room for them at Jishir Hall. Liang Rurong said, "Chulin has been bothering you these days. Rest well." Her decisions are usually firm, so Huaishi and Yan Yun agreed.
Kuya stood aside.
"Mississippi, go back and tell your parents I won't be coming home tonight. Come find me early tomorrow," Liang Rurong said, then smiled tiredly at Chuer. "Hurry up." Chuer bit her finger nervously. "How can I leave Miss alone? You can't do much here. Go back and rest. I will need you tomorrow," Liang Rurong said patiently. Chuer was not usually stubborn, so she agreed. She brewed another pot of tea before leaving. She had been in the space for a while and felt very tired and uncomfortable. She sat down casually and soon fell asleep. Suddenly, she was shaken awake. "What's wrong?" Liang Rurong yawned and looked at the person in front of her, Chuer, who had just returned home. "Miss, you must go back quickly. Madam is in trouble," Chuer said anxiously. Liang Rurong stood up suddenly, her clothes slipping off her shoulders. She picked up her clothes and examined them carefully. They belonged to Mu Tsiua.
But she didn't have time to think about that now.
"Let's go, talk as we walk." She hurried toward home. It was already dark outside, and only the lantern Chuer carried barely lit the way. When I returned, I saw Madam sitting on the steps crying. Later, Green Pearl said that the old lady disliked Madam for not bearing a son and wanted to tell the Lord about Lady Li. Chuer said with a frown. Clearly, she had never encountered such shamelessness before. "She just doesn't want to settle down," Liang Rurong said with bitter hatred. To give her parents, who had suffered all their lives, a peaceful old age, she had even given up on Mu Tsiua. Yet, Lu Yufin was still causing trouble every day. Does she just hate seeing others do well? Chuer comforted her, saying, "Miss, don't get too upset and hurt yourself. The whole family still depends on you." She knew that without Liang Rurong, Liang Dashin and Zhao Xunyang would definitely be bullied. Liang Rurong also understood this. "Don't worry," she said confidently. She was not so fragile. Fortunately, the yard Liang Rurong chose was close to the clinic, so she could walk home in just a few steps. At this moment, she could still hear Lu Yufin shouting and scolding, as well as Zhao Xunyang quietly crying. Liang Dashin couldn't bear it anymore. "Mother, I will never leave Xunyang. If I can't fight, we will move away." Liang Rurong quickly stepped onto the steps. "Where would we move? This is our home." Her voice was loud, making Lu Yufin flinch. Many people were in the main room. Even Lviju was standing next to Liang Shuiyuan. Liang Shuyu, whose face was swollen, was veiled, but her eyes, which were visible, were glaring fiercely at Liang Rurong. Liang Baohua sat beside Lu Yufin, swinging her little feet. It was Uncle Second who said we should move. "No one forced him," she said, then exchanged a look with Liang Shuyu. Liang Rurong's expression darkened. She saw clearly that Liang Shuyu had been hit. Lu Yufin was indeed frightened. Normally, she would be quiet for a long time, so why did she suddenly start causing trouble? This matter was definitely related to Liang Shuyu. Lu Yufin glared at Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong looked at Lu Yufin. Grandma, who is Widow Li, she lives right next to your house. She's a strong woman, had 3 sons, Lu Yufin said, her eyes shining with pride. Grandma, when you were in Liangjie village, you never thought about taking a concubine for my father. It's only been a short time since you came to the city. You've forgotten the life of a farmer. You should learn from the wealthy family's ways, Liang Rurong said bluntly. She had thought they would have a peaceful winter and send them away in spring, but less than a month after arriving, they kept causing trouble every day. Lu Yufin's eyes flicked. She had hoped to rely on Liang Shiyu's rising status, but Liang Shiyu was useless. Now they could only depend on Liang Dashan. Zhao Xunyang was not a problem. Lu Yufin often managed her, but Liang Rurong was difficult to control. Once Liang Dashan took a concubine and she had a son, Liang Rurong, being just a girl, would be ignored and left to herself. So, she was determined to succeed in this matter no matter what. These heartless people letting a little girl scold me, your wife, like that. I can't go on like this. Lu Yufin started angrily hitting her thigh and cursing. Liang Rurong ignored her and turned to comfort Zhao Xunyang, saying, Mom, don't be sad. Dad still supports you. Liang Dashan covered his head and squatted nearby. Liang Dashan. Lu Yufin pointed at her son. Now you choose. Do you want me, this old woman, or that useless girl who can't lay eggs? Mom, we've only had a few good days. Can we stop fighting? Liang Dashan looked sad. Rurong is a girl, but she's no worse than a boy. She can earn money and be filial. We're both happy with that. Deep down, Liang Dashan was still a traditional farmer. No farmer would consider taking a concubine, and just hearing about it made people feel embarrassed. Lu Yufin sat cross-legged on a chair, leaning forward excitedly. You're still satisfied? Who will braid your hair and who will break your basin? Without a son, neither of you can even enter your ancestors' graves. Grandma is only saying this for my dad's good, Liang Rurong said with a half-smile. But Grandma, what exactly does Widow Li do? Have you checked? She has several children. Isn't there also you? Lu Yufin blurted out her true feelings. Liang Rurong looked at Liang Dashan. Dad, did you see? Grandma's even trying to include her own daughter. Liang Dashan looked at Liang Rurong with concern and then said firmly, Mom, even if I die, I won't take a concubine. He was also feeling torn. They had only just started to have good days, and now it was all stirring up again. Besides, we've already divided the household. Living here with you is out of kindness. If you keep talking nonsense, you might as well leave. Liang Rurong almost wanted to give Liang Dashan a thumbs up. Lu Yufin's eyes widened. She reached to her ear, feeling like she might have heard wrong. What? She asked, then raised her hand, ready to explode. Liang Rurong immediately interrupted her. Someone, take the old lady to the inn next door. What are you saying? In the middle of the night, you dare to send me, this old woman, away? You're rotten to the core. Lu Yufin pointed at Liang Rurong and cursed. Grandma, how did you say when you came in? It's only been a few days, and you're already causing trouble again. This house is mine to buy, and even my parents said it doesn't count. Sorry, I don't want you to live here anymore. Liang Rurong looked back and saw 2 young servants standing at the door. Liang Rurong crossed her arms. Chuer, find 2 maids to help them pack their things. Ronger, Liang Shi stood up, her face still swollen and speaking a bit unclear. Don't be angry. Grandma is just worried about second uncle. Since second uncle doesn't want to take a concubine, then it's fine not to. Lu Yufin glared at Liang Shiyu. If Liang Shiyu hadn't given her that idea, she wouldn't have thought of this plan. Originally, Lu Yufin thought living here was quite good, delicious food and comfort. As long as she kept a close eye on Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang, life would be just like in Liang village. It's all because Liang Shiyu said only Liang Dashan had a son, so Liang Rurong wouldn't be so arrogant anymore. Grandma keeps causing trouble every few days. My parents have lost weight, Liang Rurong said. Don't worry, you can stay at the inn first. In a few days, I'll have someone buy you a simple house near the city. It's close to the mountains. You can gather firewood during autumn, and you'll be able to get through the winter. She turned and looked at Liang Dashin. Dad, we give Grandma 200 coins a month for her pension. Rice costs 25 coins per jean, millet 15 coins. That should be enough for them to eat. Though they can't enjoy delicacies, they won't go hungry. Hearing Liang Rurong's plan, Lu Yufin and the others all changed their faces. Living here, even though Liang Rurong didn't give them money, they still had 7 or 8 dishes at each meal, and they lived in a new big house. If they were kicked out, they would have to work hard and eat plain food. How could they survive like that? Lu Yufin pinched her fingers. She had farmed her whole life and only rarely ate meat in a year. If she had to go back to that life, she simply couldn't do it. Romer, our cousin hasn't said anything. Don't worry. Our cousin is now eating your food. Once he gains fame, he definitely won't forget you. Green Pearl is also pregnant, so we won't move. Liang Shuiyuan couldn't sit still.
He spoke firmly.
Grandma's words are a bit harsh, but if she wants to move, that's fine too. To protect his own interests, Liang Shuiyuan didn't hesitate to push Lu Yufin out. Lu Yufin's face turned red with anger. It's all because of you. You heartless boy. After all, he was her precious grandson. Even if she was angry, she couldn't bring herself to scold him harshly. Liang Rurong stretched and said, "Hurry up and move, so we don't delay our sleep." She looked at Liang Dashin and said, "Dad, I'm a bit hungry." Worried that Liang Dashin might be scolded again by Lu Yufin, she casually found an excuse. He was very fond of Liang Rurong. When he heard she was hungry, he immediately got up to leave. "Wait, I'll cook for you." Seeing Liang Dashin go out, Liang Rurong also left the room, pulling Zhao Xunyang along. Lu Yufin and the others sat there, unsure of what to do. "You're the only one with bad ideas. Why don't you come up with a plan?" Liang Baohua pushed Liang Shuyu and said angrily. Liang Shuyu glared at her. "If Grandma hadn't said she wanted to give my younger sister a big wedding, I wouldn't have thought of this. Now, it's all my fault." She rolled her eyes. "Didn't you all agree? You always cause trouble. Who asked you to help?" Liang Baohua turned hostile. "Shuyu, think quickly. If not, after you leave, don't expect to eat well," Lu Yufin said fiercely. Liang Shuyu knew very well what kind of life awaited her outside, and with Lu Yufin's favoritism, she definitely wouldn't benefit much. "Just wait and see," she said, steeling herself and walking out. No one knew what she was going to do, and they didn't care as long as she didn't leave. Liang Rurong didn't know Liang Shuyu had gone out. She was sitting in her room eating noodles, and Liang Dashin and Zhao Xunyang watched her eat happily, their faces full of smiles. "Dad, let's find someone to build the vegetable house now, or it'll be too late," Liang Rurong said while eating. Liang Dashin nodded. "We asked around today, and in a few days, someone will come to build it. It's just about the glazed tiles. That's a bit tricky. Now, glazed tiles are mostly given as tribute to the emperor and few people buy them. Plus, glazed tiles are quite expensive now." Liang Dashin and Zhao Xunyang were from poor families and naturally reluctant to spend that money. Liang Rurong waved her hand. "You don't need to worry about that. I'll go find Tang Nanfeng. He's the emperor, so he can probably get us a better deal. Tang Nanfeng's business covers the whole country, including glazed tiles." Liang Dashin finally relaxed. "That's great. Rurong, are you full? There's still food in the kitchen." Zhao Xunyang was concerned about her daughter's eating habits. "I'm full now, mother." "Father, you should eat a bit too," Liang Rurong said happily, patting her stomach. "I and your father never eat this late. All right, you rest now. We're going to bed," Zhao Xunyang replied as she picked up the dishes. After Liang Dashin and Zhao Xunyang went to their room to sleep, Liang Rurong took out the account book. Since Lu Yufin and the others moved in, the household expenses had clearly increased a lot. They still had to support their living expenses after they left, which cost about 200 coins a month, quite a lot. Just as she was looking at the account book, she heard a knock at the door. "Come in," Liang Rurong said. Then Chuyer stepped in with small, quick steps. "Miss, someone is here. Grandma asked you to come talk." Hearing this, Liang Rurong frowned. "What time is it? Are they still not done? And who could be visiting at this hour?" Though puzzled, Liang Rurong still put on her clothes and, with Chuer, went to the main hall. The hall was still brightly lit. The group of people hadn't moved from their seats. But in the seat closest to the head, besides Lu Yufan, sat an older man. He wore a silk robe and a jade crown. His temples were slightly white, and he occasionally stroked his beard. When he saw Liang Rurong come in, he squinted his eyes and looked her over from head to toe, a satisfied smile on his face. Liang Rurong felt a bit uncomfortable with his gaze, but she asked politely, "Sir, what brings you to the Liang residence today? Are you Liang Shini?" the man asked. Liang Rurong nodded. "Are you here to see a doctor?" "Not exactly. I just came to see Shiyu," he replied, then looked at Liang Shiyu. Liang Shiyu shyly lowered her head. "Ronger, this is Lord Zhou Fu." She signaled for Liang Rurong to bow to him. Liang Rurong simply pretended not to see, but she was quite surprised. When did Liang Shiyu meet Lord Zhou Fu? She quickly remembered. It was probably during her time in the palace. Since he was here to see her cousin, she asked innocently, "Grandma, what do you want me to do?" "I'm here to see my cousin." Lu Yufan looked at Liang Shiyu. The latter blinked and awkwardly said, "Ronger, it's not that sister doesn't want to move away, but she wants to get married from here." "Get married from here?" Liang Rurong raised an eyebrow. "Cousin, this place isn't really your home." "Dr. Liang," Zhou Fu brushed his beard, "I am at least a fifth-rank official. Without a proper family background, I won't be able to explain myself in the future. Could you please help me out?" Liang Rurong didn't know him, so she didn't see why she should help him. Before she could speak, Shiyu Liang said, "Young Master Zhou is a fifth-rank Hanlin Academy scholar. His ancestors were generals, and he has some connections with the regent." She didn't look proud, but rather a bit eager to please. "Has he met the regent?" Liang Rurong was suspicious. She couldn't believe Mu Tsiue would know someone like that. The old man patted his clothes. "Well, tomorrow I will ask the regent to come speak with you personally." Then he bowed to Lu Yufan. "Grandma, I will take my leave now." Lu Yufan wasn't as fierce as usual, smiling warmly. "Fugue, come visit often." Liang Rurong shivered slightly. It was so familiar to hear the old man called Fugue and Zhou Lang, one calling him Fugue, the other Zhou Lang. "Grandma, the granddaughter will see Zhou Lang off," Shiyu Liang said, then followed the old man out. Liang Rurong also left, planning to go back to her room to rest. But just as she stepped out, she saw Zhou Fu and Shiyu Liang talking intimately in the yard. They didn't notice her at all. "Since we parted at the palace last time, I thought I wouldn't see Zhou Lang again." Shiyu Liang, wearing a veil that revealed only her big, watery eyes, said softly, making Zhou Fu's heart flutter. "If you hadn't come to the house today, I almost thought I would never see you again," Zhou Fu whispered. Shiyu Liang was moved instantly. "Zhou Lang." She leaned into Zhou Fu's arms. Liang Rurong trembled. Zhou Fu was already quite old, and he seemed so frivolous. How could Shiyu Liang like him so much? But then she thought about it. Zhou Fu was an official, and he was the only person Shiyu Liang could rely on. Liang Rurong also knew that Shiyu Liang was a person who never gave up. After glancing around, Liang Rurong quickly returned to her room. Let her be. She needed a good sleep now. Because Mu Tsiue arrived early, Liang Rurong had not yet gone to the clinic. She was in the yard helping Liang Dashan water the vegetables. "Uncle Liang," Mu Tsiue said seriously, bowing slightly. "Your Highness, blessings," Liang Dashan replied, also bowing. She had learned this greeting from Liang Rurong. Soon, the small servant sweeping at the door also knelt down. Mu Tsiue looked at everyone and said, "Everyone get up." Then, turning to Liang Dashan, he said, "Uncle Liang, no need to be formal. I am just here to look around and have breakfast." Liang Dashan smiled kindly. "All right, I'll tell your aunt to add 2 more dishes you like." After saying that, he dropped the water bucket and went to the kitchen. Since they had lived together for some time, Zhao Xunyang knew what Mu Tsiue liked to eat. "Your Highness, blessings." Liang Rurong also hurriedly bowed. Mu Tsiue, with his hands behind his back and a slight raise of his eyebrows, said, "It seems you are not very willing. My daughter is just wondering if your Highness came for Zhou Fu," Liang Rurong said directly. Mu Tsiue did not respond. Liang Ruong set down her water scoop and sat casually on the steps. It looks like your highness really came for him. Judging by Mu Tsiu's attitude, he must know that, Brother Fu. Mu Tsiu was unpretentious. He lifted his robe and sat on the steps as well. Liang Ruong couldn't help but turn her head to look at him. Even though it was common for villagers to sit on the steps, his natural noble air and handsome appearance made it impossible to ignore him. Mu Tsiu hesitated and said, I really came for Zhou Fu. Is it true that Zhou Fu said he has some connection with you? Liang Ruong still found it a bit hard to believe. Mu Tsiu nodded. My mother, the Empress, was once saved by him. Years ago, Empress Qin was feeding fish by the lotus pond in the palace. She was pushed into the water by someone, and Zhou Fu, then a low-ranking official, came to see her and saved her. It was in February, and the pond still had ice in the water. Zhou Fu even caught a cold because of it. Because of this, Mu Tsiu felt very guilty and took good care of him afterward. Liang Ruong couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes, the things one encounters are truly hard to believe. Mu Sai shook his head helplessly. At that time, Zhou Fu was still very young. To protect his mother's reputation, he tore open his official robe to cover his hand before helping her ashore. Emperor was very proud of him for this. He earned his 5th-rank official position in this way. Looks like he was quite honest when he was young, Liang Ruong said helplessly because Zhou Fu's current squinting eyes really made people uncomfortable. Mu Sai looked at Liang Ruong. But your cousin is quite impressive. She only entered the palace once and made Zhou Fu willing to marry her. I also think she's very capable, Liang Ruong said with a sigh. She knew Mu Sai was here to speak for Zhou Fu, so she felt a bit down. Mu Sai knew about the messy affairs of the Liang family, so he was prepared. He slowly said, Zhou Fu is grateful to the Empress. So, I can't ignore this small matter. Here's what you should do. Divide your 3rd courtyard in the middle, and in the future, let them take the back door. You know what kind of people they are and which ones are obedient, Liang Ruong said helplessly. I will send soldiers to guard at the back gate, Mu Sai said. He couldn't ignore his benefactor, but he also didn't want his beloved girl to worry. So he thought of this compromise. Liang Ruong looked at him with bright eyes. Are you serious, Prince? When have I ever lied to you? I'm just worried about the food expenses on your side, Mu Sai replied. Liang Ruong waved her hand. That's not a problem. My daughter isn't talented, but she doesn't lack for food. After saying that, she winked. Mu Sai's eyes sparkled with a smile. Liang Ruong breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Sai couldn't embarrass his benefactor, and she couldn't embarrass Mu Sai either. This was the best solution now. She didn't care about those few people eating, as long as they didn't cause trouble. With palace guards watching, Lu Yufan probably wouldn't dare to make a fuss anymore. Although Lu Yufan controlled the entire Liang family, the idea of not fighting officials was deeply rooted in her heart. So, she definitely wouldn't dare to oppose the palace guards. It must be said, Mu Sai thought very carefully. Liang Ruong was a bit lost in thought. Mu Sai gently reached out and placed a jade hairpin in her hair. Liang Ruong reached out to take something, but was stopped by Mu Tsiu holding her hand. It's just an ordinary hairpin, Mu Tsiu said casually. Liang Ruong wanted to take it off to show her distance, but deep inside, she still felt a little reluctant. Unexpectedly, their actions were seen by Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang. The couple exchanged a look, their faces without smiles, only with some worry. Now they knew Mu Tsiu's identity and understood that Liang Ruong and Mu Tsiu's relationship could not have a good ending unless Liang Ruong was willing to become a concubine. But Liang Ruong was a strong-willed person. She would never do that. Their ending was destined to be uncertain. Liang Ruong didn't know when Mu Tsiu left. He was very busy but still made time to see her every day. She took off the hairpin on her head. The jade hairpin was of good quality, carved with a simple cloud pattern. She gently touched it with her finger. Although Mu Tsiu didn't say anything, she could tell that all the jewelry he gave her was handmade by himself. On the surface, Liang Ruong remained calm, but she carefully stored the hairpin away. Ronger, Liang Dashan, and Zhao Xunyang finally came out. Father, Mother, is breakfast ready? Liang Rurong asked with a smile. Liang Dashan replied absent-mindedly, then asked, "Why did the prince leave so quickly?" "He's too busy," Liang Rurong said, then stood up. "Father, mother, let's go have breakfast. We need to go to the clinic later." The couple agreed but hesitated to say anything more, ultimately saying nothing. Mu Tsiu's efficiency was quick. The next day, he sent people to divide the courtyard into two. Lu Yufan saw the guards and hadn't dared to go out for several days, becoming much more obedient. Everyone ate separately, and Liang Rurong's family of 3 continued their simple life. The vegetable garden in the courtyard was already being walled off, everything progressing according to plan. When she had free time, Liang Rurong often stayed at the clinic and rarely went home. Anyway, Lu Yufan didn't dare cause trouble, so she had nothing to worry about. "Huaishi, take this auntie to get some medicine," Liang Rurong said as she sat in her room, handing the prescription to Huaishi. There weren't many patients at the clinic because the prices were fair, so many common people came to buy medicine for colds and chills. The beauty and skin rejuvenation ointment Liang Rurong prepared was also popular among wealthy women. The entire clinic relied on selling this ointment to make money. There is no woman in the world who does not love beauty. "Master, there are only 2 bottles of the beauty and skincare cream left," Yan Yun said as she entered. Liang Rurong nodded. "All right, I understand." "Dr. Liang," Chu Linen shouted loudly, making Yan Yun frown slightly. Liang Rurong looked up and saw Chu Linen walking in with a cane. His leg had healed quite a bit, but he still couldn't put weight on it. However, judging by his recovery, he probably wouldn't be anymore. "Young Master Chu, is there something you need?" Liang Rurong asked. Chu Linen stepped closer to her. "I'm in a good mood today. Please come with me to a restaurant." Liang Rurong immediately refused without hesitation. "No." Just now, Huaishi had mentioned that the beauty and skincare cream was running out, and she thought she might need to be busy for a while. But Chu Linen was not the type to give up easily. He hovered around Liang Rurong like a fly, not doing anything else, just repeatedly saying, "Dr. Liang, come with me. Just come with me." Finally, Liang Rurong, annoyed, threw down what she was holding and said, "Are you saying that if I go with you this time, you'll stop bothering me in the future?" To her surprise, Chu Linen was quite clever. He blinked and said, "Today is today, and future things will be discussed later." Liang Rurong sneered coldly, feeling somewhat helpless, and handed her things to Huaishi beside her. She changed into simple clothes and followed Chu Linen to the restaurant he mentioned. They were led upstairs to a private room by the waiter. Chu Linen casually ordered a few dishes he thought were good, then patted his chest and told Liang Rurong, "Xiao Shen, pick whatever you like. Don't worry about saving money for me." Liang Rurong shot him a sharp look. "Have you forgotten what I said?" But Chu Linen still looked fearless and smiled happily. "I'm not stupid. My little uncle likes you, and you also like my little uncle." "I know," Liang Rurong frowned. "How do you know that?" She would never admit it. Even Chu Linen, who wasn't very clever, could see it. Chu Lin Ran proudly said, "Hee hee, after these days of knowing each other, I see that you, Xiao Shen, are honest and straightforward, but when it comes to my brother-in-law, you act a little differently." He saw Liang Rurong always avoiding Mu Tsiua and thought they had some disagreement. So, he secretly invited Liang Rurong out for a meal and chat. If he could help Mu Tsiua and Liang Rurong make up, Mu Tsiua would remember him for that. Liang Rurong was already upset about Mu Tsiua. Now Chu Lin Ran was recklessly bringing it up again. Liang Rurong wished she could just use a needle to silence Chu Lin Ran. But Chu Lin Ran was clueless and kept talking about Mu Tsiua's good qualities. Did Liang Rurong not know how good Mu Tsiua was? But the more she knew, the clearer it was how big the gap was between them. Liang Rurong put down her chopsticks and looked coldly at Chu Lin Ran, who was startled. "If you still can't shut your mouth while eating, then don't eat at all." Chu Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, about to get angry. This young master, have worked hard." Before he could finish, the sound of hooves rushing by and a woman's cry for help came from the street. Just then, their private room was by the window, so Liang Rurong pushed it open and looked outside. A woman dressed in pink was barefoot, running frantically. Behind her was a tall man on horseback, seemingly trying to catch her. In broad daylight, Right under the imperial city, someone dared to cause trouble on horseback and chase a woman. Liang Rurong was furious and had nowhere to vent. She turned and smashed a porcelain bowl, then picked up the shards and dabbed some liquid on them. She threw the shards at the man on horseback. The man had just caught up with the woman and was about to bend down to lift her onto the horse. Suddenly, he sensed a killing intent. He quickly turned his head, but a shard of porcelain cut his neck. Following the direction of the flying porcelain, he looked up and felt dizzy. The next moment he fell from his horse. Liang Rurong seized the chance, pulled the stunned woman, and ran toward the alley. That man clearly was not from their Shu country. Of course, he didn't know the city's many narrow alleys like Liang Rurong did. Moreover, he had been cut on the neck by a fragment of the sleeping powder Liang Rurong had used, making it hard for him to stand, let alone chase after Liang Rurong and the others. Liang Rurong pulled the woman along for a while until they reached a quiet alley and stopped to catch her breath. Once the woman in pink recovered, she suddenly knelt in front of Liang Rurong and said, "Thank you, miss, for saving my life." Liang Rurong waved her hand dismissively. Normally, she wouldn't act so rashly, but recently she had been in a bad mood, which made her act impulsively. Thinking back to when she left the inn and told Chu Linran to take care of the aftermath, Liang Rurong hoped Chu Linran had understood her meaning. Why was the young lady being chased? Liang Rurong asked calmly, secretly slipping a thin silver needle into her sleeve. Although she didn't regret saving the woman, she still needed to find out who she really was. Hearing Liang Rurong's question, the woman's eyes reddened and tears suddenly fell like broken pearls. "If I told you I am a princess from Bati, would you believe me?" Liang Rurong's heart immediately sounded an alarm. If what she said was true, it would bring her a big problem. Seeing Liang Rurong's changing expression, the woman forced a smile and bowed. "Miss, saving me was an act of kindness. I won't let you be troubled because of me." Then she turned to leave. Watching her fragile figure, almost as if a breeze could knock her over, Liang Rurong bit her lip and said, "I'll find a place to hide you first. As a healer." Liang Rurong couldn't bear to see such a helpless woman leave her sight like that. The woman looked back, her eyes full of disbelief. Liang Rurong's decision to help her was based on her own careful thoughts. Shu country and Bati are very close. Successive Shu emperors maintained good relations with Bati. If this woman really was a princess from Bati, saving her would be like giving Mu Tsiue and his friend some support. If she wasn't a princess and had other motives, this could also be used as a reason to build diplomatic ties with Bati. In short, no matter which truth is true, it benefits Mo Tsiue and their influence in the court. The small courtyard chosen by Liang Rurong for the woman was not large, but very hidden. The woman was very grateful for this. "Rest here first. I will come back to see you tonight." Liang Rurong advised the woman not to run around, and then turned to leave. Liang Rurong originally planned to go back and have someone contact Mo Tsiue, but she unexpectedly saw Mo Tsiue from afar. Mo Tsiue was standing next to Chu Linran. It seemed that Chu Linran had gone to complain about Mo Tsiue. Mo Tsiue saw Liang Rurong from a distance and quickly rushed over, embracing her in his arms. This familiar, warm embrace made Liang Rurong feel longing, but her reason told her she couldn't do this. "Prince, we are still outside. Let me go." Liang Rurong's face was flushed. Today, Mo Tsiue was acting strangely. "You used to not call me Prince, Mo Tsiue's eyes darkened, seeming sad. Seeing more people approaching from afar, Liang Rurong couldn't break free and had to softly say, "Mo Tsiue, let me go first. Let's go inside and talk." Hearing her call his name, Mo Tsiue finally released her, and the two of them went into the house. Liang Rurong dismissed everyone around, leaving only Mo Tsiue, even driving Chu Linran out. Chu Linran wanted to protest, but, under Mo Tsiue's cold stare, mumbled and left. "Unloading the mill and killing the donkey. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been able to reconcile so quickly." It seemed Chu Linran thought they had some private matter to discuss. Mo Tsiue looked at Liang Rurong and said, "You were too impulsive today." He had wanted to talk to Liang Rurong about something but only saw Chu Linran return alone. After asking carefully, he learned that Liang Rurong had saved a woman being chased on the street. If that woman had a special identity, she might have faced deadly danger. Thinking of how Liang Rurong had risked her safety to ensure her parents' peaceful old age, Emote Siue couldn't help but feel angry. Liang Rurong knew what Emote Siue was upset about. She changed the subject and said, "Do you know who I saved today?" "Who?" Mu Sai frowned slightly. Liang Rurong still worried about eavesdroppers, so she stood up and moved closer to Mu Sai. The familiar and pleasant medicinal scent filled Mu Sai's nose, making him feel a little dizzy. But the words Liang Rurong whispered in his ear sounded like thunder in his mind. Princess of Badi. Liang Rurong didn't know much about Badi, but Mu Sai was very clear. The current emperor of Badi has a childhood friend who is also his empress. Unfortunately, the empress and emperor had been married for many years, but had no children. It wasn't until the empress was 40 that she became pregnant. However, on the day she was to give birth, she was frightened, which weakened her health. After giving birth to a princess with all her strength, she passed away. The Badi emperor's harem was small, with only a few consorts, and all their children were princes. So, the emperor loved and pampered this one and only princess, who was born from his beloved wife. If the princess of Badi were to be chased and attacked on the street, it must mean something major happened on their side. This matter is very important. I will go with you to see first. Mu Sai hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to tell the little emperor or to check the situation himself first. In the past, Mu Sai had also been sent to Badi on a diplomatic mission. Although the princess was still young then, she had seen the emperor and empress before. No matter how much she changed, she should at least resemble her parents, right? Liang Rurong led Mu Sai to a small house nearby. As Mu Sai followed behind her, he suddenly asked, "Where did you find such a quiet place?" Liang Rurong didn't answer but whispered, "Look." She pointed in a direction, and Mu Sai saw a fragile-looking beauty standing in the small courtyard, like a delicate reed. She wore a worn pink dress, but it didn't look dirty. Instead, it added a sense of brokenness. The princess heard footsteps and showed a frightened, rabbit-like expression. When she saw Liang Rurong, her heart eased. She quickly walked to Liang Rurong, grabbed her hand, and with a choked voice, said, "I thought you wouldn't come back." Hearing the princess's words, Mu Sai raised his eyebrows. Something about her words sounded strange. It was as if a woman was blaming her unfaithful lover. However, Liang Rurong didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, the princess was being chased and was alone in this unfamiliar place. It was normal for her to rely on her savior. Liang Rurong took the princess's hand, patted her shoulder, and they sat together on a stone bench in the courtyard. Mu Sai stood in front of them, carefully observing the woman who called herself the Princess of Ba. Her features looked very similar to Ba's queen, especially her eyes, which were almost identical. Her mouth and nose, however, resembled the emperor of Ba. "I saw you when you were little." Mu Sai squinted, watching her reaction carefully. The princess looked slightly surprised and asked, "You saw me? Why don't I remember?" Her eyes showed no sign of panic. In fact, her tone was filled with joy and excitement. Just as Mu Sai was about to say something, he heard the princess cry out and suddenly cough up black blood. Liang Rurong was frightened and quickly stood up, holding the unconscious princess. They carried her back to the small room and laid her on the bed. Liang Rurong checked her pulse, her face tightening with concern. "Poisoned," Mu Sai guessed when he saw the black blood. Liang Rurong's expression was serious. She pulled Mu Sai aside and whispered, "The poison in her body has been building up for years. It's likely been in her since she was born. This poison needs a trigger to activate." The blood she coughed up today was probably due to the stress of fleeing and her weakened condition. In just one day, Mu Sai had been shocked twice. He couldn't imagine how someone could have poisoned the princess for so many years without anyone noticing, given her high status and favor in Ba. It seemed the royal family of Ba was more complicated than he thought. "Right now, we need to find a more hidden place for her to stay. I'll send scouts to gather information about Ba," Mu Sai decided after a moment of thought. Liang Rurong also agreed that finding a more hidden place would be better for treating the princess. However, the princess has been poisoned since childhood, and this poison seems deeply rooted. Completely removing it will be quite difficult. After settling the princess in her new home, the moon was already high in the sky. Under the moonlight, Liang Rurong and Mu Tsiwa walked side by side on the way back to the residence. It seemed they hadn't done this for a long time, walking shoulder to shoulder. What normally takes only a few minutes now felt especially long. "I've arrived. Your Highness, please go back," Liang Rurong said as she looked at the approaching gate and turned to Mu Tsiwa. Mu Tsiwa watched Liang Rurong's back and said, "Take good care of yourself these days." He knew Liang Rurong's worries. He watched her push open the door and walk inside, then stood at the door for a while. Mu Tsiwa's gaze was deep. He stared at the closed door, his eyes gradually becoming more determined. It was as if he had made a decision at that moment. As soon as Liang Rurong entered, she saw Uncle Liang and Zhao Xiuxiang looking worried. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Liang Rurong stepped forward and took Zhao Xiuxiang's hand, asking, "Mother, it's so late. Why are you and Dad still awake?" Zhao Xiuxiang and Uncle Liang exchanged a knowing look. "Who just sent you back? Was it the prince?" Zhao Xiuxiang asked cautiously. They had noticed the change in atmosphere between Liang Rurong and Mu Tsiwa over the past few days. Although they used to worry that the prince's high status was just for fun and teasing Liang Rurong, now seeing how the prince looked, they couldn't help but feel sad. They had heard that before they returned, Liang Rurong and Mu Tsiwa were very close. But after bringing her home, Liang Rurong gradually distanced herself from Mu Tsiwa. The two elders wondered if something had happened between Liang Rurong and Mu Tsiwa because of them. Liang Rurong forced a faint smile. She held her parents' hands and slowly walked into the house, saying as she went, "I was out handling some matters today and met the prince. He just happened to send me back. You." Uncle Liang frowned but was interrupted by Liang Rurong. "I have nothing to do with the prince," Liang Rurong said firmly. She was speaking more to herself than to Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang. Seeing her determined attitude, Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang didn't say anything more. Early the next morning, Liang Rurong, worried about the princess's poison, went to her medicine hall. After preparing some supplies, Liang Rurong told Huai Shi and the others to take good care of the medicine hall. Yesterday, Mu Tsiwa had sent many secret guards to protect the princess at her residence. When Liang Rurong arrived, Mu Tsiwa had already been talking with the princess for a while. The spies Mu Tsiwa sent out yesterday had already reported back to him. The old emperor of Ba suddenly died of a serious illness last month. He didn't clearly say who should inherit the throne, so his 4 sons began fighting for it. Before he died, the old emperor only called the princess to his bedside to serve him. After his death, the princes couldn't find the imperial seal, and rumors spread that the old emperor had given it to the princess. But the princess denied this, which led to some of her brothers chasing after her. Fortunately, the eldest brother truly cared for her and couldn't bear to see her worried about her safety in Ba.
So he secretly sent her out of Ba.
Originally, they thought Shu country, which had always been friendly with Ba, would help. The eldest prince even wrote a letter asking Mu Jingyu to take good care of his only sister. But Mu Jingyu never received that letter. It was probably intercepted at some point. After hearing Mu Tsiwa's spy report, Liang Rurong felt uneasy. If it really was like that, sheltering the princess from Ba could bring them big trouble. If the eldest prince wins the throne, Mu Tsiwa and his group might have fewer worries. But any other prince ascending the throne would threaten Mu Tsiwa and his allies. Although Liang Rurong felt sorry for the princess, she didn't want Mu Tsiwa and his group to take such big risks. Seeing Liang Rurong's concern, Mu Tsiwa gently patted her hand and said softly, "This is not something we can decide. It still depends on the emperor to make the final decision." Just now, Mu Sai confirmed with the princess whether the imperial seal was really in her possession. At this point, there was no need for the princess to hide it anymore. "I have never seen the imperial seal. Father only told me to cherish everything and be careful of elder brother. Clearly, elder brother is the one who cares for her the most. Why did the late emperor say this before he died?" Liang Rurong felt that this matter was becoming too complicated. She rubbed her forehead. Everything will be discussed with the emperor first. Seeing that it was getting late, Mu Sai made sure the guards watching the princess were very careful. Then he looked at Liang Rurong and turned to leave. Liang Rurong almost blurted out a reminder to stay safe. Only after Mu Sai's figure disappeared completely did she focus on the princess. The princess had finished washing and was wearing a light yellow dress. At 13 or 14 years old, she looked even more charming and cute in this outfit. But because of her age, experiencing these things made Liang Rurong feel both sad and protective. "Did the prince say I have poison on me?" the princess asked casually. Liang Rurong didn't expect Mu Sai to be so direct in telling the princess the truth. Seeing the concern and pity in Liang Rurong's eyes, the princess smiled brightly and said, "I have been healthy and safe since I was young. I haven't felt any discomfort from this poison. I am already very lucky." This princess was surprisingly not delicate or fragile. Liang Rurong looked at the young girl in front of her, took her hand, and asked sincerely, "If I told you I have a way to remove your poison, would you believe me?" The princess had never been to this territory before and didn't know about Liang Rurong's reputation as a divine healer, but she nodded firmly and said, "I believe." Liang Rurong chuckled. "Why are you so sure? In that situation, only you would be willing to save me. So, you are a good person. No matter what you say, I believe you." The princess's eyes were a light honey color, revealing all her emotions clearly. Seeing her full trust, Liang Rurong felt a twinge in her nose. She opened her arms and hugged the princess, saying, "I will never let you down." Last night, Mu Jingyu heard from Mu Tsiu's people about the Princess of Ba. He was so anxious that he couldn't sleep all night. Until Mu Tsiu appeared, he hurriedly went to ask, "How is it?" Mu Tsiu nodded, bowed slightly to Mu Jingyu, and then told him all the known information so far. The situation was much more complicated than Mu Jingyu had imagined. For a moment, Mu Jingyu was unsure what to do. But this time, Mu Tsiu was very firm and said, "This is an opportunity. We must make good use of it, and also for his own small selfish reason." Mu Tsiu's words touched Mu Jingyu's heart deeply. "I heard that the princess relies heavily on Liang Rurong," Mu Jingyu asked. Mu Tsiu nodded and said, "Yesterday, Roma checked the princess's pulse and found she has been poisoned for many years." Mu Jingyu's eyes lit up when he heard this. This was a good chance to win over the princess. Liang Rurong naturally didn't know about Mu Tsiu and Mu Jingyu's plans. At this moment, she was holding a syringe, drawing blood from the princess. To help the princess relax, Liang Rurong chatted with her. "By the way, I don't even know your name." The princess smiled and said, "My name is Bai Jixin. In Ba, my father used to call me Star." Liang Rurong removed the needle from Bai Jixin's vein, wiped the blood draw site with alcohol cotton, and said, "My name is Liang Rurong. Then I will call you Sister Rong from now on," Bai Jixin said sincerely, her eyes shining with innocence. Her pure and unguarded look made Liang Rurong feel very fond of her. Whether before coming here or after, Liang Rurong rarely met someone as transparent and pure as Bai Jixin. It seemed that Bai Jixin was truly loved in Ba. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a gentle personality. Liang Rurong carefully stored Bai Jixin's blood and gave her some medicine, instructing her on how to take it. Watching Bai Jixin carefully study the small pills in her hand, Liang Rurong couldn't help but wonder who could be so cruel to Bai Jixin. If Bai Jixin were a prince, Liang Rurong might find it more understandable. After all, a prince means the chance to inherit the throne. As the child of the former empress, Bai Jixin was naturally a thorn in the side of all the other princes. But Bai Jixin was actually a girl. Liang Rurong patted her head, deciding not to think about this matter for now. After all, she didn't really understand Batty, and everything she thought now was just guesswork. The most important thing was to take good care of Bai Jixin's health and eliminate her accumulated toxins. Bai Jixin looked up and saw Liang Rurong packing her medical box. A flash of panic appeared in her eyes. She grabbed Liang Rurong's hand and asked, "Rongjie, are you leaving?" Liang Rurong felt a little sad seeing Bai Jixin like this, but she had to go. Besides Bai Jixin, there were many others who needed her. In the past 2 days, she had already delayed many patients because of Bai Jixin. Xingxing, I am a doctor. The most important thing I need to do is treat my patients. Do you understand what I mean? They looked at each other, and gradually Bai Jixin's grip loosened. She withdrew her hand and sat obediently, nodding and saying, Then next time you visit me, can you bring me some storybooks? Apart from the secret guards, there was no one else here. Since they were called secret guards, they couldn't come out to chat with Bai Jixin. Liang Rurong understood Bai Jixin's loneliness, so she nodded and said, Okay, I promise. What kind do you like? Tell me, any kind is fine. Just as Liang Rurong arrived at the medical clinic, Huaishi hurried over anxiously. Master, you're back. You really scared me. Huaishi didn't say what was wrong but pulled Liang Rurong toward the back courtyard. Before Liang Rurong could put down her medical box, Huaishi dragged her into a small room in the back. As soon as she pushed open the door, Liang Rurong smelled a very strong smell of blood. Using the light, Liang Rurong saw a middle-aged man lying on the bed with a pale face. There was also a middle-aged woman kneeling beside the bed, almost crying from exhaustion. Liang Rurong saw that his kneecap was almost shattered. Her face changed instantly, and she walked over. What happened to him? A middle-aged woman saw Liang Rurong arrive and immediately stood up, sniffling as she said, A few days ago, my husband went to pick herbs and accidentally fell on his knee. He went to a nearby doctor who said a few medicines would help. But it kept getting worse, and now looks like this. Liang Rurong looked at the wound, which was oozing yellow fluid and rotting flesh, and felt a surge of anger. What kind of careless doctor is this? He didn't check if any bones were broken inside, just wrapped it up with medicine. If he had checked properly and fixed the broken bones, the leg could have been saved. But now, because the broken bones injured the blood vessels and the doctor used some unknown herbal medicine, the wound has become infected and necrotic. If they don't amputate soon, the infection could spread, and the man might lose his life. Liang Rurong looked at Huaishi beside her. Huaishi understood and pulled the woman outside. My master has rules for treating patients. No outsiders are allowed to watch. The woman knew this too, but she was still worried. She kept looking back at Liang Rurong as they left. After giving the man anesthesia, Liang Rurong started preparing to remove the infected leg. The woman outside didn't know how long she had been waiting. She paced back and forth anxiously. To distract her, Huaishi asked, How did that doctor treat your husband's wound? Hearing this, the woman felt upset. Because the doctor said he had seen a famous healer in the city who wrapped wounds like this. So, when she saw the doctor do the same for her husband, she didn't doubt him. After all, no one questions a famous healer. Hearing this, Huaishi felt speechless. Her master's way of dressing wounds depended on the situation, and the materials they used were all sterile. This was just copying superficially, learning only the appearance, not the real skill. If someone with bad intentions found out, they might spread rumors, and that would ruin her master's reputation. Finally, Liang Rurong finished treating the man's leg. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and left the room. Let him stay here for a few days. You need to come every day to get medicine for him and change it, and make sure to follow my instructions carefully. Liang Rurong took the glass of water handed to her by Huaishi and drank it in one gulp. Huaishi told Liang Rurong what she had heard from the middle-aged woman. Liang Rurong frowned. She never expected that someone would imitate her way of practicing medicine, and even harm patients. Liang Rurong absolutely would not allow such a person to continue existing. Whether that person is pretending to be her to scam money or trying to learn her medical skills to help more people, she must deal with this quickly. After the clinic closes today, come with me, Liang Rurong said to Huaishi. Huaishi nodded. Following the middle-aged woman's guidance, Liang Rurong arrived at the place where the doctor practiced medicine. Just then, an elderly woman was there with her granddaughter, seeking treatment at his stall. Liang Rurong stopped Huaishi from going forward to argue and stood quietly to the side, watching. She wanted to first confirm whether this person was a fraud or a well-meaning person who made a mistake. The doctor examined the child's tongue and eyes. This child had come to get medicine 3 days ago, with a slight fever at that time. It should have been better by now. The doctor couldn't find a clear reason and could only increase the dosage of the previous prescription, telling the elderly woman to fetch more medicine. This child has a stomach and intestinal problem. The medicine you were given is for reducing fever. No matter how much you take, it won't help. Liang Rurong stepped forward and stopped the elderly woman from leaving with the prescription. The doctor, who had been practicing medicine for many years, looked at Liang Rurong, a young woman, with some displeasure. You, a young girl, don't understand these things. Don't delay the treatment. Liang Rurong frowned, her tone tinged with anger. That's what you're doing, delaying treatment. Then she turned to the elderly woman and said, Grandma, if you want a grandson to get better quickly, let me take a look. The elderly woman was already worried about her grandson. A few days ago, he had a low fever, but now he was burning with a fever and seemed confused. The old woman shed tears and said to Liang Rurong, If you can cure my grandson, I will kowtow to you even if I have to break my own head. Liang Rurong quickly waved her hands. What a joke. Asking an elderly woman, who is about the same age as my grandmother, to kowtow to me, that would only shorten her life. Liang Rurong took out her medical kit and then pulled out a syringe, drawing a dose of medicine for stomach inflammation. At this moment, many people had gathered around Liang Rurong. What's that? I've never seen it before. Oh, old lady Sue, this woman's background is unclear. We've never seen the stuff she's using. Don't let her harm Tiger. Liang Rurong ignored the doubtful voices around her and gave an injection into Tiger's vein. Seeing this, the doctor rushed over and said, I've been practicing medicine for many years. I've never seen such treatment methods. Don't do anything reckless. The doctor almost pushed Liang Rurong over. But knowing that this doctor was just somewhat mediocre in medical skills and had no bad intentions, Liang Rurong didn't argue with him. Looking at the doctor's prescription earlier, Liang Rurong saw it was made of simple, effective herbs. He had also written on his stall that if someone didn't have 3 coins for a consultation fee, they could exchange it for some food. Either way, it was acceptable. Being able to do these 2 things showed he was probably not a bad person. Since you learned my bandaging method to treat others, why do you say I'm just making things up? Liang Rurong was helped up by Huai Shi, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and looked at the doctor. Hearing Liang Rurong's words, the doctor's face changed. Just as he was about to speak, they heard old lady Sue happily exclaim, Tiger, you're awake, Tiger. Liang Rurong turned her head and squatted in front of Tiger, asking, Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Tiger looked at Liang Rurong and muttered, Did I die? I saw a fairy sister in the sky. This made Liang Rurong laugh out loud. Huai Shi, standing nearby, said, Our young lady is a famous divine doctor. In this remote mountain village, few people had heard of Liang Rurong's name. But just hearing the words, divine doctor, they all thought she was very powerful. When the doctor heard Liang Rurong's name, he was immediately shocked. He quickly changed his previous doubtful attitude and respectfully said to Liang Rurong, I was reckless just now. Liang Rurong waved her hand and said, You don't have any bad intentions. The doctor hesitated and said, The person you mentioned earlier I bandaged. He seemed to have a faint memory of that person. Liang Rurong did not answer but asked, What did you use to bandage him? The man was an honest farmer who accidentally fell and hurt his knee. Earlier, when the doctor was outside, he heard about a very skilled healer. She would clean wounds with water, then apply a white powder and wrap it with cloth. He learned that this method helped wounds heal quickly. Based on his medical knowledge, he guessed the white powder was likely a powder of atractylodes, which can reduce inflammation and stop bleeding. This method was quite effective. Except for the man who had his limb amputated, everyone else healed quickly using it. Liang Rurong listened to the doctor teaching her own bandaging technique, but realized he had learned it poorly, feeling quite helpless. The so-called water was hydrogen peroxide. The powder varied depending on the situation. Sometimes it was penicillin. The cloth was sterile gauze. Those who had been treated with this method by the doctor before were quite lucky. The water should be clean, and the atractylodes powder kept the tissue dry, preventing bacteria from the cloth and outside bacteria from entering. Liang Rurong still remembered the cloth on the man's leg, made of cotton and linen, breathable, and suitable. It was truly a lucky coincidence. You want to learn some of my medical skills to help villagers, which is understandable. But as a healer, you should know that the amount of materials used must be precise. How do you know what kind of water I used or what ingredients are in the powder? Thinking of the poor man who had his limb amputated, Liang Rurong's tone became somewhat sharp. The doctor blushed. Before he could speak, his wife, Su Xiaoyan, stepped forward and protected Liang Rurong, saying, "My husband is doing this for everyone's good." Liang Rurong frowned. If saying "for everyone's good" could erase all mistakes, then why are there government offices in ancient times and police stations in modern times? He claims he learned his skills from me, which damages my reputation, Liang Rurong said coldly, looking at Su Xiaoyan. She could tolerate some things, but not this. Su Xiaoyan crossed her arms and said, "My husband is healing everyone, and the villagers all see it clearly. Everyone, don't listen to a stranger's false words, and don't hurt the harmony among neighbors." She didn't know about Liang Rurong's earlier story of a man losing his leg. She only knew that if Liang Rurong didn't want the doctor to use that method to treat people in the future, they would earn half as much money. Because the doctor really gained fame in the village for his skill in bandaging. Su Xiaoyan looked at Liang Rurong and said, "You don't think others will learn this skill too, and it will affect your earnings, do you?" Huaishi was so angry that she stomped her foot and said, "Don't slander my master. You should ask around in the city. My master often offers free clinics." Liang Rurong interrupted Huaishi and looked at Su Xiaoyan, saying, "His method caused a man who was actually saved to almost get infected and die. To stay alive, he lost a leg. If you say it was my technique again, I will sue you for slander." When Su Xiaoyan heard that the doctor had caused someone to lose a leg, her face turned pale. How could this happen? Where is that person now? Should I go see him? The doctor looked concerned. Liang Rurong shook her head and said, "He is now in my clinic and doing well." If the doctor went to see him at this critical moment, her husband's wife might get upset. Liang Rurong prepared some medicine and gave it to old lady Su, reminding her how to give the medicine to Huzi. Seeing that it was getting late, Liang Rurong said goodbye to old lady Su and the others and headed back to the clinic. On the way back, Liang Rurong thought for a moment and said to Huaishi, "When we get back, we need to write a notice to put at the clinic door." If some kind-hearted doctors really wanted to learn her technique, Liang Rurong was not the type to hide it. As long as the technique seemed reasonable to others, she was willing to teach. After all, saving lives and healing the sick is something anyone would do. But if someone falsely claimed to be her and deceived others, damaging her reputation, Liang Rurong would not be merciful. Liang Rurong and Huaishi returned to the city, and it was already late afternoon, close to sunset. Normally, by this time, there should be no more people on the street. Today, something strange happened. Some people dressed as officials and soldiers were going door to door collecting things. Liang Rurong felt a sudden shock in his heart. His intuition told him that this might be connected to Bai Jixin. So, Liang Rurong quickly returned to the clinic. As soon as he closed the door, he heard Mu Sihing's voice. "Where did you go?" Liang Rurong turned around and saw Mu Sihing sitting in the usual consultation chair, tapping his finger rhythmically on the table. "I went to the neighboring village with Huaishi." "Oh, I saw soldiers outside searching." "Did something happen?" Mu Sihing nodded slightly and said, "Today, the Empress Dowager suddenly sent people to search for someone, but I don't know why. As for the reason, the Empress Dowager said a worker stole priceless jewelry and escaped the palace. Not to mention how a worker could escape from the heavily guarded palace. Even if it was really the Empress Dowager, she wouldn't make such a big fuss to find someone. Such wasteful and costly actions are not good for her image." Liang Rurong felt worried and asked, "Could this be related to Bai Jixin?" Actually, Mu Sihing also suspected this. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why the Empress Dowager was so aggressive. Liang Rurong liked Bai Jixin very much and definitely wouldn't let her fall into the Empress Dowager's hands. Whether the person the Empress Dowager is after is Bai Jixin or not, Liang Rurong decided to prepare early. He turned around and told Huaishi to help him tidy up a clean room. Looking at Mu Sihing, Liang Rurong said with concern, "I want to bring Bai Jixin to the clinic and give her a new look." Mu Ziheng frowned slightly and thought carefully before saying, "That's possible. Rather than hiding her outside and attracting suspicion, it's better to keep her close and change her identity. But the situation is still unclear. When you bring Bai Jixin here, you must take care of yourself. I will send more people." Mu Ziheng was worried about Liang Rurong's safety. Liang Rurong shook his head gently and said, "If the Empress Dowager is really after Bai Jixin, then we can't add more people, or it will raise suspicion." Huaishi had already cleaned the room. Liang Rurong looked at Mu Ziheng and said, "Please take care of bringing Bai Jixin here." Moci acted quickly and decisively. He nodded and then turned to leave the medical clinic. Liang Rurong watched his back disappear and sighed. He knew Moci was probably worried about him, which was why he came to check on him. Liang Rurong propped his chin with one hand, seeming to think deeply. After a while, he stood up and entered a space. The most important thing now was to make a human skin mask for Bai Jixin. Fortunately, Liang Rurong had a good memory. He used his memory of Bai Jixin's features and approximate size to craft a very realistic human skin mask. "Huaishi, tell my parents I won't be coming home today," Liang Rurong said as Huaishi was about to leave. "Just say there's a serious problem at the clinic." Liang Rurong sat inside, carefully carving the mask, aiming for perfection. He didn't want anyone to notice anything suspicious later. After applying the final layer of color to the mask, Liang Rurong heard the clinic's door open. He turned around cautiously. It was Moci bringing Bai Jixin dressed as a man. Bai Jixin saw Liang Rurong and immediately showed a happy expression. He hurried over, grabbing Liang Rurong's hand and asking, "Sister, are they trying to catch me?" Liang Rurong patted Bai Jixin's hand gently, signaling him to stay calm. "We don't know what's really happening yet. Don't be too scared. We will protect you." Hearing Liang Rurong use we, Moci's usually calm face showed a faint smile. After comforting Bai Jixin, Liang Rurong took out the mask he had made for him. "If those people are really after you, we need to be prepared," he said. He marked the mask on Bai Jixin's face to check the size, then started applying glue. Because the mask was made from a material similar to silicone and was very elastic, it only needed glue at the edges and some corners of the face. Once attached, it would be perfect. Bai Jixin had played with masks before, but no matter how well made those masks were, none felt as comfortable as the one Liang Rurong was now giving him. Bai Jixin only felt Liang Rurong gently press a few times on her face before saying, "All right, take a look." Liang Rurong held a mirror that clearly reflected Bai Jixin's current appearance. Looking at the unfamiliar person in the mirror, Bai Jixin couldn't help but gasp. She carefully examined herself in the mirror. She couldn't find any flaws. Even when she touched her face, it felt like real skin, warm and soft. The only problem was that Bai Jixin's skin was very fair, but the mask's color was a bit dull and yellowish. "I asked Huaishi to prepare a bath for you. You can soak in it to change your skin tone," Liang Rurong said thoughtfully. She had thought of everything. Musai looked at Bai Jixin, who was about to soak in the bath with Huaishi, and suddenly asked, "Does the princess have any birthmarks or scars?" Bai Jixin shook her head. Liang Rurong and Musai exchanged a quick look, instantly understanding what Musai was thinking. If Bai Jixin had any marks or scars, they would find a way to remove them. If she didn't, they would add fake ones. This way, they could be sure of everything. After Bai Jixin finished her herbal bath, she changed into a new dress and came before Liang Rurong and Musai. Seeing the refreshed Bai Jixin, both Liang Rurong and Musai were very pleased. "Tomorrow, I will prepare a different voice for you to slightly change your tone," Liang Rurong said. She had thought of everything. Even if the Empress Dowager's people came to search for Bai Jixin, they wouldn't be afraid. After making all these arrangements, Liang Rurong faintly heard the midnight bell. It was already so late. She turned to Musai and said, "It's getting late. Prince, please go back." Although Musai wanted to stay a little longer, the timing was not right. She looked at Liang Rurong and reminded her, "All right, rest early. I will come back tomorrow if there is any news." Liang Rurong had already thought of what kind of identity to create for Bai Jixin. Since she had left the city today, some villagers must have seen her. She could say that the new, disguised by Jixin, was someone she found outside the city. Her parents still needed a close maid to serve her, so she used this as an excuse, which was quite good. However, she knew she had to keep this secret from Lord Liang and Zhao Xuanyang. After discussing the excuse with Bai Jixin, Liang Rurong took her home. Originally, Liang Rurong hadn't returned all night, and Lord Liang and Zhao Xuanyang were worried. They waited at the door after breakfast. When Liang Rurong finally came back, they sighed in relief and saw a small, thin girl following her. Zhao Xuanyang thought of Liang Rurong's past and asked with concern, "Where did this child come from?" Liang Rurong explained, "Yesterday, I went to the neighboring village to find someone and saw her fainting on the road. I rescued her because she was an orphan and very pitiful. I plan to have her stay with my parents to serve." Zhao Xuanyang nodded, her eyes showing more pity for Bai Jixin. Liang Rurong took Bai Jixin into a room, closed the door, and held her hand, saying, "I made you pretend to be a maid. Sorry for the trouble." Bai Jixin shook her head casually and smiled. "My life was saved by you. If you hadn't, I wouldn't have had the chance to be a maid." Liang Rurong looked at the princess, who was clearly loved and cared for, but now had to serve here. She felt a little sad. She couldn't help but reach out and pat Bai Jixin's head, saying, "From today, you must forget the name Bai Jixin." Her expression was serious. They kept Bai Jixin because it might help the prince, Batty. Once the crown prince ascended the throne, Mutsiue and others could get Batty's support, increasing their chances against the Empress Dowager. Sometimes, taking risks was worth it to achieve something. Bai Jixin nodded seriously and said, "I understand. From now on, I will be called Liang Ruliu." Bai Jixin, no, now she should be called Liang Ruliu, looked at Liang Rurong with firm determination. While Liang Rurong and Bai Jixin were talking, Liang Rurong heard voices outside the door. "What are you all doing, officials?" Her heart skipped a beat. She glanced at Liang Ruliu and went outside. Outside, Lord Liang saw some officials swaggering in the yard, protecting Zhao Xuanyang behind them. "We are here to search for the fugitive under orders from above." One of the leaders pushed Liang Dashan aside, considering him a hindrance. Liang Rurong felt angry inside. She was about to use a flying needle to the man's acupoint when she heard him shout in surprise, and he was suddenly thrown out. The officer in charge struggled to stand up, cursing loudly. "Who dares to kick me?" Liang Rurong turned to look and saw Mutsiue's eyes filled with anger, staring coldly at the officer. She said softly, "Your Majesty." Seeing that the visitor was the Regent King, the officer, who had looked proud like a peacock earlier, immediately knelt down, trembling like a quail. Mutsiue approached Liang Dashan and asked, "Are you all right?" Liang Dashan glanced at the officer and showed concern in his eyes. Yesterday, they saw people searching various homes, but those searches were polite. Why are they so fierce and aggressive here? The Regent King, seeing that Liang Dashan was unharmed, turned around with his hands behind his back and looked at the officers with a mysterious smile. "Who taught you to search ordinary people's homes like this?" The ancestors had set rules long ago. The country's foundation is the people. We must treat the common folk kindly. Such rough house searches and pushing ordinary people are unacceptable. If those above find out, at least 50 lashes would be the punishment. The officer in charge broke out in cold sweat. All the officers knelt before Mutsiue, begging him to spare them. Mutsiue only glanced coldly and said, "Since you have a task, do your job well. Don't let it get out that I favor any family." His words made the officers breathe a little easier. But although Mutsiue said this, they dared not continue to search recklessly. After checking a few rooms, they humbly came before Mutsiue and said, "The search is complete. We will go elsewhere now." Just as they were about to leave, the officer in charge finally saw Liang Rurong's behind, standing next to Liang Ruliu. Before searching a home, they usually had a list of household members. This Liang Ruliu seemed not to be on the list. Seeing the officer's doubtful look, Liang Rurong stepped forward and calmly said, "Are you asking about my maid?" The official instinctively glanced at Mutsiue, noticing that his expression remained unchanged. He then smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes. But it's not that I doubt. It's just that there's a new face, afraid that Mutsiwa might get angry, the official explained further. Yesterday, I went out of town to the neighboring village to find someone. I met this girl. Her family had a misfortune, and she came to stay with relatives, but then mountain bandits robbed her. She was thrown onto the small road outside the city gate and hit her head, losing her memory of the past, Liang Rurong said calmly. Several officials stared intently at Liang Rurong, as if trying to see through her face. Liang Rurong tugged on Liang Rurong's sleeve and sniffled. "Miss, I'm scared. Don't be afraid." Liang Rurong comforted her. This was what Liang Rurong had instructed. If those officials didn't let Liang Rurong's family go, she had to act scared. Ordinary women in such situations would naturally show fear. That was normal. The officials didn't seem to notice anything suspicious, but they still had doubts. They had orders to search Liang Rurong's family carefully, which must mean there was a reason. But right now, with the Regent King present, they had no proof. They could only leave reluctantly. Seeing the officials leave, Mutsiu didn't relax. Their tough attitude toward Liang Rurong's family definitely came from someone's orders. Mutsiu looked at Liang Rurong and said, "Come inside and talk." Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang watched anxiously as Mutsiu and the others walked away. "How is it? Is the Empress Dowager looking for Xiaolu?" Liang Rurong asked nervously as she closed the door. Mutsiu shook his head slightly and replied, "The message says they're after a fugitive from another country." That's what the message said, but both Mutsiu and Liang Rurong knew the truth. The Empress Dowager's big show probably was aimed at Liang Rurong. Otherwise, how could those officials suspect Liang Rurong, who had changed her appearance? If it were discussed outside, most people would think the fugitive was a man. Liang Rurong still felt a bit scared and unconsciously tightened her grip on Liang Rurong's hand. Seeing her fear, Liang Rurong turned and gently patted her hand, softly saying, "Don't worry. The mask I made is so good that no one can recognize me. This mask now covers Liang Rulia's face, and no one knows better than her how realistic it looks." With Liang Rurong's comfort, Liang Rulia's mood finally eased a little. Musi looked at Liang Ruliu and sternly warned, "Whenever and wherever, if anyone asks, you must insist that you have lost your memory." Liang Rulia nodded. She knew that Musi and Liang Rurong were not obligated to save her. Now that she was hiding in Liang Rurong's house, Liang Rurong was taking a big risk. She definitely wouldn't cause trouble for Liang Rurong again. Compared to the Empress's investigation, Liang Rurong was more worried about Liang Rulia's health. She opened her mouth to say something, but just then, loud noises came from outside. Liang Rurong clearly heard Lu's voice. She frowned and pushed the door open. Lu was there with Liang Xiyu, and it was unclear what they were doing. At this moment, Deshan looked at Lu with a worried expression and said, "Our roamer isn't even married yet." Lu, standing with her hands on her hips, confidently replied, "Now it's Xiyu's turn to get married, and she's marrying a noble person. You need to give some money for her dowry. That's a blessing for your family." Hearing this, Liang Rurong understood what Lu and Liang Xiyu were here for. She sneered and stepped forward. "I didn't know there was a tradition of sisters giving dowries to their older sisters." Lu thought Liang Rurong was probably at the clinic, so she dared to come. But unexpectedly, Liang Rurong suddenly appeared from the room nearby. Lu shrank back, but then she remembered something and straightened up again. "I told you earlier, giving some money for Xiyu's dowry will bring you good fortune in the future." Liang Xiyu, who hadn't even married yet, seemed to have already taken her brother-in-law's family's wealth. Liang Xiyu stood behind Lu and softly said, "My dear sister, please help me this once." Since Liang Xiyu was from a wealthy family, if her dowry wasn't generous, she might be criticized later. So she urged Lu to ask Liang Rurong's family for some money. Lu was hesitant at first, especially since Liang Rurong had recently wanted to chase them away. Liang Rurong was also unlikely to want to be the unwelcome burden. "You know, my second uncle's family is very soft-hearted. If we take advantage of my sister not being here and ask them, there might be a chance," she said. Liang Xiyu was holding Lu's hand, watching her hesitate. She grew anxious. She quickly said, "When I marry into Zhou Fu's family, what's a little money? At most, We'll say it's a loan and pay it back later.
Lu thought this made some sense.
Seeing Lu's hesitation soften, Liang Xiu continued, if I marry properly, I will be in charge. I am well respected, and in the future, I can also help my aunt find a good match. Lu usually cared most for Liang Dachun and Liang Bao. Now, her biggest worry was Liang Bao's marriage. Liang Xiu's words hit her right in the heart. So, she clenched her teeth and stomped her foot, then hurriedly went with Liang Xiu to Liang Rurong's yard. This time, she didn't start yelling right away. Instead, she told Liang Dachun she wanted to borrow some silver to help Liang Xiu with her dowry. Liang Dachun, having seen through his mother over time, felt very disappointed. He used the excuse that Liang Rurong hadn't married yet and needed money for her dowry to refuse Lu. That's why Liang Rurong heard the conversation just now. Helping or not helping is really about courtesy and duty. From a duty perspective, it's normal not to help. But if we talk about kindness, Liang Rurong looked coldly at Lu and Liang Xiu, as if questioning what kindness they were talking about. Lu knew Liang Rurong was hard to deal with, so she turned her head and pressed her son again, saying, you carry the blood of our old Liang family. If you won't help with this small matter, who are you being loyal to? Heartless wolf, seeing Liang Dachun remain unmoved, Lu sat down heavily on the ground, slapped her legs, and cried out loud, you all are my children I raised with great effort. Now that you have money, you look down on us poor relatives. I almost died giving birth to you. Her words deeply hurt Liang Dachun's feelings. Liang Rurong knew this was Liang Dachun's weakness. She spoke first before he could, saying, back then we already separated in the village. Our bond was broken and later we signed to end all relations. The books are still there and the connection to Shingen is gone. So what do you mean by calling us relatives now? Hearing this, Lu's stomach was filled with anger. If it weren't for that little girl encouraging Liang Dachun to split the family, Lu might still have some control over him through blood ties. Now Liang Xiu has married Zhou Fu, gaining some influence. Even Mu Tsiue has to show Zhou Fu some respect. This gave Lu some confidence. She rushed forward to slap Liang Rurong. But Mu Tsiue was quick and pulled Liang Rurong to his side. Liang Rurong was caught off guard, her steps faltered, and she nearly fell into Mu Tsiue's arms. The familiar smell made her mind go blank for a moment. Next to her, Liang Ruli saw Liang Rurong almost being bullied by Lu and felt upset. She stepped forward to ask, what right do you have to hit her, young lady? Lu saw the new face calling Liang Rurong, young lady, and her eyes flashed with anger as she shouted, well, you poor girl, you can't pay me, but you can afford to hire others to serve you. Liang Rurong pulled Liang Ruli back to her side. She looked at Lu and said, Xiao Lu is a girl I rescued. I didn't spend much money, and Xiao Lu is the one I want to stay and serve my parents. Lu grew angrier the more she thought about it, feeling increasingly unfair. She saw a tea set on a stone table in the yard and suddenly became furious. She rushed to the table, grabbed a teacup, and threw it at Liang Dachun and the others. Liang Dachun and the others, being a bit younger than Lu, reacted faster and narrowly dodged. The teacup didn't hit Liang Dachun, it shattered on the ground. But at some point, more people arrived in their yard. The teacup just happened to land at someone's feet. A daring person, a slender voice said. Mu Tsiue recognized the voice as somewhat familiar and looked over. It was a Pallas, who usually flattered the Empress Dowager. Mu Tsiue saw a flicker in his eyes and felt a bad premonition. Lady Lu did not recognize who the was. She curled her lip and said, where did this strange, neither man nor woman thing come from? This clearly reached everyone's ears. The S face changed. He glanced at Lady Lu, then shouted, recently, the city has been catching fugitives. Seeing this old woman, I find her suspicious. Come, take her away. As soon as he finished speaking, several attendants stepped forward and seized Lady Lu. Lady Lu realized she had offended the wrong person. She turned pale with fear and couldn't even speak a word to defend herself. Seeing this, Lady Liang Xiu smiled sweetly and walked over to the, saying, This kind sir is confused and not acting on purpose. Unexpectedly, the looked at Lady Liang Shiyu, waved his hand, and said, "Ask her to plead for her? Seems they are familiar. Take her too." Before Lady Liang Shiyu could call out, she and Lady Lu were pushed down by the attendants. Lady Liang Rurong frowned and looked at the. She was not upset about him taking Lady Liang Shiyu and Lady Lu away. She was upset because people from the palace had come to her house for no reason. When something seems strange, there must be a problem. Mu Sai stepped forward. When they saw him, he immediately greeted warmly. "Long live the prince." Mu Sai waved his hand and asked, "What are you here for?" They smiled and answered, "We are carrying out the Empress Dowager's orders. Lady Liang's divine doctor will enter the palace tomorrow." Everyone present felt a shiver in their hearts when they heard this. Lady Liang Rurong remained calm, nodded, and said, "Please go ahead with your task." Her calm attitude pleased the very much. He nodded happily, bowed to Mu Sai, then turned and left. As for Lady Liang Shiyu and Lady Lu, they each received 5 strikes. 5 strikes may not sound like much, but they were delivered by strong adult men with great force. Lady Lu was almost at her limit. She wailed loudly, no longer caring who was around. "This Lady Liang Rurong. It's all because of her, that I ended up like this. When I die, I won't let her go." Hearing Lady Lu's curses, they found it strange. They were clearly family members, even grandmother and granddaughter. Why was their relationship so bad? Thinking about the Empress Dowager's words, "I must report any unusual happenings in Liang Rurong's family." They waved his hand, signaling the attendants to take Lu and Liang Shiyu away. Liang Rurong was curious and a bit confused when she saw Lu and Liang Shiyu being taken away. Mu Sai said that there was someone loyal to the Empress Dowager. So, perhaps the actions reflect the Empress Dowager's intentions. Why did the Empress Dowager take Lu and Liang Shiyu away? "I will send someone to find out," Mu Sai said, knowing Liang Rurong's doubts. He thought Liang Shiyu and Lu might suffer a bit, but surprisingly, they returned during dinner, brought back by people close to the Empress Dowager. Seeing Lu and Liang Shiyu looking so proud, Liang Rurong felt even more strange. Liang Zizhong asked Lu eagerly, "What happened?" Lu glanced at Liang Rurong and deliberately raised her voice, showing off. "The Empress Dowager said she felt like she knew me right away and talked with me for a long time. She knows our little Yu is going to marry Zhou Fuqing and even gave us many good things." She said this loudly for Liang Rurong to hear. Since Liang Rurong's personality changed so much, Lu had suffered a lot from her. Now, with the Empress Dowager's favor, Lu felt very happy. Even if Lu knows Mu Sai is the regent king, so what? Isn't the emperor the ruler of the world? Even the emperor should respect the Empress Dowager. Now, she has a connection with the Empress Dowager. In the future, she won't have to fear that little troublemaker Liang Rurong. Thinking of the Empress Dowager's instructions, Lu didn't say anything more. Liang Zizhong looked excited. Maybe he was too excited, or for some reason his face turned red as he pulled Lu and Liang Shiyu into the house. Liang Rurong could often hear laughter coming from their room. As for what Lu said, the Empress Dowager felt she was very close to Lu, but Liang Rurong and Mu Sai didn't believe a word. Could someone like the Empress Dowager really look up to Lu? This matter must be complicated. The sky is getting late. "I will go back first," Mu Sai said, lowering his voice and bending down. "I will send someone to investigate this matter." Liang Rurong nodded. Late returning, Liang Dachuan heard that Lu and Liang Shiyu had spent the whole afternoon chatting with the Empress Dowager inside the palace. The Empress Dowager also gave them many rewards, and he almost fainted from excitement. Good. Our family is finally turning a corner," Liang Dachuan said happily, clapping his hands. Lu snorted softly and said, "The Empress Dowager said that from now on, I just need to report daily to her about what Liang Rurong has done, and you'll surely rise in the world." It turns out the Empress Dowager guessed what had happened between Liang Rurong and Lu after hearing the report. This family must have some disagreements. Moreover, Lu is currently living with Liang Rurong. This is practically heaven sent for her to watch over Liang Rurong and Mu Siue. Lu, a simple village woman, is very naive. She can be easily dismissed with trivial things. That's why the Empress Dowager kept Lu and Liang Shiyu in the palace to chat, just to see if Lu and Liang Shiyu could be useful. With the Empress Dowager's support, Lu and her people have changed their attitude from the previous politeness towards Liang Rurong's family. When my son becomes a high official, I will make those ingrates regret it. Lu deliberately spoke loudly to Wu outside the courtyard. The phrase, a little person achieving success, was practically written on her forehead. But Liang Rurong had no mind to argue with Lu at this moment. She instructed Liang Rurong, just stay by my parents' side. Don't pay attention to others. The Empress Dowager summoned her to the palace for a reason. Even if Liang Rurong knew this was a trap, she had to go. Looking at the red walls and green tiles outside the carriage, Liang Rurong frowned. Led by she arrived at the Empress Dowager's palace. The Empress Dowager was sitting in the main hall, slowly sipping tea. When she saw Liang Rurong, she put down her teacup and raised an eyebrow. It seemed she was about to give her a warning. Liang Rurong calmly bowed and asked, "May I know what the Empress Dowager has summoned me for?" The Empress Dowager snorted coldly and asked sharply, "How dare you, Liang Rurong? Do you know what crime you have committed?" Liang Rurong was startled. Could it be that her secret with Liang Rurong's sister has been discovered? She kept her head down and said quietly, "I do not know what crime I have committed. Please, Your Majesty, clarify." The Empress Dowager looked at Liang Rurong, who remained calm, and her expression darkened slightly. She turned to the nearby, who understood immediately, and stepped forward to speak. "A few days ago, someone saw you save a woman on the street. Do you know that woman is a spy from another country?" Liang Rurong raised her head, looking surprised, and said, I do not know." The scoffed disdainfully. "Are you trying to deceive the Empress Dowager? If you knew nothing, why did you save her?" Liang Rurong responded naturally, without any sign of guilt. "A doctor's duty is to help others. I saw that girl was about to die, so I just wanted to save her. So, Dr. Liang was simply doing her duty, saving lives and helping those in need," the Empress Dowager said with a hint of mockery. Liang Rurong nodded.
Yes.
"After I saved her, I went to change her bandages the next day, but she was gone." "In that case, I must have misunderstood you," the Empress Dowager said, switching the subject. "I heard you found a maid for your parents. Is that girl obedient? Or should I send someone from the palace to help you?" Liang Rurong understood that the Empress Dowager was suspicious of Liang Ruliu. "I happened to meet her while I was out on a medical visit yesterday. She is from a poor family, so I took her in as a maid for my parents." The Empress Dowager had already heard the story from others. She had sent people to investigate and confirmed that many villagers could testify that Liang Rurong had gone to a nearby village for her medical work yesterday. But the Empress Dowager still felt something was off. All of this seemed too coincidental. However, Liang Rurong's behavior since entering the palace had been flawless, with no mistakes at all. Such a poor child. Hearing this makes me sad. "Bring her to the palace someday so I can see her," the Empress Dowager said, unwilling to let go of her suspicion. Liang Rurong smiled and agreed. Just as the Empress Dowager was about to ask more questions, a strange-looking hurried over. He knelt before the Empress Dowager, bowed twice, and said, "Your Majesty, something is wrong." The Emperor. He suddenly fainted. How could this happen? The Empress Dowager's hand trembled, nearly knocking over her teacup. Liang Rurong quickly said, "Perhaps I should go and check on him." Although the Empress Dowager didn't like Liang Rurong much, she still trusted her medical skills. "Go ahead, Your Majesty will be there soon," the Empress Dowager said, waving her hand. Liang Rurong followed to the outside of the Qingjin Hall. They pushed open the door and let Liang Rurong go inside. There was no chaos as she had expected. Instead, Mu Siue was standing inside a small room beside the hall, turning to look at her. Liang Rurong understood a little more. It seemed that Mu Siue and Mu Jingyu were worried she might be troubled in the Empress Dowager's palace, so they made up a reason to call her over. "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Prince!" Liang Rurong bowed politely as she approached. Seeing Liang Rurong's distant attitude in front of others, Mu Xiue's brows furrowed uncontrollably. Mu Jingyu looked at Liang Rurong and smiled. Is this our savior arriving just in time? Liang Rurong smiled and said, exactly on time. Mu Jingyu nodded, hiding his smile, and said, the Empress Dowager suspects you. She has no real evidence. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called me for questioning. If the Empress Dowager had even a little bit of proof, both she and Liang Rurong would be in prison now. By the way, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager said she was searching for fugitives, and just now she told me it was to find spies from a foreign country. Is that true? Liang Rurong asked. Mu Jingyu shook his head. The Empress Dowager's real goal is the princess. Liang Rurong wasn't surprised by this. If it had been a large-scale search for foreign spies, it wouldn't be as small and controlled as it is now. It seems the Empress Dowager has reached some agreement with the third Prince of Badi. Since Liang Rurong was currently in contact with Liang Rurong, the Emperor didn't plan to hide this matter from her. The only information he had was that in the land of Ba, the eldest and third princes were evenly matched. The second and fourth princes were either dead or injured. They could no longer participate in the power struggle. The mother of the third prince was once a noble consort before the previous emperor of Ba passed away, and her family was from a military family. From any perspective, the third prince had a better chance of winning. The person who was chasing Liang Rurong and Liang Rurong on the road was the third prince's bodyguard. However, the eldest prince had once been publicly declared by the previous emperor of Ba as the most promising heir. So, the court was divided into two factions. It sounds like the fighting over there has become very intense. Does that mean the eldest prince has a better chance of inheriting the throne? Liang Rurong guessed. If the third prince is stronger than the eldest, he wouldn't need to seek help from Shu country. After all, if someone from another country helps him become emperor, it would make the throne seem illegitimate.
Mu Qiu nodded.
In that case, we must not let the Empress Dowager succeed, but Liang Rurong still had doubts in her mind. At such a heated stage of the fight for the throne, why would the third prince still come to find Liang Rurliu? Does Liang Rurliu have something that is truly key to inheriting the throne? After returning home, Liang Rurong decided she must ask Liang Rurliu clearly. Such an important matter. Even if Liang Rurliu doesn't know everything, she shouldn't be completely unaware. The Empress Dowager sent a palace maid to ask Mu Jingyu about the situation. Seeing that Mu Jingyu was fine, the maid left. Mu Xiue took Liang Rurong home. Liang Rurliu had been waiting at home for Liang Rurong. When she saw Liang Rurong return safely, she finally relaxed. Big sister, you're finally back. I was so worried. Liang Rurong looked at Liang Rurliu and gently patted her head. Come, I have something to ask you. Seeing Liang Rurong's serious expression, Liang Rurliu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She said, Big sister, don't worry. You ask and I will answer. Liang Rurong saw that she had scared Liang Rurliu a bit and quickly comforted her. I'm just a bit curious. Don't be nervous. But Liang Rurliu still looked like she was on high alert. What's in you that your brothers must get? Liang Rurong asked directly, without beating around the bush. When Liang Rurliu heard this, her eyes showed a slight doubt, then seemed to remember something. If I say I have something that others don't, it would be a kind of writing I created with my father long ago. When she mentioned this, Liang Rurliu looked a bit embarrassed. Because it was something she made when she was a child, pestering her father to learn a kind of strange scribbled writing. Although she had once tried to have her brothers learn together with their father, they were very busy studying many things. Besides their father, no one else played around with her. The former king of Badi played with her first, and later, she even created some characters that looked quite proper. This character was named Star Character by the former king of Badi, seriously, meaning a character created by stars. When she talked about the past, tears appeared in Liang Rurliu's eyes. Liang Rurliu and Mu Xiue listened quietly without interrupting her or asking about the star character. Only after Liang Rurliu felt sad enough did she wipe her tears and shyly say, Sorry, I went off topic. I think the only thing I and my father understand is this. Mu Xiue looked thoughtful and asked, Does your father often write with that character? Liang Rurliu nodded. Sometimes, When I get angry at my biological father, he writes apology letters using the star character and asks his personal guard to deliver them to me. Hearing this, Liang Rurong's nose tingled with emotion. A noble king personally writes apology letters to his daughter, using a character invented by her. It shows how much Liang Ruliu was loved during her time in Badi. What's more, Liang Ruliu was never arrogant. She knew her current status and what might happen, so she never acted like a princess of Badi. Whatever Liang Rurong and Mu Tsiua asked her to do, she did without causing trouble. If she hadn't been like this, Liang Rurong wouldn't have helped her. Mu Tsiua stroked his chin thoughtfully. Since the former king of Badi loved Liang Ruliu so much, the people in the palace probably knew about the star character. Therefore, the former king of Badi used this character to write something very important, which made the crown prince want to let Liang Ruliu escape, and the third prince definitely wanted to find her. Liang Rurong patted Liang Ruliu's head and said, "All right, I understand." Liang Rurong and Mu Tsiua went to one side. "I need to report this to the emperor. It will be hard for you these days," Mu Tsiua said with a hint of worry in his tone. Liang Rurong nodded gently, reassuring Mu Tsiua not to worry about her. After Mu Tsiua left, Liang Rurong also went to the medical clinic. Liang Ruliu stayed at home, keeping company with Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang. Zhao Xunyang saw that Liang Ruliu was young and didn't want to make her work too hard, so she did many things herself. When Liang Ruliu saw Zhao Xunyang pouring water, she quickly stepped forward and said, "Madam, let me do it." Zhao Xunyang looked at Liang Ruliu's innocent face and remembered Liang Ruliu's background that Liang Rurong had told her. She felt a little sad. "It's hard for you to do everything alone," Zhao Xunyang said. Liang Ruliu's mother died giving birth to her. Although she was cared for by a nurse and many palace servants since she was young, none of them was her real mother. There were differences in status. The nurse truly cared for her, but that care still had a servant-master distance. Liang Ruliu looked at Zhao Xunyang and felt the warmth of a mother's love for the first time. Her eyes turned red. "Good child, are you missing home?" Zhao Xunyang hugged Liang Ruliu. Liang Ruliu leaned into her mother's arms and closed her eyes. Hua Yi watched curiously as Liang Rurong held a clear bag and a syringe, comparing and fiddling with them. "Master, what are you doing?" Hua Yi asked. Liang Rurong snapped back to her senses and said to Hua Yi, "I found a way to temporarily suppress Xiao Lu's poison." Liang Rurong didn't know exactly what poison was in Liang Ruliu, only that it was moving in her blood. So she decided to draw blood and exchange it. Coincidentally, Liang Rurong and Liang Ruliu had the same blood type. Hua Yi nodded vaguely. "I don't quite understand." Liang Rurong smiled and patted Hua Yi's head. Just as they were having a peaceful moment, Yan Yun came in and said, "Master, the man who lost his leg can get out of bed now." Liang Rurong nodded, stood up, and went with Yan Yun to a small room in the backyard. The first to come out was the wife of the man who had his leg cut off. She was crying and holding her nose, about to kneel before Liang Rurong. "Thank you, divine Dr. Liang. My husband has finally woken up." Her tone was full of excitement. Liang Rurong helped her up and nodded. "It's just a small favor." Then she looked at the man inside the room. "Thank you for saving him, divine doctor." The man tried to get up, but Liang Rurong stopped him. She told him to lie down properly. "Rest well and recover. That is the best way to thank me." The man's face was full of gratitude towards Liang Rurong. He knew how painful his legs had been at that moment. If Liang Rurong hadn't saved him, and if his leg hadn't been cut off, he might have lost his life now. Liang Rurong was talking to a man about what to watch out for in daily life when Yan Yun suddenly burst in. "Master, there's a seriously injured person outside." Yan Yun looked worried, with some blood on his hand. Liang Rurong immediately rushed outside upon hearing this. Inside the hall, there was a man lying down with shallow breathing. Seeing the fresh blood flowing from his body, Liang Rurong told Huai Shi, "Go get some gauze and hemostatic medicine." The man's wound was on his stomach, but he was lying face down. Liang Rurong bent down to turn him over. The moment Liang Rurong approached, the man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were fierce and full of killing intent. In an instant, He grabbed Liang Rurong's neck. "Master!" Yen Yun and Huai Shi were shocked and shouted, ready to rush forward. Liang Rurong quickly raised her hand. "Don't move." The man's reaction was completely instinctive. Now, Huai Shi and Yen Yun coming closer would only make him more agitated. Liang Rurong endured the choking pain, pinched a nerve on his hand, and with a little force, the man loosened his grip. In an instant, Liang Rurong turned around and struck him with a hand knife, knocking him out. "Take him to the back courtyard," she said. The man's stomach was badly injured. Judging from the wound, it was likely caused by a thin sword or similar weapon. The wound was deep, passing straight through from his stomach to his back. Liang Rurong sighed and asked Huai Shi and Yen Yun to prepare things. Fortunately, the wound wasn't on a vital spot. Otherwise, even a divine being wouldn't be able to save him. Liang Rurong was so busy that she didn't even notice when Mu Tsiua arrived. Mu Tsiua stood quietly behind Liang Rurong, watching her care for the injured man. He felt a faint pang of envy in his heart and asked, "Do you need help?" Liang Rurong turned around and finally noticed Mu Tsiua. "You gave me a scare," she said, removing the stitches from the wound and covering it with sterile dressing. Mu Tsiua looked at Liang Rurong and said, "You always find such strange people." The man on the bed was muscular and strong, clearly a trained fighter. His build was slim, probably trained as an assassin. "Last time, I found a princess. This time, I found an assassin." Mu Sai silently smiled to himself. Liang Rurong glanced at the person whose breathing was gradually steady and said, "We can't just leave him to die." Liang Rurong remembered what she saw on his clothes earlier, so she handed a piece of cloth to Mu Sai. "Look at this." Zhao Shirong was skilled at embroidery. On this cloth, Liang Rurong saw a stitching style she had never seen Zhao Shirong use before. It didn't seem to be from Shu country. Mu Sai immediately recognized that it was a special embroidery style unique to Ba. People from Shu rarely used this kind of fabric. Since fabrics from other countries are usually more expensive, only wealthy families in Shu would use such material. But even wealthy martial families wouldn't learn the skills of an assassin. Most likely, this person came from Ba. People from Ba, Mu Sai frowned and said, "Could he be sent by the third prince to hunt down Liang Rurong?" Liang Rurong immediately thought of this possibility. Mu Sai shook his head, his expression uncertain. After a moment he said, "This is very important. We can't let this person go easily. Go get a leather rope," Mu Sai ordered Huan Shi. Liang Rurong looked puzzled. "You want to tie him up?" "Since he's brought here by Dad, and he's a martial artist, we need to be extra careful," Mu Sai explained. Mu Sai took the rope from Huan Shi and secured the unconscious man to 4 pillars beside the bed. They all stood nearby, waiting for him to wake up. Days passed, and finally, the man on the bed made a faint sound. 4 pairs of eyes looked at him intently. When Wenxi opened his eyes, he saw a strange place and immediately became alert. "Where is this? Who are you?" Liang Rurong stepped forward. Seeing Wenxi's healthy complexion and cautious eyes, she finally relaxed a little. "I thought you wouldn't make it," she said. Wenxi lowered his head and saw that his injuries had been treated, but his limbs were still. He coldly looked at the man and woman in front of him and asked, "What do you mean?" Next to him, Huai Shi heard Wenxi's rude questioning and said unhappily, "My master saved your life. You didn't even thank him." "You're very rude." Liang Rurong raised her hand, signaling Huai Shi to stop talking. Mu Sai and Wenxi looked at each other. "From your appearance and clothes, you don't seem to be from our Shu country. Are you from Ba?" Mu Sai asked. Wenxi remained silent in response. Mu Sai was not worried and continued slowly, "The style and patterns of your clothes are not for ordinary people. You are from the Ba Royal Palace." This time, Mu Sai's tone was no longer a question but a statement of fact. Suddenly, Mu Sai sensed a killing intent from Wenxi. "Are you someone from the Crown Prince's group?"
Muche je probed.
Seeing a flash of surprise in Wenxi's eyes, Mu Sai confirmed his guess. Wenxi must be someone from the Crown Prince. "Is the Crown Prince here to find Liang Rurong?" Seeing Wenxi remain silent, Mu Sai sternly said, "A person from another country, unless related to Butterfly, would be thrown into prison. What is your mission? When Si frowned, looked at Musai, and asked, Who are you? Musai, with his hands behind his back and a cold look, replied, Friend or foe, it's a matter of a moment. When Si understood that Musai was giving him a chance, he came to Shu to find the princess and protect her, so she wouldn't be found by the third prince's people. The man in front of him looked extraordinary, either wealthy or noble. When Si remembered that the people of the third prince had already reached an agreement with the royal family of Shu, he definitely couldn't trust Musai. Musai raised his eyebrows and said, I work in the palace. If you really need help, I can assist you. He said this deliberately. If he was one of the third prince's men, he would believe him a little. But unexpectedly, when Si's caution grew even more and a murderous intent appeared. Sure enough, he was one of the crown prince's people. You're from the crown prince's group, Musai said confidently. When Si simply said, as if facing death bravely, Kill me or cut me as you wish, Musai shook his head and looked at Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong raised her hand and fed a pill into Wen Si's mouth. Wen Si wanted to spit it out, but the medicine dissolved instantly and slipped down his throat. He glared at Liang Rurong angrily. What did you give me? Liang Rurong ignored him. She turned to Yan Yun and said, Go to my house, bring Xiao Luer here. Just say I am busy at the clinic and need her help. Liang Rurong knew about Wen Si's situation. When Yan Yun came to find her, she immediately put down what she was doing and followed her. When Si saw the woman who had just left bring another woman back. When the door opened, sunlight shone behind Liang Rurong's back, and for a moment, Wen Si thought she was a princess. But Liang Rurong was wearing a mask made by Liang Rurong herself, hiding her face completely, and she looked very different from their princess. Wen Si didn't understand what Liang Rurong and Musai meant. Liang Rurong looked at Liang Rurong and said, Xiao Luer, come here. Liang Rurong replied obediently, Coming, sister. Hearing Liang Rurong call her sister, Wen Si was stunned. He looked at her completely unfamiliar face and tentatively called out, Your Highness. Liang Rurong hadn't heard anyone call her that in a long time. She instinctively took a step back. Although a mask can change a person's appearance, it can't change their eyes or expressions. Seeing Liang Rurong's reaction, Wen Si confidently called out again, Your Highness. The Crown Prince asked me to find you. Liang Rurong looked at Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong nodded. She had just given Wen Si medicine, which would cause him to die instantly if he tried to fight. Liang Rurong stepped forward and said to Wen Si, I have never seen you before. I am Wen Si, the leader of the Crown Prince's shadow guards. Wen Si finally revealed his identity. Liang Rurong was stunned.
Musai frowned.
The leader of the shadow guards had appeared. Could it be that there was no one left around the Crown Prince? Liang Rurong also thought of this and asked nervously, What happened to the Crown Prince? Wen Si's eyes flashed with sadness, but it was quickly hidden. The Crown Prince is now under house arrest, Wen Si said softly. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, the situation in Batdi changed so much. Liang Ruliu's tears suddenly flowed, and she knelt on the ground. Wen Si looked at Mu Tsiue. It was probably a signal for Mu Tsiue and the others to loosen his bonds. Mu Tsiue picked up a dagger nearby and cut the ropes on Wen Si. Wen Si knelt at Liang Ruliu's feet, lowering his head. The Crown Prince asked me to protect the princess, and I will never return to Batdi in this life. Liang Ruliu cried uncontrollably, throwing herself into the arms of Wei Shi and Yan Yun. Liang Ruliu stepped forward and said, You can't use your martial skills now, or you will die. After we finish asking, I will give you the antidote. Wen Si guessed that Liang Ruliu had saved him, and probably also saved Liang Ruliu. Without hesitation, he nodded. You say the Crown Prince is under house arrest. Why is it called house arrest? The third prince wouldn't be unwilling to kill his own brother, right? Liang Ruliu asked. Wen Si glanced at Liang Ruliu, hesitated, and said, Actually, I can't escape from Batdi. This caused both Mu Tsiue and Liang Ruliu to change their expressions. There must be a reason. As the leader of the Shadow Guards, Wen Si was the most skilled. Under no circumstances should he be allowed to live. Wen Si said, The third prince is the one who sent me to find the princess. The third prince knew that the crown prince was deeply loved by the shadow guards, and Wen Si would definitely not watch helplessly as the crown prince was under house arrest. If it was just about killing the crown prince, Wen Si would follow the crown prince's orders to protect the princess. But the crown prince being under house arrest was a humiliation, and Wen Si would not ignore it. As the third prince guessed, Wen Si came to find Liang Ruliu hoping she could save the crown prince. The third prince once told his subordinates that he must stay alive for Liang Ruliu. "Must I stay alive?" Liang Ruliu asked, confused. Liang Ruliu guessed it was related to the star character. Wen Si shook his head. "I don't know the details, but I heard the crown prince say that the former emperor once sent troops to suppress bandits. The bandits had a treasure site, known only to the former emperor, who drew a treasure map." Liang Ruliu understood and asked, "Are the words on it only understandable by the former emperor and the princess?" Wen Si's eyes lit up, and he nodded. That treasure map was probably written with the star character, right? No wonder the crown prince wants to send away Liang Ruliu. No wonder the third prince refuses to let go of Princess Liang Ruliu. That treasure. I remember father said it contains a special martial art manual. If we get it, we could be invincible in the world, Liang Ruliu said. So Liang Ruliu also knew about it. Liang Ruong looked at Liang Ruliu. So, you know the treasure exists. Liang Ruliu nodded, then shook her head. But I never thought that I was being chased because of a treasure. As a princess who has lived in the palace for a long time, Liang Ruliu naturally didn't know that the idea of being invincible in the world is very tempting for a man, especially someone who wants to be a ruler. So she never expected that her being chased was related to the emperor's treasure. Liang Ruong looked at Mu Tsiue. Mu Tsiue's pupils trembled slightly, seeming to be interested in the so-called invincible martial art manual. But Liang Ruong cared about something else. Liang Ruong asked Wen Si, "Do you know if the princess has poison on her?" Wen Si's eyes showed shock. "The princess is poisoned. It seems he doesn't know. At least Wen Si doesn't know. She must have been fed poison since birth. It's not deadly now, but she's close to the lethal dose," Liang Ruong said. Hearing this, Wen Si was visibly shocked. He looked at Liang Ruliu and softly said, "The princess has suffered." Liang Ruliu shook her head, wiped her tears, and said, "I will go back with you. I want to save Crown Brother. Anyway, the third brother just wants to recognize that star character, so he probably won't hurt her life. She should go herself. When she arrives, she plans to have the third brother release the crown prince first, as a trade. Otherwise, she won't help the third brother." Hearing Liang Ruliu say this, Liang Ruong spoke up to stop her. No, Liang Ruliu knew Liang Ruong was worried about her. But the person under house arrest is her elder brother. Tears welled up in Liang Ruliu's eyes. "Sister, I know you're doing this for me, but he's my real brother. But if you go back, find the treasure for him. What if he betrays you? Will he really keep his promise and let the crown prince go?" Liang Ruong's tone was somewhat questioning, a bit aggressive. But she also hopes Liang Ruliu will think carefully and not act impulsively. Liang Ruliu realized her words were a bit harsh. She sighed and said, "Since you leave, no one but Wen Si can protect you." Mu Sai suddenly said, "Maybe there is room to change how we tell the story." Everyone in the room looked at Mu Sai. He simply said calmly, "Although the third prince only interacts with the Empress Dowager, what if we contact him first and say the princess is in our hands?" Wen Si frowned. "The third prince will definitely send someone to take the princess." "No, he won't be able to take her," Mu Sai said confidently. The power of that skill was too tempting. The third prince would likely make many concessions. Mu Sai firmly said, "Only we can send the princess back." Liang Ruliu also knew that it was best for Mu Sai to be the one to send the princess. "But what about the Empress Dowager?" Liang Ruliu asked, not believing she would easily give such an obvious good opportunity to Mu Sai. Mu Sai smirked slightly at her question. Didn't the Empress Dowager say she wanted to find a spy? Liang Ruliu and Mu Sai instantly understood Mu Sai's plan. "We hand over Wen Si. He is the spy," Mu Sai said, looking at Wen Si as if asking for his opinion. Wen Si immediately said without hesitation, "As long as it's for the crown prince and the princess, I will do anything." Liang Rulia looked worried. Liang Ruliu patted Liang Rulia's shoulder to comfort her and explained for Musai, once the Empress Dowager takes Wenxi, she will definitely send someone to tell the third prince. If they find the princess and instead find a man who kills the prince, even a fool would understand what that means. The third prince would realize the princess was not with the Empress Dowager. He would definitely try to contact Musai and the others. It's just that Wenxi will have to suffer a bit, Liang Rulia said, glancing at Wenxi. Wenxi immediately knelt on one knee. I am not afraid. I will discuss this matter with the emperor as soon as possible, Musai said. Seeing Musai ready to leave, Liang Rulia looked at the people behind him and hurried after him. Prince, wait a moment, Liang Rulia called after Musai. Musai turned around and looked at her with some confusion. If everything goes smoothly, I want to go with you, Liang Rurong said. Unsurprisingly, Mu Siue shook his head. This is very dangerous. You don't need to come. I want to help Xiao Luer get rid of the poison on her body, so I must go to Badi, Liang Rurong interrupted Mu Siue. Mu Siue looked at Liang Rurong's expression and suddenly hummed. You really care about her. His words carried a faint hint of sarcasm. Liang Rurong didn't hear clearly. Huh. Mu Siue cleared his throat and said, this matter still needs to be discussed with the emperor before I can decide. It's an important matter, and Mu Siue alone can't make the decision. Liang Rurong watched Mu Siue walk away, feeling a faint ripple in her heart. Mu Jingyu arrived as scheduled, following Mu Siue's message. After hearing Mu Siue explain everything, Mu Jingyu nodded slightly. So, going there is more beneficial than harmful for us. Mu Jingyu didn't have any particular worries about Mu Siue escorting Wenxi to Badi. It's just that the Empress Dowager's side is a bit tricky, and Pei frowned, looking a little troubled.
Mu Xiyu smiled.
It's not that difficult, just... Mu Jingyu's eyes lit up. Go ahead, speak freely. You need His Majesty to personally contact the third prince. As a king, privately contacting a prince from another country is a bit inappropriate. But patience is needed for bigger plans. Mu Jingyu waved his hand. It's a small matter. The third prince received Mu Jingyu's secret message and quickly responded. After learning that Mu Jingyu and Mu Siue had reached an agreement, Mu Siue went to Liang Rurong's house. Later, you'll have to play a part for me. Mu Siue told Liang Rurong the plan. Liang Rurong thought the plan was perfect. This is a big matter involving both lands. I don't mind a little inconvenience. She also remembered what she had told Mu Siue before. By the way, has the emperor agreed for me to go? Liang Rurong asked. The emperor naturally agreed, as Liang Rurong could also do some medical work along the way. But Mu Siue secretly didn't want Liang Rurong to go. The situation in Badi is uncertain. If I go, the care here will definitely be insufficient. If you go with me, who will take care of your parents? Musai's words made Liang Rurong hesitate. Liang Rurong had given up so much to ensure that Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang could live peacefully. After much thought, Liang Rurong sighed and said, You must be very careful. Seeing the concern in Liang Rurong's tone, Musai wanted to say something but only nodded. He decided to wait until he returned from Ba. Then I will go to the clinic and wait for you, Liang Rurong said. After seeing Musai off, she set out. Not long after the clinic's door opened, Musai led a group of soldiers inside. People nearby saw what was happening and came over to watch. Liang Rurong stood up and went to the door, locking eyes with Musai. Your Highness, what brings you to my clinic? Is there something urgent? Musai looked at Liang Rurong with a cold face and said nothing, just waved his hand. The soldiers began to search through Liang Rurong's clothes without hesitation. Unaware of what was happening, Huai Shi and Yan Yun came out and saw the scene, stunned. What are you doing? Huai Shi shouted. Yan Yun also tried to stop the soldiers, but was pushed to the ground. Liang Rurong helped Yan Yun up and looked coldly at the soldiers. They quickly moved to the backyard, where Wenxi, who was still recovering, was being carried out. Musai looked at Wenxi kneeling in front of the soldiers and turned his head to Liang Rurong. You hide a traitor from Ba. Do you have anything to say? Liang Rurong bit her lip. I was only treating a patient. I don't know his identity. Musai wanted to say more, but among the onlookers, some villagers spoke up for Liang Rurong. Yes, Dr. Liang always treats patients without asking about their background. We sometimes don't have silver, but Dr. Liang allows us to owe her. She would never hide a traitor. Please, officials, investigate carefully. Don't wrongly accuse Dr. Liang. The villagers kept talking in her favor. Seeing this, Mu Sai slightly curled his lips. Among the soldiers he brought, some were loyal to the Empress Dowager, so he had to pretend and have Liang Rurong taken away for questioning. Since the villagers believe you, we will wait for the investigation. If it turns out to be true that you are involved, I won't forgive you lightly, Mu Sai said, then turned and left. Liang Rurong watched Mu Tsiue and Wen Xi's figures from behind, showing a hint of worry in her eyes. The Empress Dowager looked displeased as she stared at Wen Xi, who was being held in the palace. She asked Mu Tsiue, "Didn't you say the spy was found at Dr. Liang's place?" The Empress Dowager was questioning why Mu Tsiue didn't bring Liang Rurong back. Mu Tsiue nodded slightly and bowed his hands. Replying to the Empress Dowager, Dr. Liang is a healer who saves lives. It's his duty. When we captured him, the common people gathered around and spoke in his favor. We could only bring the spy back first to question him. Hearing Mu Tsiue's words, the Empress Dowager's face darkened further. She is popular among the people. Her tone was cold. Mu Tsiue lowered his head, showing no emotion. All right, take her away for questioning. The Empress Dowager waved her hand, and someone took Wen Xi away. Throughout the process, Mu Jingyu said nothing. The situation was progressing smoothly as planned. Wen Xi's identity was exposed, but the whereabouts of the princess remained unknown. No matter how many tortures Wen Xi endured, he insisted he didn't know where the princess was. So, the third prince asked the Empress Dowager to hand Wen Xi over to him. The task of bringing Wen Xi back to Bati fell to Mu Tsiue. The Empress Dowager's confidant asked, "Your Majesty, the regent is from the Emperor's faction. Why do we have to give this matter to him?" The Empress Dowager smiled slightly. "The regent has left the palace, so the Emperor's influence is less. Besides, the mountains are high and the roads are far. If something unexpected happens on the way, who would know?" When she said this, her eyes gleamed with a sinister light. "Your Majesty is wise." Soon, the day for Mu Tsiue's departure arrived. Liang Rurong prepared some medicines, things for protection and detoxification, everything needed.
Keep these safe.
They might be useful on the road. Liang Rurong handed the medicines to Liang Ruliu, her face full of concern. Liang Ruliu stored the medicines, surprised. "So many?" Xuanqi and Yan Yun exchanged a smile. With so many medicines, they weren't just for Liang Ruliu alone. "Just keep them. You don't need to use them. What if someone else needs them?" Xuanqi grinned mischievously. Liang Rurong glanced at Xuanqi. Xuanqi stuck out her tongue and closed her mouth. "It's time to go." Lingfeng, the guard beside Mu Tsiue, came to pick up Liang Rurong. Mu Xiyi left through the side city gate because the Empress Dowager was watching closely. He didn't even have time to say goodbye to Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong looked at Lingfeng and nodded. "Go ahead." Liang Rurong hugged Liang Rulu. Liang Rulu reluctantly said goodbye to Liang Rurong. All day, Liang Rurong felt distracted and worried. When she returned home, Zhao Xunyang saw that Liang Rulu wasn't with her and asked worriedly, "Where's Luer?" Liang Rurong snapped back to herself, smiling as she pulled Zhao Xunyang. "Mother, are you only worried about Luer now? What about me?" Zhao Xunyang gently pinched Liang Rurong's cheek and said, "You're safe here, aren't you? Little Lu's family came to see us. Her grandfather is very sick, so they couldn't say goodbye," Liang Rurong explained with a reason. Earlier, Liang Rurong had asked Liang Rulu if she wanted to come say goodbye, but Liang Rulu was afraid she couldn't bear to leave, so she decided not to go. Zhao Xunyang looked disappointed but nodded. "All right, that's fine." Better to avoid sadness, Liang Rurong held Zhao Xunyang's hand and went into the room. During the days since Mu Xiyi left, Liang Rurong couldn't relax. She often stared into the distance, lost in thought. Yan Yun and Huai Shi knew this well. "Master, if you're tired, rest at home. If there's anything we can't handle, we'll come to find you," Yan Yun said as she approached Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong heard her voice and nodded slightly. It's okay. Just as she finished speaking, she heard a noise from the beam above her head. Who's there? Liang Rurong immediately stood up, tense and staring upward. A familiar voice responded. Liang Divine Doctor, it's me. Liang Rurong signaled Huai Shi with her eyes to close the door of the medical clinic. Ling Feng jumped down from the beam. Liang Divine Doctor, please save our lord. Hearing this, Liang Rurong's pupils widened. What happened? What's wrong with Mu Cie? Ling Feng's expression darkened. We just reached the border of Fengyan City when we were ambushed. The attacker was a child. The lord was caught off guard and was stabbed with a poison dagger. He's been unconscious for a day. Liang Rurong was deeply shocked. Without hesitation, she grabbed her medical kit and prepared to follow Ling Feng to find Mu Cie. Huai Shi, these past few days I posted a notice at the door saying that my parents are ill and I need to take care of them. Please tell my parents not to leave the house unless necessary and find a few strong guards to watch over my home. After giving these instructions, Liang Rurong left with Ling Feng. At this moment, she was even more worried about Mu Cie. Once Mu Cie is cured, she will come back. Ling Feng and Liang Rurong rode quickly and managed to reach the forest where Mu Cie was hiding within 2 days. Liang Ruli saw Liang Rurong arrive and immediately ran over, crying as she hugged her. Liang Rurong saw the doctor beside Mu Cie and asked, "Tell me in detail how the prince has been these past few days." After the prince was poisoned, Miss Liang gave him an antidote pill, which temporarily suppressed the poison, the doctor replied. Liang Rurong turned around, her eyes filled with gratitude, and looked at Liang Ruli. The doctor stepped aside to give her space. Liang Rurong looked at Mu Cie, who was pale and lying on a simple mat, and her heart ached. She pressed her lips together and placed her hand on Mu Cie's wrist. Everyone knew Liang Rurong's rules for treating the sick, so they quietly stepped back. Fortunately, Liang Ruli fed Mu Cie some medicine in time, or else. Tears welled up in Liang Rurong's eyes. After preparing the antidote, Liang Rurong asked Ling Feng to boil it while she stayed by Mu Cie's side, not leaving even a step. When the medicine was ready, Ling Feng tried to feed it to Mu Cie, but couldn't get it in. Liang Rurong looked at Mu Cie's almost colorless face and said to Ling Feng, "Let me do it." She took the bowl and suddenly drank a large mouthful of the medicine. Ling Feng immediately turned away, sensing what was happening. The bitter taste of the medicine spread in Liang Rurong's mouth. She bent down and aimed for Mu Cie's lips. After passing all the medicine into Mu Cie's mouth, her cracked, chapped lips finally looked a little rosier. Liang Rurong continued to feed Mu Cie the medicine, one mouthful at a time. She took a deep breath, blushing, and approached Ling Feng, who was pretending to be deaf and mute, handing him the bowl. "Please don't tell the prince about this," she said awkwardly. Ling Feng took the bowl silently and looked down without saying a word. After taking Liang Rurong's medicine, Mu Cie finally looked much better. At last, when Liang Rurong fed him the 3rd dose, Mu Cie opened his eyes. Facing Liang Rurong, who was pressed close to his face, Mu Cie momentarily thought he was dreaming. Why would she come here? Mu Cie closed his eyes again, feeling the warmth on his lips. That's good. If it's a dream, it's the best one he's had in years. When Liang Rurong finished feeding him the medicine and was about to leave, Ling Feng came over. "Dr. Liang, you've been working hard these days. I'll stay with the prince." "You haven't slept all night." Hearing Ling Feng's voice, Mu Cie realized this was not a dream. Was it really Liang Rurong feeding him mouth to mouth just now? He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Liang Rurong was turned away from him, but Ling Feng saw clearly. "Your Highness." "You're awake," Ling Feng said happily. Liang Rurong turned around, looked at Ling Feng helping Mu Cie up, and her eyes warmed. She looked away. Mu Cie took a deep breath, stared at Liang Rurong, and couldn't help but smile.
Why?
"Why did you come?" Liang Rurong walked over, glanced at Ling Feng, and said, "If I didn't come, you might have died outside without knowing." There was a hint of blame in her words. Mu Cie lowered his head and smiled. "I'm fine. Now that I'm here, you definitely won't be in danger." Liang Rurong checked Mutsiue's pulse again to confirm his health, finally feeling completely at ease. Mutsiue relaxed and realized it wasn't the time for reminiscing with Liang Rurong. He looked at Ling Feng. Was the assassin caught? Ling Feng knelt and apologized. I'm sorry, I failed. The assassin escaped. Mutsiue closed his eyes and said calmly, It's not your fault. Training a child to be an assassin. Who would think of such a cruel method? The Empress Dowager managing to find someone to try to kill me shows she still respects me.
Muciu sneered coldly.
Should we tell the Emperor about this? Ling Feng asked cautiously. Mutsiue raised his hand. No need. The Emperor is now with the Empress Dowager, and his situation is already difficult. Don't add to his worries. Besides, the assassin succeeded, and the Empress Dowager might think I am already dead. Liang Rurong, hearing Mutsiue's words, asked in surprise, Did the Empress Dowager send someone? Mutsiue raised an eyebrow, as if to say, What's the surprise? The Empress Dowager has wanted to kill me for quite some time, Mutsiue said, raising his hand for Ling Feng to help him get out of bed. After lying in bed for a few days, Mutsiue's steps still felt unsteady, almost causing him to fall. Liang Rurong instinctively reached out to help but stopped herself. Mutsiue noticed Liang Rurong's small action and just smiled without saying anything. But if you die, how will the third prince explain it? Liang Rurong asked. Mutsiue looked into the distance and said, Just send someone to deliver when see. As for the third prince, whether he cooperates with us or with the Empress Dowager, it makes no difference to him. Originally, the third prince directly approached the Empress Dowager, which shows he is aware of the situation in Shu. It seems there are indeed spies within the imperial city. Has my poison been cured? Mutsiue suddenly asked Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong nodded. Just a bit weak. Remember to take the medicine I gave you every day. Liang Rurong also explained the medicine and how to take it to Ling Feng.
Muciu nodded.
When do you plan to leave? Liang Rurong thought Mutsiue would find an excuse to stay a few more days, but unexpectedly, he asked when she would leave. Immediately, Liang Rurong felt a bit upset. Could it be that Mutsiue has come to his senses? A faint pain spread in her heart. She said stubbornly, I've been curing your poison these past 2 days. Today, I will stay with Xiao Luer, but tomorrow I will leave early. Noticing Liang Rurong's tone of unhappiness, Mutsiue did not immediately come for her. Watching Liang Rurong's figure leave, Ling Feng asked confusedly, Prince, aren't you fond of Dr. Liang? Why not keeping her here? Mutsiue curled his lips, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Playing hard to get, Ling Feng suddenly understood. When Liang Rurong found Liang Riliu was changing Wenxi's dressing. Seeing Wenxi covered in wounds, Liang Rurong pushed aside the frustration she felt from Mutsiue and hurriedly treated Wenxi's injuries. Wenxi struggled, wanting to thank Liang Rurong. Lie down properly, don't move around, Liang Rurong scolded sharply. Liang Riliu told Wenxi, Just listen to your sister. She is skilled in medicine, and you'll get better soon. Having experienced Liang Rurong's medical skills, Wenxi naturally had no doubts. Until Liang Rurong finished changing Wenxi's medicine, Liang Lu quietly leaned over and whispered, Sister, you seem a little angry. Unexpectedly, Liang Lu noticed. Before Liang Rurong could answer, Liang Lu continued, When you weren't here before the prince fainted, he specifically told us not to tell you. Liang Rurong turned her head and looked in the direction of Mutsiheng. A strange feeling filled her heart that she couldn't quite describe. Once you enter Badi, you can take off your mask, Liang Rurong said, turning the topic. Liang Lu saw that Liang Rurong didn't want to talk about Mutsiheng, so she nodded and said, Yes, but I like the face you gave me. Liang Rurong smiled, reached out, and patted Liang Lu's head. That evening, everyone gathered around the campfire, preparing to eat dinner. Because the situation was special, even Mutsiheng sat on the ground with everyone, eating the plain rations in his hand. Liang Rurong arrived a bit late and found only one empty seat beside Mutsiheng. She had no choice but to sit down. As soon as she sat, Liang Rurong heard Mutsiheng's voice, very soft. Only she and Mutsiheng could hear. Ling Feng said that after I fainted, I couldn't even drink water. How did you manage to feed me medicine? Mu Ziheng's words made Liang Rurong startle. Did he find out? Liang Rurong looked at Mu Ziheng. Under the flickering firelight, Mu Ziheng's delicate features looked almost like a fairy. Liang Rurong quickly turned her head. I'm a professional doctor. Of course I have my ways. Seeing Liang Rurong stubbornly deny it, with her ears slightly red, Mu Ziheng didn't press further. He just wanted to know that Liang Rurong didn't completely forget about him. He was willing to wait patiently for everything else. After dinner, Mu Ziheng stopped Liang Rurong, who was about to sleep with Liang Lu, and said, Tomorrow, I will ask Ling Feng to take you back. Liang Rurong paused but didn't turn around. No need. I remember there's a city ahead. I'll go with you. I'll find a carriage in the city and come back. Don't waste your time on me. That city was a necessary stop on their journey to Badi. Mu Ziheng didn't say anything. Liang Rurong felt surprised when she looked back and saw that Mu Sai was gone. She suddenly felt angry and stomped her foot, then climbed into Liang Ruliu's tent. She was happy to sleep with Liang Ruliu. She kept talking excitedly, but Liang Rurong was getting sleepy. Suddenly, she heard Liang Ruliu ask, Big sister, why aren't you with the Regent King? Liang Rurong immediately lost her sleepiness. Did he ask you to ask that? Liang Rurong asked. Liang Ruliu shook her head. I can tell you like each other, but it seems like Big Sister has been avoiding the prince. The prince respects and admires you, and he doesn't force you. Liang Rurong was silent for a long time. Then she said, If being with someone could put your family in danger and that person might be pressured because of their weakness, what would you choose? Liang Ruliu blinked. Is there no way to have both? Not for now. Liang Ruliu sighed and understood. Then I guess I have to give up love and stay with my family so I won't become a burden to him. Liang Rurong smiled faintly. But giving up is really hard, Liang Ruliu said again. My father once said that true love means letting go when you love deeply. Liang Rurong remained silent. Liang Ruliu thought Liang Rurong had fallen asleep and didn't say anything more. Outside the tent, Mu Sai stood with his hands behind his back. When he heard the silence inside, he turned and left. Liang Rurong wanted to go on the carriage with the attendants, but was told there was no space left. The prince's carriage is spacious. Lady Liang, you should go there, a young servant said with a smile. Liang Rurong looked at Mu Sai's carriage, pursing her lips. Mu Sai wasn't surprised that Liang Rurong was in his carriage. He put down his book and said, You haven't thanked me for saving you. If someone said that to her, Liang Rurong would have politely said it was no trouble. But hearing Mu Sai say that made her feel uncomfortable inside. No, it's your own choice to distance yourself from him. Why are you throwing a tantrum now? Liang Rurong advised herself silently. The carriage headed toward Xiangqing and arrived by evening. She wanted to get off directly, but Mu Sai stopped her. Let Ling Feng and the others go ahead into the city to explore. The last group of assassins didn't see my body, so the Empress Dowager won't give up easily. Mu Ziheng said coldly. Perhaps there are still assassins waiting for Mu Ziheng in this city. Ling Feng led his people to check the city and confirmed there were no traps. Mu Ziheng's people split into several groups and stayed in different inns. One reason was to stay low-key, the other was to confuse anyone watching in secret. I'll leave early tomorrow morning, Liang Rurong said to Mu Ziheng after settling in. Mu Ziheng didn't reply. He just looked quietly at Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong felt uncomfortable and turned to leave. Do you always give everyone medicine like that? Mu Ziheng suddenly asked. Liang Rurong froze completely and quickly turned back. She was surprised she didn't realize when Mu Ziheng had woken up. And she had just told Mu Ziheng how she fed him medicine. Her face instantly turned red. There's a good stable right next to the inn, Mu Ziheng said, avoiding the topic. Liang Rurong clenched her teeth and looked at Mu Ziheng's back. No matter how she thought about it, she believed he was doing it on purpose. Mu Ziheng booked a room for himself and one for Liang Rurong, both of the best quality. Liang Rurong was really tired these days. Just as she was about to take a bath, she noticed the window in the room was broken. She called the young waiter who was bringing her bathwater. Please help me change to another room, or fix this window. The waiter looked back and saw the hole in the window, apologizing repeatedly. But all the top-quality rooms were booked, so they probably couldn't change rooms right now. Mu Tsiue heard sounds outside the door that seemed to be Liang Rurong, and he pushed the door open to check. "What's wrong?" Mu Tsiue frowned at the waiter. The waiter briefly explained what had just happened. Mu Tsiue looked at Liang Rurong. She looked very tired and couldn't handle more trouble. "No need to make things complicated. You can sleep in my room," Mu Tsiue said to Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong rubbed her eyes and nodded in agreement. Late at night, Liang Rurong was sleeping soundly when suddenly, the window in her room was pushed open. A person dressed in dark clothes suddenly appeared in front of Liang Rurong's bed. The knife in his hand reflected cold light under the moon. He raised his hand to strike at Liang Rurong, who was sleeping. At that moment, the cold gleam of the knife reflected into Liang Rurong's eyes. She sensed danger. When the knife was about to hit her head, she quickly turned aside. The attack missed. Liang Rurong grabbed a packet of powder from beside her pillow and threw it at the attacker's face. He let out a sharp scream and stepped back. Seizing the chance, Liang Rurong jumped out of the window, trying to escape. But unexpectedly, the attacker endured the pain in his eyes and caught her by her hair. Liang Rurong struggled desperately. "Let me go. Who are you? Why are you trying to hurt me?" She kept fighting and took out a silver needle from her clothes, stabbing at the attacker's pressure points. The attacker's hand went numb, and he released her. Liang Rurong finally reached the door and pushed it open. However, her action angered the assassin. He swung his knife and slashed fiercely at Liang Rurong. She, with her back to the attacker, couldn't dodge in time. She thought she might die here today. Unexpectedly, Mu Tsiue's voice suddenly rang out from somewhere, and he protected her in his arms. Liang Rurong heard Mu Tsiue grunt and the sound of clothes and skin being cut. She looked up in shock. Mu Tsiue, still weak from recent poisoning recovery, had just been stabbed again and was now extremely exhausted. The attacker was about to strike a second when Ling Feng and his team arrived, kicking the attacker off the third floor. Liang Rurong no longer cared about the attacker. She knelt beside Mu Tsiue, looking at the blood on him, trying to steady her mind. Mu Tsiue, Liang Rurong checked his breathing, which was very weak. Mu Tsiue had lost consciousness and was in a coma. If he wasn't treated soon, his life could be in danger. "Help! Someone help!" Liang Rurong shouted desperately. Ling Feng was ordering someone to tie up the assassin when he heard Liang Rurong shout. He immediately used light skills to rush over to their side. Seeing Mu Tsiue lying in a pool of blood, Ling Feng was shocked and frightened. How did this happen? The assassin was not very skilled in martial arts, so how could he have injured the prince so badly? "He was saving me. Quickly, carry him to the bed," Liang Rurong said. Ling Feng carefully carried the unconscious Mu Tsiue onto the bed. Under Liang Rurong's guidance, he removed Mu Tsiue's clothes. There was a deep scar, almost exposing the bone, across Mu Tsiue's back. The scar nearly ran across his entire back. Liang Rurong trembled as she bandaged Mu Tsiue's wound. Ling Feng admired Liang Rurong a lot. In such a situation, she remained so calm while treating Mu Tsiue's injuries. But soon, Ling Feng saw tears in Liang Rurong's eyes. "Dr. Liang." Ling Feng wanted to say something, but he realized Liang Rurong was ignoring him. After a while, Liang Rurong finally said to Ling Feng, "I need to treat the prince's injuries." Her tone clearly indicated she was dismissing him. When Liang Rurong finished treating Mu Tsiue's wounds, it was already dawn. Ling Feng waited outside all night. Only when Liang Rurong pushed open the door did he hurriedly ask, "How is the prince?" "He's temporarily out of danger," Liang Rurong said with an unprecedented coldness in her voice. Ling Feng was stunned to hear that. "Where is the assassin?" Liang Rurong turned and asked. "He was locked in my room last night," Ling Feng replied. Liang Rurong nodded and said, "Send someone to guard the door of the prince's room. No one is allowed in except me." Ling Feng instinctively followed her instructions. He stood guard at the door, not moving an inch. When he entered the room, Liang Rurong saw the person who had tried to attack last night, and his face was still covered with the powder Liang Rurong had sprinkled on him. That powder made his eyes and face itch all night, causing him great pain. Liang Rurong approached him coldly and looked at him, saying, "Do you want the antidote?" His eyes were now blind, but he could tell that this was the woman he had mistaken for Mu Tsiue last night. The assassin's mouth was also gagged, so he could only nod or shake his head. Seeing him shake his head, Liang Rurong sneered coldly. "You have quite some backbone." While speaking, Liang Rurong walked up to him and lifted his face. "I want to see how brave you are." After saying that, Liang Rurong tore off the cloth in the assassin's mouth and quickly shoved a pill into his mouth. The assassin tried to spit out the pill, but it was too late. As the pill dissolved in his mouth, a burning sensation spread from his stomach to his lungs. Liang Rurong turned to the person beside him and said, "Watch him. Don't let him die. This effect would last for half an hour and then stop for 10 minutes. It gives the assassin time to think clearly." Liang Rurong left Ling Feng's room and immediately met Liang Ruliu. They had agreed to meet in the guest house next to the inn this morning after parting yesterday. Liang Ruliu waited and waited but didn't see Liang Rurong, so they went upstairs worried to check. "Big sister, what happened?" Liang Ruliu saw Ling Feng standing alert outside Mu Tsiue's room and knew something was wrong. Liang Rurong rubbed her forehead and told Liang Ruliu what had happened last night. "How could this happen?" "It's all my fault." Liang Ruliu felt guilty. Mu Tsiue was only attacked because they were escorting him back. "This isn't your fault." Liang Rurong patted Liang Ruliu's shoulder. The Empress Dowager had been planning to get rid of Mu Tsiue for some time. Liang Rurong stayed in Mu Tsiue's room, watching him and the instruments around him closely. She was afraid that if she lost focus, Mu Tsiue might miss the best chance for treatment. He hadn't woken up even by midnight. Liang Rurong felt very anxious inside. "Dr. Liang," Ling Feng's voice came from outside the door. "The assassin has been caught." Liang Rurong looked at Mu Tsiue and said, "Come in." Ling Feng explained what the assassin had done, then had him sign and confirm the details, handing him over to Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong glanced at him and became very angry. The Empress Dowager was really determined to use this chance to harm Mu Tsiue, and she wouldn't give up. She had also arranged several groups of people waiting on the main road to Ba. "The Empress Dowager is really bold," Liang Rurong sneered, blaming Ling Feng. "Please take care of the outside matters these days." Liang Rurong turned around, sat by Mu Tsiheng's bed, and looked at him closely. She didn't even notice when Ling Feng left. Mu Tsiheng's face looked worse than before. Liang Rurong couldn't help but hold his hand tightly. She had never been so anxious before. She was afraid her medical skills might not save Mu Tsiheng. Fortunately, his breathing gradually became steadier, and he didn't develop a high fever or cold. Liang Rurong kept wiping his body with alcohol, hoping he would wake up soon. For 3 days, Mu Tsiheng showed no signs of waking. Liang Rurong looked visibly more tired each day. She had used many rare medicines from her space to help him. Mu Tsiheng was not in immediate danger, but the longer he stayed like this, the weaker his body became. Despite everyone's advice, Liang Rurong took care of him herself, refusing to leave. "Why aren't you waking up? Are you angry with me?" Looking into Mu Tsiheng's closed eyes, her heart felt heavy. She had never understood her feelings for him as clearly as she did now. "As long as you wake up, I will do anything," Liang Rurong whispered to herself.
"That
is what you said." Ronger, Liang Rurong's grip on the cloth suddenly loosened. She turned sharply and saw Mu Tsiheng's loving eyes. Tears welled up instantly, and she threw herself onto his bed. She wanted to hug Mu Tsiheng, but was afraid of hurting his wounds. Seeing Liang Rurong safe and sound, Mu Tsiheng felt relieved. He raised his hand, carefully touching her head. "Were what you just said true?" He didn't care about the assassin's identity or anything else. He just wanted to confirm if Liang Rurong's words were sincere. This time, Liang Rurong didn't avoid the question. She looked firmly at Mu Tsiheng and nodded. "I understand your worries, but I am not afraid of anything," Mu Tsiheng replied with determination. Their hands slowly clasped together. They sat quietly in the room, holding hands, neither speaking. Since their hearts are already connected, there is no need for many words. After a while, Liang Rurong softly said, This time, I will go with you. Since the Empress Dowager is still planning to harm Moot Siue behind their backs, Liang Rurong definitely won't let her succeed. What about the family at home? Moot Siue also understands Liang Rurong's concern. Liang Rurong smiled and said, Huaishi and Yanyan will take good care of my parents. These two girls are quick and clever, and she trusts them a lot. The journey will likely be full of hardships and dangers, and Moot Siue feels a bit worried. I'll be careful myself. You should. Moot Siue wanted to say something, but Liang Rurong interrupted. If you send me away this time, you might never find me again. Looking into Liang Rurong's eyes, Moot Siue's lips curved into a slight smile. Moot Siue recovers quickly, and with Liang Rurong's medicinal help, he was ready to leave on the third day after waking up. Why not rest a bit longer? Liang Rurong was somewhat dissatisfied. Moot Siue took Liang Rurong's hand and said, The third prince gave us a time limit. Otherwise, it would take a month or two, and the third prince wouldn't wait. We must arrive there within 2 months. Counting the days, it has already been half a month since Moot Siue set out. Liang Rurong sighed. At such times, she started to miss modern transportation. Worried about Moot Siue's back wound, Liang Rurong bought some plain jade and fabric before leaving. During the quiet ride, Liang Rurong was sewing with a needle and thread, seemingly doing something. Let's get off the carriage and rest. The bustling city is just ahead, Moot Siue said. This bustling city is as grand as its name suggests, extremely luxurious, second only to the imperial city and the most opulent place in Shu Kingdom. Liang Rurong focused on her embroidery, waving her hand at Moot Siue. You go ahead first. I'll get off soon. Seeing only Moot Siue get off, Liang Rurong's sister asked curiously, Why didn't your sister come down? Your sister has been embroidering something these past few days. Moot Siue replied calmly. In recent days, Liang Rurong had rarely spoken to Moot Siue besides changing her dressings. She was sitting there fiddling with fabrics. Is this really how it looks after just confirming their relationship? Mu Sai looked at the carriage, which still hadn't moved, and let out a soft hum. Finally, during the meal, Liang Rurong got out of the carriage. She was still holding a round, plump object. Here, this is for you. Liang Rurong handed the item to Mu Sai. He took it and realized it was something she had been embroidering these past few days. But the feel and appearance of the item were a bit strange. When you sit later, just put this behind you. It will support your waist and won't touch your wound, Liang Rurong said. It was a pillow-like thing, made based on a design used in hospitals for patients with back injuries. However, Liang Rurong's sewing skills weren't very good, and it took her several days to make a rough copy. Mu Sai held the pillow. Is this for me? What else would it be for? Liang Rurong looked at him. Probably only Mu Sai and his parents would make Liang Rurong willingly pick up needle and thread. All day, Mu Sai's lips kept curling into an uncontrollable smile. Your Highness, what is this? Ling Feng looked at the pillow Mu Sai was holding, feeling curious. Mu Sai glanced at Liang Rurong, who was talking to Liang Ruli nearby, and said, This was specially made for me by Ronger because she was worried about my wound. His tone carried a bit of pride. Indeed, love changes people. Even someone as cold as the Regent King, who appears icy outside, can have moments of warmth. With Liang Rurong's careful care along the way, Mu Sai's wound had started to scab and heal. When they entered Prosperous City, Mu Sai was already able to move more freely. The city lord of Prosperous City had always had a good relationship with Mu Sai. This was also one of the emperor's most important supporters. After all, Prosperous City was rich. Knowing Mu Sai was coming, City Lord Mu Xiaoai had been waiting at the city gate early. Liang Rurong lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw a colorful peacock standing outside the city gate from afar. Is that City Lord Mu Xiaoai? Liang Rurong's expression was a bit hard to describe. Mu Sai nodded. He usually likes to dress extravagantly. Liang Rurong silently lowered the curtain. This was more than just extravagance. Mo Xiaoai saw Mu Sai get off the carriage and immediately stepped forward to bow and greet him. Prince, long time no see. Just as Mo Xiaoai wanted to say more, he saw Liang Rurong jump down from the carriage. Mo Xiaoai's eyes widened. There are truly such beautiful women in the world. Liang Rurong was stunned in place. She was confident about her own looks. Indeed, she was very beautiful, but not enough to surprise Mo Xiaoai so much, right? When will you change your personality? Mu Sai said with a look of disdain, but his tone carried no real dislike. Since he was so close to Mu Sai, Mo Xiaoai must also have some special qualities. Liang Rurong smiled and greeted Mo Xiaoai. Hello, my name is Liang Rurong. Mo Xiaoai's eyes flicked around between Mu Sai and Liang Rurong. Prince has never had a woman around before, Mo Xiaoai said with a mischievous look. Mu Sai, expressionless, took Liang Rurong by the hand and said, How long do you plan to stand here? Oh, you're not happy now. Mo Xiaoai smiled and led Mu Sai and the others. Mo Xiaoai took them directly to his house. Before Mu Sai arrived, he had heard about the assassination attempt. Besides some household servants, Mo Xiaoai sent the other bot servants home to rest. Mo Xiaoai dressed extravagantly and lived in luxury. Honestly, even the palace's decorations weren't as lavish as here. His ancestors were truly founding heroes, and 3 generations were wealthy merchants. Mu Sai noticed Liang Rurong's puzzled look and softly explained. Hearing Mu Sai talking to Liang Rurong, Mo Xiaoai turned around and said, When I was young, I was a companion to Mo Xiaoai. No wonder their relationship was so close. Under the influence of the Empress Dowager's dominance in the palace, he dared to support Mu Sai. Mo Xiaoai pushed open a room decorated magnificently, then turned to Mu Sai and blinked. Do you need me to prepare another room for you? Liang Rurong clearly understood what Mo Xiaoai meant and blushed. Tease me again, and I might give you a spanking, Mu Sai said with a half-smile, looking at Mo Xiaoai. He remembered the fear he felt as a child when Mu Tsiue was in control. He quickly said, Come, please follow the regent princess here. After everyone settled down, they arrived at the dining hall. Looking at the table full of delicious dishes, everyone's stomachs started to growl. Although there was plenty of food on the way, it was mostly dry rations and not very refined. Since the situation is special, I called the chef to come to my house and prepare a meal for you. Consider it a welcome feast. Based on Mu Xiaoai's usual personality, she would have arranged a grand banquet at the best hotel in the city. But now it was not suitable to show off. While everyone was eating, a person dressed like a steward hurried in. Young mistress. Something's wrong. The steward looked anxious.
Mu Xiaoai frowned.
Why are you so panicked? Tell me, what's going on? The steward glanced at Mu Tsiue and the others nearby. Since I grew up with the Regent King, I am not an outsider, Mu Xiaoai said. The steward then lowered his head. There was an incident at the Blue and White Pavilion. Many people fell ill overnight. What? Mu Xiaoai slammed the table. From his expression, it was clear how important the Blue and White Pavilion was to him.
Eat first.
I will go and check, Mu Xiaoai said, about to leave. Mu Tsiue and Liang Rurong exchanged a look. Mu Tsiue stood up and said, Wait, we will go with you. Mu Xiaoai turned back without saying much. Liang Rurong and the others were left behind. Only Mu Tsiue and Liang Rurong followed. On the way, Mu Tsiue told Liang Rurong that the Blue and White Pavilion, although seeming like a place for entertainment, was actually a source of intelligence for Mu Xiaoai. No wonder Mu Xiaoai was so nervous. Before entering the Blue and White Pavilion, the servants at the door made Liang Rurong and the others wear cloths soaked in white atractalodes powder and vinegar. Seeing this precaution, Liang Rurong asked instinctively, Is this contagious? Everyone looked at Liang Rurong, hesitant to speak. Liang Rurong tied her cloth and followed Mu Tsiue and the others inside. The once luxurious and lively Blue and White Pavilion was now silent and gloomy. Mu Xiaoai checked each room for the sick, her eyes full of anger. What is really going on? Liang Rurong casually lifted the blanket of a woman and saw the blisters on her hand. Liang Rurong frowned. Liang Rurong immediately turned her head and saw Mu Tsiue also wanting to touch the patient. She quickly scolded, Everyone who is not sick, leave Qinghua Tower now. Quickly, the spread of chickenpox is not so simple. This approach is completely useless. Liang Rurong covered her mouth and, along with others, retreated outside the building. What exactly is going on? Mu Tsihui asked with a frown. It was rare to see Liang Rurong look so alert and cautious. Liang Rurong took a deep breath and asked, "Do you know about smallpox?" "But these are not symptoms of smallpox," said a person who seemed to be a doctor from Manhwa Tower. Liang Rurong looked over and said, "This is chickenpox, which is highly contagious. Although it is not as deadly as smallpox, we cannot ignore it." Hearing this, everyone in Manhwa Tower became a bit scared. Mu Xiaoai heard his trusted aide say something nearby. He stepped forward and looked at Mu Tsihui. "Can she talk to him further?" Mu Tsihui nodded. Mu Xiaoai dismissed the others and stood in front of Liang Rurong. He asked softly, "Can it be cured?" "Yes," Liang Rurong replied confidently. "Good," Mu Xiaoai said with gratitude in his eyes. "There is one person who must be cured quickly. She cannot die." Seeing the worry and panic in Mu Xiaoai's eyes, Liang Rurong became more curious about that person's identity. Mu Xiaoai took Liang Rurong to the back courtyard of Manhwa Tower. There was a small, elegant garden, very different from the style of Manhwa Tower. Mu Xiaoai pushed open the door. In an instant, Liang Rurong smelled a faint scent of camellia flowers inside the room. The male companion stepped to the bed and said in a deep voice, "Please, you must save her." On the bed lay a beautiful woman with a face flushed red. Her stunning face was covered with many spots of chickenpox.
It was clear she had been ill for some time.
Liang Rurong nodded and said to the others, "You all go out first. I will take a look." Mu Tsihui frowned. Don't worry, I will be fine," Liang Rurong said without hesitation and closed the door. She took medical masks and protective clothing from her space and wrapped herself up tightly. After examining her, Liang Rurong let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were no other inflammations. Liang Rurong gave the beauty an injection. Soon after, the beauty's flushed face returned to its usual fair complexion. Seeing this, Liang Rurong turned and left the room. When the door opened, Mu Xiaoai quickly stepped forward and asked, "How is she?" Liang Rurong nodded and said, "She will wake up in about 2 hours. Then I will go see her." Mu Xiaoai looked anxious and was about to rush into the room. But Liang Rurong stopped him firmly. "Water blisters are very contagious. Wait until she wakes up." Hearing this, Mu Xiaoai had no choice but to agree. After a moment, Mu Xiaoai remembered something and asked Liang Rurong, "Since water blisters can disfigure many people, do you think she might?" Liang Rurong thought for a moment and replied, "If you're worried, have someone gently tie her hands and feet so she can't scratch herself." Liang Rurong didn't expect Mu Xiaoai to care so much about the beauty inside. At first, Liang Rurong thought the beauty was someone close to Mu Xiaoai. But the tattoo between her collarbones revealed her identity. She was also a performer from Manhwa Tower. "Alright," Mu Xiaoai immediately ordered someone to bring soft silk to tie the beauty's hands and feet. Liang Rurong handed the prepared medicine to Mu Xiaoai and said, "She needs to take this 3 times a day. What about the others in Manhwa Tower?" Mu Xiaoai asked cautiously. When asking this, he also glanced at Mu Tsihui. The importance of Manhwa Tower to Mu Tsihui and the others was obvious. Liang Rurong thought for a moment and said, "It's fine. I will treat them." After expressing gratitude to Liang Rurong, Mu Xiaoai told them, "Thank you for making this trip. I have some other matters to attend to, so I will have someone send you back." Sitting in the carriage, Mu Tsihui, who had been silent all along, finally spoke softly, "What you did earlier was very dangerous." Liang Rurong was not too concerned. "As a healer, this is what I should do." Hearing Liang Rurong's words, Mu Tsihui felt strangely annoyed. Neither of them spoke again until they returned to Mu Xiaoai's residence. Liang Rurong was focused on figuring out how to make a special medicine that could help people recover quickly and didn't notice Mu Tsihui's mood. In the evening, Mu Xiaoai just returned, and Liang Rurong had just finished trying a medicine recipe. Knowing Liang Rurong hadn't slept, Mu Xiaoai sent someone to invite her to the main hall. "May I ask, how did Dr. Liang manage to make everyone at Manhwa Tower catch the water bloom disease in such a short time?" Mu Xiaoai's eyes looked a bit dark. Liang Rurong answered without hesitation, "Diet and water sources. As long as the water bloom patients ate and drank water with others, the disease would spread very quickly. But the first group of people at Manhwa Tower who got water bloom almost all showed symptoms at the same time. Mu Xiaoai frowned. That's simple. Liang Rurong picked up a water cup from the table nearby and held it to her lips. After I drink, I can give it to you. Isn't that sharing a cup of water? Mu Xiaoai's pupils shrank slightly. I see. Does the city lord mean someone is maliciously spreading water bloom at Manhwa Tower? Liang Rurong guessed. Mu Xiaoai nodded, but didn't say much. Liang Rurong was perceptive and didn't ask further. Instead, she said, I just prepared a medicine that works quickly. You can try it on the people at Manhwa Tower. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoai's previously furrowed brows finally relaxed a bit. He returned to his original playful manner. Thanks for your help, sister-in-law. Liang Rurong looked at Mu Xiaoai's cheerful face and shook her head helplessly. From afar, she saw Mu Sai standing at her door, seemingly waiting for her. What's wrong? Liang Rurong looked at Mu Sai with some confusion. Mu Sai glanced at Liang Rurong, then looked up at the sky. Do you think water bloom has anything to do with the Empress Dowager? Since Mu Sai asked this, he must have some suspicion. Liang Rurong also looked at the sky, staring at the bright moon. If that's the case, then we need to hurry even more. Mu Sai looked at Liang Rurong, as if asking why. For the sake of personal desires, disregarding so many people's lives, such a person doesn't deserve to be a ruler, Liang Rurong said firmly. Her words touched Mu Sai's heart. Today's events are thanks to you, Mu Sai said, opening his palm. In his hand was a hairpin. This time, Liang Rurong came so hurriedly that she didn't have time to tidy herself up. These days, I have been tying my hair with a cloth casually. Liang Rurong looked at the hairpin with a small movement in her heart and silently took it. The silver-white hairpin was placed in Liang Rurong's black hair, making her look very beautiful. Mu Sai's eyes were clear and bright. There is no need to thank us. The next day, Liang Rurong was awakened by crying. She opened the door and followed the sound of crying to the main gate of Mu Xiaoai's residence. At this moment, Mu Sai and Mu Xiaoai were both standing at the gate, accompanied by guards. Liang Rurong suddenly felt something was wrong, quickened her steps, and went to Mu Sai's side. Looking at the bodies covered with white cloth on the steps and the crying villagers, Liang Rurong was extremely shocked. What happened? The water bloom has spread, reaching the city, Mu Sai said heavily. This water bloom disease must be man-made. Mu Xiaoai told the people in the residence to comfort the villagers carefully, then returned to the hall with a grim face. How should we solve this now? Liang Rurong asked. Usually, those who have had close contact with water bloom patients are isolated, but this time there are too many people, so isolation is impossible, Mu Sai said with an unprecedented serious expression. Liang Rurong thought for a moment and said, I have a way. This method requires cooperation from Mu Sai and Mu Xiaoai. When they heard Liang Rurong had a plan, both Mu Xiaoai and Mu Sai looked over. Tell me about it. Let me give an analogy. Water bloom is a kind of poison. It becomes deadly because the body can't handle it. But what if the body can handle it? Liang Rurong asked. Mu Xiaoai was anxious. My good sister-in-law, stop with the riddles. Hearing Mu Xiaoai's title, Liang Rurong lowered her head and coughed softly before continuing. The simplest way to prevent someone from succumbing to poisoning is to prevent them from being poisoned in the first place. Mu Xiaoai seemed to understand but also didn't. Mu Sai, however, understood clearly. Just tell me what I need to do to cooperate. Have the servants spread the message that the city lord has also been infected with water bloom. Liang Rurong turned to Mu Xiaoai and said. Mu Xiaoai instinctively refused. No, if he fell ill, he wouldn't be able to handle city affairs. Given the current situation, chaos would quickly break out in the city. I will help you handle the city matters. You just listen to her. Mu Tsiua signaled to Mu Xiaoai, telling him to stay calm and patient. Liang Rurong continued, people who spread rumors just want to cause chaos. Why don't we stir things up a bit? When Liang Rurong said this, Mu Xiaoai's face changed slightly. First, catch the ringleader. If we can't find the person spreading rumors, even if I cure the people, it will only be a temporary fix. Liang Rurong's words made Mu Xiaoai fall silent. After thinking for a moment, Mu Xiaoai gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, I believe you, and I trust Mu Tsiue even more. Once everything was arranged, Liang Rurong gave Mu Xiaoai some medicine. When the medicine took effect, Mu Xiaoai's symptoms matched those caused by the rumors. As a doctor, Liang Rurong staying by Mu Xiaoai's side was very reasonable. While pretending to treat Mu Xiaoai, Liang Rurong also watched the people coming and going in his room. One person caught Liang Rurong's attention. He looked to be about 40 years old, and he kept walking to the door of Mu Xiaoai's room. Every time, his eyes were fixed directly on Mu Xiaoai's face, as if he was trying to confirm something. Excuse me, Liang Rurong called out when the man appeared again. The man remained calm, bowing slightly without panic and asked, Is there something you need, honored guest? Liang Rurong frowned slightly, showing concern, and said, I need to go prepare medicine for the city lord. You must watch over him and keep wiping his forehead with this water constantly. After giving the man some alcohol, Liang Rurong quickly left. Before leaving, she looked back at the city lord's roof. Ling Feng received the signal and was lying on the roof, observing Mu Xiaoai and the man. Liang Rurong was in the small kitchen, watching the medicine when a guard of Mu Tsiue hurried over. Master Ling asked me to tell you that the man took a bit of the city lord's blood. Liang Rurong indicated she understood. This man was definitely involved in spreading the rumors. Following Liang Rurong's instructions, Ling Feng kept a close eye on the man. Any sign of him leaving the city, and you must catch him immediately. Don't let him escape or get hurt. When Mu Tsiue returned home, it was already dinner time. He looked at Liang Rurong's dark circles under her eyes and quickly walked over. You've been too tired lately. Liang Rurong rubbed her eyes and shook her head. She told Mu Sai about what happened this afternoon.
Mu Xie frowned.
Is Ling Feng following him now? When he mentioned Ling Feng arrived. He descended lightly from the sky and stood in front of Mu Sai and Liang Rurong. Dr. Liang guessed right. He was about to leave the city and has been captured by my men. Liang Rurong glanced at Mu Sai. Find a room to lock him up and question him tomorrow morning, Mu Sai said. Since they already caught him, there was no need to rush. One night was enough to make the other person confused and lose their composure. Sure enough, after a night, without much torture, the person confessed everything clearly. His name was Wu Chong, and he was indeed Mu Xiaoai's household servant. However, recently his mother fell seriously ill with a water-related disease that was hard to cure. Suddenly, a mysterious person appeared, claiming they could cure his mother's illness, but the only condition was that Wu Chong help him with some tasks. So, the water-related disease at Qinghua Tower was spread by him. Liang Rurong nodded thoughtfully.
Mu Xie snorted coldly.
Did his mother get better? No, Ling Feng said with a hint of mockery in his voice. He was truly a fool. Make sure he explains clearly who the mysterious person is, Mu Sai said before standing up, planning to see Mu Xiaoai. The rat behind the scenes had already caught Mu Xiaoai, so there was no need to pretend to be sick anymore. Liang Rurong gave him an injection, and he recovered quickly. When the recovered Mu Xiaoai appeared before the people, everyone thought a bodhisattva had come, bringing a miracle. There's no bodhisattva. We should thank Dr. Liang, Mu Xiaoai said, pushing Liang Rurong forward. Liang Rurong proposed this plan, and its ultimate goal was also this. My remedy can prevent you all from being troubled by water-related diseases from now on, she said. After she spoke, the villagers whispered among themselves, some unable to believe it. Even Mu Xiaoai was a bit surprised. Water-related diseases had troubled people for ages, from ancient times to now, with no cure ever found. Could Liang Rurong really cure it? Mu Xiaoai looked at Mu Tsiue beside her, who appeared calm and confident, as if trusting Liang Rurong completely. Divine Dr. Liang, does this remedy you mentioned really work? A commoner asked bravely. Liang Rurong smiled and said, I wouldn't promise something I wasn't sure about. Then she turned and took a syringe and a small vial of chickenpox vaccine from her medical box. Everyone, I will test the medicine on myself first. After speaking, Liang Rurong rolled up her sleeve and injected the vaccine into her arm. Everyone gasped in surprise. They had never seen such a strange way of treatment before. Mu Tsiu's pupils slightly contracted. Liang Rurong hadn't discussed this with him beforehand. As she injected the vaccine into herself, the villagers began to believe what Liang Rurong said. This divine doctor used her medicine right in front of us, so it must be real. Yes, the city lord was also cured by her. Anyway, getting infected with water leaves scars all over. I might as well die. I'll try it first. Some brave people rolled up their sleeves, ready for Liang Rurong to give them the vaccine. Liang Rurong looked at the crowd and smiled, saying, one by one, the prosperous city was densely populated. Even though Liang Rurong had taught some servants in Mu Xiaoai's household how to give injections, she was busy every day and couldn't stop working. Liang Rurong looked at her sister Liang Rurong, who was busy every day, and felt a little worried. Sister, isn't it better to let other servants handle this? Liang Rurong shook her head. Some things must be done personally to prepare for the future. Hearing this, Liang Rurong felt confused. Only Liang Rurong knew she was secretly winning people's hearts. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it, Liang Rurong said with a smile, patting Liang Rurong's head. Well said. I didn't expect divine Dr. Liang, a woman, to say such surprising words. Mu Xiaoai's voice came from behind Liang Rurong and Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong turned and raised her eyebrows.
What?
Do you think women shouldn't understand these things? Although she knew that in ancient times, the idea of male dominance and female inferiority was unavoidable, Liang Rurong still felt uncomfortable inside. Mu Xiaoai quickly bowed and apologized, saying, I thought that Dr. Liang was only focused on medicine and didn't realize you had such deep insights into people's well-being. After speaking, Mu Xiaoai also gave a meaningful smile. No wonder the regent liked you, she said. Liang Rurong pressed her lips together and did not respond to Mu Xiaoai's words. She asked, Are you here just to tease me? Seeing this, Mu Xiaoai also put aside her playful attitude and bowed again to Liang Rurong.
Dr. Liang saved Vanea.
Wana wants to thank you personally for saving her and the people of the city. She cooked a good meal at Qinghua Tower and prepared fine wine and dishes. Please come to the banquet tonight. Wana was the beautiful girl Liang Rurong saw earlier in the small courtyard of Qinghua Tower. All right, I will go. Liang Rurong nodded. Besides vaccinating the people, Liang Rurong also helps treat some sick patients. Soon, Liang Rurong became well known. When people came to thank her, Liang Rurong only said, I am a doctor working for the regent. If you want to thank someone, thank the regent. This was part of Liang Rurong's plan. Some things cannot be avoided. Instead of running away, it's better to face and solve them directly. That night, Liang Rurong and Mu Tsiu set out together and arrived at Qinghua Tower. Tonight, Qinghua Tower was not open to the public. Inside the large building, only a beautiful woman in red sat. When Li Jiwan saw Liang Rurong arrive, she quickly stood up and bowed. Waner thanks Dr. Liang for saving her life. Liang Rurong helped Li Jiwan up and said, It was the city lord who asked me to save you. Hearing this, Li Jiwan's face flushed with a pink hue, and she couldn't help but smile. All right, sit down and talk, Mu Xiaoai said happily, pulling out chairs for Mu Tsiu and Liang Rurong. Mu Tsiu sat down and looked at Mu Xiaoai, saying, Your problem has been solved. We need to prepare to leave tomorrow. Even when she heard this, she looked surprised and asked, So soon? Are you okay now? I'm fine. It's just that I have urgent matters, so I can't delay, Mu Tsiu replied. Mo Xiaoai sighed helplessly and said, All right, since that's the case, let's consider this meal a gift to you. Li Jiwan poured fine wine for Mo Xiaoai and Mo Tsiu. Just as she was about to pour wine for Liang Rurong, she heard Mo Tsiu say, She doesn't drink alcohol. Li Jiwan then put down the wine pot and looked at Liang Rurong with a slight apology. Mo Xiaoai and Mo Tsiu drank wine and chatted together. Li Jiwan leaned close to Liang Rurong's ear and whispered with a teasing smile, The prince cares a lot about you. Hearing the playful tone in Li Jiwan's voice, Liang Rurong instinctively glanced at Mo Tsiu. Coincidentally, Mo Tsiu was also looking at Liang Rurong, and their gazes met. After the meal, both Mo Tsiu and Mo Xiaoai were a bit drunk. Mo Xiaowai hugged Mo Tsiu's waist and slurred, "When you marry Dr. Liang, you must tell me." I will definitely come." Seeing that Mo Tsiu didn't respond for a while, Mo Xiaowai became anxious. "Are you not willing to invite me?" Mo Tsiu finally spoke slowly. Annoying. Li Jiwan could tell that Mo Tsiu was already drunk. Watching Ling Feng help Mo Tsiu back to his room, Liang Rurong called out, "Wait." Ling Feng turned around and saw Liang Rurong take out a small medicine bottle from her. "Give this to the prince to take before he sleeps, or he'll have a headache tomorrow." Ling Feng took the medicine and helped Mo Tsiu back to his room. Liang Rurong stood in the courtyard, looking up at the bright moon and starry sky. Although she had been a bit tired lately, life was not dangerous. She still liked it here. Just as Liang Rurong was about to go back to rest, she suddenly heard a strange noise coming from the flower bushes behind her. "Who's there?" Liang Rurong immediately pinched a silver needle and walked toward the sound. The person couldn't dodge the sword, so they drew a long sword from their waist and swung it at Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong was prepared. She sidestepped and also inserted the silver needle into the person's acupoint. Ling Feng heard the noise outside and immediately rushed out. He only saw a black shadow disappear into the night sky. "Sorry I was late," Lin Feng said, standing in front of Liang Rurong with a look of self-blame. Liang Rurong looked at the direction where the person disappeared and said to him, "Don't worry, he can't run far. Go and chase him." Earlier, Liang Rurong had inserted a silver needle into that person's special acupuncture point. As soon as that person used their internal energy, within 10 minutes, their whole body would go numb and they wouldn't be able to move. Liang Rurong originally planned to wait inside the yard for Ling Feng and the others to return, but then she heard noises coming from Mu Tsiu's room. Worried that it might be an accomplice of the person earlier, she immediately rushed inside. She didn't expect Mu Tsiu to want to drink water, but missed his target. "Why are you here?" Mu Tsiu's head was still a bit dizzy. Liang Rurong briefly explained what had happened earlier, then helped Mu Tsiu sit back on the bed. Mu Tsiu wanted to stand up and see if they had caught the person. But as soon as he stood, he started to sway and almost fell over. It seemed Mu Tsiu was still feeling the effects of the alcohol. Liang Rurong took a bottle of medicine from the nearby table, which she had given to Ling Feng earlier, and poured out a few hangover pills into her hand. "Here, take these and you'll feel better." Liang Rurong held her palm out to Mu Tsiu. Mu Tsiu stared at her hand for a long time, then suddenly leaned in and brought his tongue close to her palm. Before Liang Rurong could react, Mu Tsiu quickly swallowed the pills from her hand. Although his tongue didn't touch her skin, Liang Rurong quickly withdrew her hand. "Your Highness, you're drunk." Liang Rurong turned and left the room. Liang Rurong stood in the courtyard, feeling very confused. She looked at her palm until Ling Feng appeared. "Dr. Liang, the person collapsed among the flowers and has been captured by our people." Ling Feng waved his hand, and the guards brought the person over. Liang Rurong looked at the masked person, took out a pill, and handed it to Ling Feng. "This is the same one given to Wu Chang. If he's stubborn, give him this again." She then took out another blue pill. Ling Feng took the pill and left with his men. Just as Liang Rurong was about to leave, she heard Mu Tsiu's voice. "Wait." Liang Rurong paused. "You're still drunk. Rest early." After speaking, Liang Rurong no longer paid attention to what Mu Sai was saying behind her. Mu Sai looked at Liang Rurong's hurried back and showed a faint smile. The next day, Mu Xiaowai found out about what happened last night and rushed into Mu Sai's room crying loudly. "My brother, my dear brother, are you okay?" Mu Xiaowai threw herself into Mu Sai's arms and started crying. Mu Sai gritted his teeth and said, "You were fine before you came." Mu Xiaowai wiped away an imaginary tear and smiled. "That's good." The noise from Mu Sai's side attracted Liang Rurong and Liang Ruliu and their family. Just then, Ling Feng, after a night of questioning, had also learned some information from the assassin. Seeing everyone there, Ling Feng knelt in front of Mu Sai's door and said, "I have an important report." Mu Sai pushed aside Mu Xiaowai and said, "Speak." The assassin from last night said he was hired. The person wore a mask and he didn't recognize him, but from the accent, it sounded like someone from Batty. Ling Feng's words made everyone feel uneasy. Now, Musai and his group were also under attack from both sides. First, there was Batty's people plotting against them, and behind them, the Empress Dowager was hunting them. Musai sneered and looked at Ling Feng, saying, "In that case, go find Beichuan." Hearing the name Beichuan, Ling Feng's face changed, and he lowered his head, saying, "Yes." Mu Shaoai was also a bit surprised. "Are you going to use Beichuan?" Musai nodded. This trip to Batty was crucial for the future. Musai didn't want to take reckless risks. "All right, I'll wait for you all to have breakfast." Mu Shaoai clapped his hands and left. After everyone else had gone, Liang Rurong asked, "Who is Beichuan?" From Mu Shaoai and Ling Feng's reactions, this person must be very powerful. The palace has been controlled by the Empress Dowager for many years. It's not easy to build your own influence inside the imperial city. So, I chose to raise my own people elsewhere. Musai looked at Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong was confused. Where there are people, there is the martial world. Sometimes, people from the martial world are more useful than officials in the court. Musai turned to put on his coat. The drunken slump from last night had disappeared. Standing in front of Liang Rurong was still the cold and solitary Regent King. Liang Rurong and Musai went together to have breakfast. "By the way, are you still leaving now?" Mu Shaoai asked. He thought that after last night's events, Musai would wait until Beichuan arrived before leaving. "No, the night is long and many things can happen. It's better to arrive early in Batty." Musai shook his head. Mu Shaoai also agreed and said, "I'll assign 2 people to you here." Just as Musai was about to refuse, 2 women dressed in white and black entered the room. Liang Rurong saw Musai's expression change. It was rare to see Musai show any emotional reaction toward a woman. Liang Rurong's heart clenched, and she instinctively looked at the faces of the 2 women. They looked truly extraordinary. Their appearances weren't perfect, but their aura and posture were unlike any other women. The 2 women approached Musai, knelt down and bowed. "Greetings, Prince." Then they stood up again and knelt before Liang Rurong. "Greetings, Divine Dr. Liang. You want to give me them?" Shaoai smiled happily and shook his head. "Not for you, but for Divine Dr. Liang." Liang Rurong was stunned and pointed at herself.
Me?
Shaoai nodded. "Yes, Divine Dr. Liang.
You saved my honor.
It's only right to send 2 trusted people to serve you. I'm not that delicate and don't need anyone to serve me." Liang Rurong refused. But Musai said, "Since Shaoai is willing, don't refuse." Musai's attitude toward these 2 women was truly strange. Liang Rurong felt confused. She looked at Musai, frowned, ignoring the smile hidden at the corner of his eye. Just as Liang Rurong was about to refuse again, Musai spoke. "These 2 are top 10 assassins in the martial world, black and white killers. With them by your side, you'll be much safer." It turned out Musai was surprised that Shaoai was willing to let the black and white killers go free. Liang Rurong let out an "oh," her tone rising, clearly feeling a bit better. "It's normal for Divine Dr. Liang to have women around. It won't raise suspicion." Shaoai considered everything carefully. After making arrangements, Shaoai also found the fastest horse and booked the most luxurious carriage to give to Musai and his group. Liang Rurong looked at the huge carriage in front of her and blinked. Is he afraid that those who want to cause trouble for us won't recognize us? Liang Rurong turned to look at Musai. Musai rubbed his forehead. That's how he always is. However, with this carriage, the journey was much more comfortable. Moreover, since he and Wen-Si were both badly injured, resting better would help them have more energy to face unknown dangers upon arriving at Ba. All right, let's hurry up and go, Musai said as he got on the carriage. Liang Rurong was about to reach out to get on when a hand wearing a black glove held her back. Turning around, she saw a person wearing a black veil and a long black dress, smiling and saying, "Master, I will help you." Being called Master made Liang Rurong feel very uncomfortable. "No, don't call me that." She waved her hand. Bai Sha, standing nearby, said seriously, "Since the city lord sent us to you, you are our master. If you don't want us to call you that, it means you don't want us. We'll go back to the city lord to report this. Are there such rules?" Liang Rurong looked at Musai in surprise.
Muchea nodded.
Black Sha and Bai Sha were not lying. Reluctantly, Liang Rurong agreed. Although Black Sha and Bai Sha were professional assassins, they also took good care of people. What surprised Liang Rurong even more was that Black Sha knew a little medicine and was helping her. Seeing Liang Rurong getting along well with Black Sha and Bai Sha, Musai felt more at ease. Knowing there were dangers ahead and behind, Musai chose a slightly longer route. That town they passed through had the fewest people. Although it would delay them by about a week compared to the previous route, with the carriage sent by Mu Xiaoai, they saved a few days. At night, Liang Rurong sat by the fire, warming herself, listening to Musai and Ling Feng discussing their plans for the next day. The sound of wood cracking in the fire made Liang Rurong feel sleepy. Suddenly, she heard the restless neighing of the horses behind her, which had already fallen asleep. She turned her head to look. In the dark night, there were actually a few glowing green eyes. Wild wolves. Black Sha was the first to react, stepping in front of Liang Rurong to protect her. Hearing the noise, Musai and Ling Feng hurried over. When Si's injuries had mostly healed, he protected Liang Rurong, his eyes cold as he looked at the wolves approaching step by step. "This isn't wild wolves. They are trained," Wen Si said loudly. Since ancient times, Ba has had the habit of taming wolves, so he could tell at a glance that those wolves were artificially lured here. It seems that neither Ba's people nor the Empress Dowager's people have given up their evil plans. Musai frowned and quickly snatched the bow and arrow from Ling Feng. He pulled the bowstring tight and shot an arrow. With a whoosh, a wolf trying to attack Liang Rurong was hit and pierced. "Protect Dr. Liang and get her onto the carriage," Musai ordered coldly. He Sha didn't hesitate. He picked up Liang Rurong and ran toward the carriage. "Musai," Liang Rurong raised her hand. Musai nodded slightly at Liang Rurong, as if telling her to stay calm. The carriage could be locked from inside. After He Sha locked the carriage door, he said to Liang Rurong, "My lady, there are white spirits outside, and I saw that Wen Si is quite skilled. Don't worry, everything will be fine." Liang Rurong looked worried but nodded. She went to the locked door of the carriage and looked outside through a. Musai held a long sword and cut the black wolves that were about to attack. Those wolves died instantly. But even experts like Musai and Ling Feng, after fighting for so long, hadn't finished all the wolves. And the wolves kept coming toward the carriage. Liang Rurong found it strange. Could it be related to her own scent? She looked at He Sha and whispered something in his ear. He Sha nodded. "Yes, I understand." Liang Rurong immediately got up, took off her clothes, and used some medicinal powder to cover her scent. He Sha put on Liang Rurong's clothes and jumped out of a carriage window. The wolves that had been fighting Musai and the others suddenly changed direction and headed toward He Sha's retreat. Liang Rurong's face darkened. Seeing the wolves retreating, she unlocked the door and jumped down. Musai immediately went to check if Liang Rurong was hurt. "Are you all right?" "No injuries." Musai's deep eyes showed concern. Liang Rurong shook her head and said, "This time, it was probably from the Empress Dowager's side." "How do you know?" Musai asked suspiciously. Liang Rurong looked toward the direction where Black Sha had left and said, "Those wolves came smelling my scent. To train the wolves to recognize my smell, someone must have my personal belongings.
So,
That person must be inside the Imperial City." Musai's eyes darkened. Who could it be? Although he asked this, both Musai and Liang Rurong secretly had their guesses. But it was probably their grandmother and others like her. Otherwise, no one could have obtained Liang Rurong's personal items. A killing intent flickered in Musai's eyes. Liang Rurong snorted coldly. "They don't have that kind of skill. Do you remember, the Empress Dowager previously ordered them into the palace?" Musai nodded. Back then, Liang Rurong had already been targeted. "I'm afraid if I don't come to you this time, those wolves will find the clinic or my home," Liang Rurong said, her expression growing colder. She never expected the Empress Dowager to scheme against her to this extent. She really underestimated her. "As for your parents, I will have Mu Xiaoai and Beichuan send people to protect them." "Don't worry," Musai assured her, knowing what Liang Rurong feared most. Liang Rurong nodded. Musai's plan was very reasonable. The more this happens, the less I should go back, Liang Rurong said. Otherwise, they'll realize my weakness and threaten me even more recklessly, Musai agreed. In the end, there's still the emperor in the palace. The Empress Dowager won't risk a direct confrontation. Liang Rurong felt a little relieved and went with others to clean up the wolf corpses. They removed the wolf pelts and processed the meat. Liang Rurong asked for some wolf teeth, though she didn't know what she planned to do with them. Black Sha led the wolves into the river, threw away Liang Rurong's clothes, and returned to the carriage. He also brought back the herbs Liang Rurong needed. "Thank you, Black Sha," Liang Rurong said, accepting the herbs with a smile. Musai looked at Liang Rurong and asked, "Are you hurt?" Liang Rurong was removing the thorns from the herbs and shook her head. "No, I just used this juice mixed with other spices to wash my body or clothes." The scent lasts a long time. Liang Rurong planned to use this to hide her scent.
Muchi listened quietly, sitting beside Liang Rurong.
She carefully took the medicinal herbs and examined each leaf closely, removing any thorns. She was afraid that even a tiny thorn might hurt Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong watched all of this silently. She turned around, seemingly going to do something else. "All done," Mutsiwa said, holding the prepared herbs in a cloth bag. Liang Rurong turned around upon hearing this and quickly put the items into her bag. Mutsiwa couldn't see clearly what it was, only that it was white. "Thank you for your hard work. Rest early. I will have He Sha and the others accompany me for a bath," Liang Rurong said, carrying the herbs down from the carriage. He Sha and Bai Sha were watching a thick medicinal soup boiling in a pot. "Master, your things are ready," He Sha said, standing and nodding at her. "Good. Please prepare everything for me," Liang Rurong replied. The carriage had a removable bath bucket, not very large, but enough for Liang Rurong to soak in. She mixed the brewed medicinal soup with herbal juice and soaked herself inside. The air was filled with a fresh, fragrant scent. The next morning, Liang Rurong sat beside Liang Rurong, eating breakfast while sniffing constantly. "Big sister, you smell so nice," Liang Rurong said. Liang Rurong smiled and replied, "If you like it, I can give you some. You can soak in it too, and the scent will last a long time." Suddenly, Liang Rurong had an idea. She asked Bai Sha to bring paper and a pen. She thought about adding some ingredients to the soup to make a bath product similar to a body wash. Then she could sell it to the noble women in the imperial city and make a good profit. Indeed, every moment in life is a business opportunity. The first person to use the bath product made by Liang Rurong was naturally Liang Rurong and her sister Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong also tailored different versions of the bath product based on their preferences for scent and skin type. "Big sister, your bath product is really amazing," Liang Rurong said, loving the scent on herself. In Badi, as a princess, she had access to the best bathing products. But none of them were as good as the bath product made by Liang Rurong. After using the bath product, Liang Rurong's sister kept the faint fragrance on her body for 3 days while traveling. Over the past 3 days, everything went smoothly except for one night when a sudden wolf attack occurred. Just ahead is the mountain village. "If we want to pass through this road, we have to go past there," Ling Feng said with a hint of worry on his face. "This mountain village is very powerful and is not afraid of the royal court." "Are they really so arrogant?" Liang Rurong was a bit surprised. Could the Empress Dowager's personality allow her to ignore the mountain village? Mutsiwa looked at the tall mountain in front of them and said, "As long as we don't interfere with them, they won't bother the court." The last time they contacted the mountain village was because the village kidnapped an important relative of the Empress Dowager. The strength of the mountain village is indeed impressive. Ling Feng went ahead to negotiate with the village. After waiting for a while, Mutsiwa returned with a serious look. "The village chief said their village is chaotic right now and asked us not to cause trouble," Ling Feng sighed. "But if we don't go through here, we'll have to take a 2-day detour." He Sha frowned, showing a determined look to fight them. Liang Rurong raised her hand to calm He Sha and said patiently, "What exactly happened?" "I heard it's because the village chief's sister is sick," Ling Feng replied. After hearing this, Liang Rurong smiled. "Isn't that perfect timing?" Ling Feng, Tell them that we want to pass through the mountain village. I can help cure his sister, she said. When Ling Feng was coming back, he was followed by a strong-looking man. This man was Qin Yi, the third in command of the mountain village. Are you the one who said you could save our village chief sister? The man looked at Liang Rurong with suspicion. Liang Rurong, standing proudly with her hands on her hips, said confidently, My sister is a divine healer. There's no illness she can't cure. Hearing this, Qin Yi showed a disdainful smile. Anyone can say big words. Seeing someone look down on Liang Rurong, she was unhappy. How do you know what I can do? Just as they were about to argue, a gentle voice came from behind Qin Yi. Brother, did you forget what you just said? Qin Ziming folded his fan and bowed to Mu Tsiue. I am the second in command at the mountaintop village, Qin Ziming. Mu Tsiue remembered that Qin Ziming held absolute authority in the village. Hope you are well, Mu Tsiue said calmly, looking at Qin Ziming. Qin Ziming only smiled and asked, I dare not claim friendship with the Regent King. May I ask which of your guards mentioned the divine doctor? Clearly, Qin Ziming didn't believe Liang Rurong was the divine doctor. He thought Mu Tsiue and his people were just cautious of him. Mu Tsiue nodded slightly toward Liang Rurong. Qin Ziming's expression remained normal. I heard that the Regent King has a healer who cured the water bloom disease in Prosperity City. If the regent is sincere, don't joke with us by coming from the mountaintop village. Mu Tsiue said nothing but turned to look at Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong stepped forward and said to Qin Yi, You have a deficiency disease, with night sweats and vivid dreams. Qin Yi's eyes widened. He had never told anyone about this embarrassing illness, not even his older brothers. Liang Rurong then looked at Qin Ziming, smiling slightly. Your stomach. Please, Lord Liang, take a seat. Qin Ziming put away his fan and hurriedly bowed to Liang Rurong, interrupting her. Liang Rurong snorted softly and turned to walk toward the mountaintop, hands behind her back. Heisha followed quietly and asked, That man just now, he seemed really afraid you'd reveal his illness. Liang Rurong smiled. Who would have thought that the second in command of the mountaintop village had hemorrhoids? Although it's called Mountaintop Village, it's not actually on the mountaintop. In the past, the Iron Mine Bureau of the previous dynasty mined here, creating a huge tunnel in the middle of the mountain. Passing through that tunnel can save 2 whole days of travel. Please wait a moment, Lord Liang, Qin Ziming said, approaching the guards at the tunnel entrance. After a while, Qin Ziming returned and told Liang Rurong, Our eldest brother only allows Lord Liang to enter. That's impossible. Mu Tsiue immediately refused without hesitation. Qin Ziming did not back down. Then I'm afraid you'll have to leave. Mu Tsiue frowned, about to speak, but Liang Rurong stopped him. It's fine. I'll go in alone. She looked at Mu Tsiue's furrowed brow, stepped in front of him, and took his hand, looking at him. The two of them looked at each other without saying a word. All right, you go ahead. Be careful. Mu Sai finally agreed. Liang Rurong gave Mu Sai a reassuring smile and turned to follow Qin Ziming into the cave. Inside the cave, it wasn't as dark as Liang Rurong had imagined. There were lights everywhere. A faint smell of kerosene filled the air. In ancient times, lighting was quite expensive. Liang Rurong was a bit surprised. How could the mountain village afford such luxury? Qin Ziming led Liang Rurong to a small stone cave blocked by a wooden door. This is the place. Dr. Liang, please go in. Liang Rurong pushed open the door and saw a man with a scarred face sitting on a stone stool. Next to him was a stone bed. On the bed lay a girl about 10 years old. She looked pale and kept coughing. Seeing this, Liang Rurong frowned and quickly stepped forward to feel the girl's wrist. How long have you been like this? She asked gently. The girl thought for a moment and replied, About 3 months. Liang Rurong's tense heart eased a little and said, That's good. There's still hope. If they had arrived 2 or 3 days later, the girl might have been beyond help. Hearing Liang Rurong's words, Qin Ruerong, the village chief of the mountain village, asked nervously, What exactly is wrong with my sister? She has a lung infection. Liang Rurong replied. Qin Ruerong looked confused. This illness is caused by your long-term stay inside the cave, Liang Rurong explained calmly, then began preparing to treat the girl. But Qin Ruerong's ears heard this like a thunderbolt. How could that be? He muttered in disbelief. Liang Ruong took out her acupuncture kit and explained coldly, most of you are adults with strong constitutions, and you sometimes go out to do some work. But your sister probably rarely goes outside, right? From the girl's pale skin, it was clear she rarely saw sunlight. Even if she wasn't sick, she looked as pale as a corpse. We do what we do, and you know that going out always has risks. The older brother's tone carried a hint of guilt. He didn't expect that his attempt to protect Qin Yuan would end up harming her instead. Liang Ruong didn't speak again, but focused on giving Qin Yuan acupuncture. When Liang Ruong inserted the needle into a specific point on Qin Yuan's body, the unconscious girl let out a painful scream and struggled on the bed. What did you do to my sister? Qin Ruejiang suddenly stood up and pushed Liang Ruong away. Liang Ruong fell to the ground, her face showing a hint of anger. If you don't want your sister to die, quickly hold her down. Qin Ziming stepped forward to help. Following Liang Ruong's instructions, he firmly held down the twitching and struggling Qin Yuan. Dr. Liang, our leader only cares about her condition. Please, you must save our sister. Qin Ziming was clearly calmer than Qin Rue. Currently, only Liang Ruong knew how to treat illnesses in the mountain village. If they offended her and failed to save Qin Yuan, they would be doomed. Liang Ruong stood up, coldly brushed the dust off her clothes, and approached Qin Yuan to continue acupuncture. Gradually, Qin Yuan's struggling lessened, and her face looked much better than before. Qin Rue relaxed and apologized to Liang Ruong. Sorry, I was too emotional just now. Liang Ruong didn't say anything, only nodded lightly. After a while, Liang Ruong removed all the needles from Qin Yuan's body and turned to Qin Rue. Have someone outside set up a bed. Your sister can't stay in the cave any longer. Qin Rue agreed repeatedly and asked his men to prepare. While Qin Yuan, still unconscious, was sleeping, Qin Ziming asked Liang Ruong, how much longer until she wakes up? At most 2 hours. During this time, you should go and prepare the medicine. Liang Ruong wrote out a prescription and told Qin Ziming to hurry and fetch the herbs. Since Liang Ruong left with Qin Ziming and the others, Mu Tsiue's gaze had been fixed on the path leading into the mountain village, never leaving for a second. Next to him, Ling Feng brought the prepared food and said, Prince, Dr. Liang will be fine. You need to take care of yourself. Eat something first. Mu Tsiue didn't look at Ling Feng and shook his head. I have no appetite right now. You all eat. Ling Feng was about to speak when he saw Mu Sai quickly walking in a swift, wind-like manner toward a certain direction. Because Mu Sai saw Qin Ziming coming down the mountain, he immediately went forward to ask about Liang Ruong's condition. Qin Ziming cupped his hands in greeting and said to Mu Sai, Dr. Liang gave me a prescription to go fetch medicine. Qin Ziming glanced behind him and said to Mu Sai, Your Highness, you should go ahead first. As soon as Qin Ziming finished speaking, Mu Sai leapt onto the mountain top at the entrance of the village. His figure showed eagerness and anticipation. At this moment, Liang Ruong was outside the mountain village, watching people build a small house for Qin Yuan. Don't cover the roof. Let the sunlight come in. Liang Ruong stopped them from sealing the roof. Just as Liang Ruong was about to personally help Qin Yuan make the bed, Mu Sai's voice came from behind. How is it? Can that little girl's illness be cured? Liang Ruong turned around and saw Mu Sai smiling. Don't worry, I can't cure a disease I can't handle. If anyone else had said that, Mu Sai might have thought they were overconfident. But since it was Liang Ruong speaking, Mu Sai only nodded and said, Of course I believe you. Mu Sai helped Liang Ruong and Qin Yuan make the bed together. The people at the mountain village didn't say much, but their eyes kept falling on Liang Ruong and her group, filled with suspicion and caution. They still seemed wary of them. Seeing Qin Rue and the others being cautious of himself, Liang Ruong pouted a little and said, If I really wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have saved you. What kind of people are you, really? Liang Ruong knew Liang Ruong was defending her, so she smiled and signaled that everything was fine. Until Heisha and Qin Ziming brought the medicine over and fed it to Qin Yuan, Qin Rue's guard finally eased a bit. Qin Ziming looked apologetic and said to Mu Sai and Liang Ruong, A quack doctor came earlier. Our sister drank his medicine and almost didn't wake up. Please forgive us. It was understandable that things had happened this way. Liang Rurong nodded in understanding, estimating that Qin Yuran should wake up soon. Sure enough, after about an incense stick's time, Qin Yuran on the bed suddenly started coughing violently. Qin Rue was about to go forward and help Qin Yuran up, but she suddenly sat up, tilted her head, and vomited a large amount of black blood. What is happening? Qin Rue turned around, his eyes full of anger. Liang Rurong smiled and said, "The blood has been expelled. Your sister is fine now." Before Qin Rue could ask anything else, he heard Qin Yuran's weak voice. "Big brother, how long have I been asleep?" Qin Yuran felt like she was in a different world after waking up. Qin Rue held her hand and almost choked with emotion. "It's good that you're awake." Seeing this, Qin Ziming turned to the others in the village and ordered, "Go, prepare the meals quickly to thank Lord Liang, the healer, for saving us." While waiting for the food, Qin Yuran got off the bed and looked at Liang Rurong, asking, "Beautiful sister, did you save me?" Liang Rurong bent down, touched the girl's nose, and said, "You are strong and endured it yourself." The girl giggled, hugged Liang Rurong's arm, and suddenly asked, "Sister, you look so pretty. Would you like to marry my big brother?" For a moment, the air fell into silence. Qin Rue, who was chatting with Wenxi and others nearby, stiffened and turned his head. Although he was a rough man, he was not stupid. He could see the relationship between Liang Rurong and Mu Tsiua. How could his silly little sister say such things in front of Mu Tsiua? Next to him, Qin Ziming calmly walked over to Mu Tsiua and cupped his fists, saying, "Sorry, little sister is still young and doesn't understand." Mu Tsiua's eyes turned cold, but he didn't say anything. Liang Rurong patted Qin Yuran's head and said, "I haven't married yet, but I already have someone I like." Hearing this, Mu Tsiua's heart trembled. "That's such a pity." Qin Yuran pouted, her eyes spinning, then looked at He Sha and Bai Sha beside her. Bai Sha silently took a step back, moving behind He Sha. He Sha's smile froze. Before Qin Yuran could speak, Qin Rue blushed and stopped her. "Your older brother and I are not in such a hurry to get married," but Qin Yuran turned her head, looking at Qin Rue with a disappointed expression. "Second brother, you already have children, and third sister-in-law is pregnant. How can I be at ease if you don't even have a wife?" Everyone was amused by Qin Yuran's worried tone. "Haha, those who don't know might think you're his mother." He Sha laughed while holding his stomach. Qin Rue's face turned even redder. Fortunately, at this moment, the people from the mountaintop village brought over food. "Hurry up and eat. Eat now." Qin Rue quickly changed the subject. The food at the mountaintop village wasn't fancy, but it was tasty and plentiful. Eating wild game also had a special flavor. Liang Rurong watched Liang Rulie eat until her belly was round, then took out 2 stomach-soothing pills and gave them to her. "Remember to take these later. I'm worried you'll feel uncomfortable in the middle of the night," Liang Rurong said. Next to them, Qin Ziming heard this and asked, "Liang Divine Doctor, my son has been saying he can't sleep these past few nights because he's too full. Is it because he's eaten too much?" Liang Rurong leaned over and asked, "How old is he?" "Just over a year old," Qin Ziming replied. "It's likely he has indigestion." "Do you prepare separate meals for the child?" Liang Rurong guessed. Qin Ziming shook his head. "Most of the food here is plant-based. Adults can handle it, but children might have trouble digesting," Liang Rurong explained, giving Qin Ziming a simple digestion remedy that can be taken like candy. When others heard Liang Rurong and Qin Ziming talking, they also gathered around and asked about minor but annoying health issues. "Divine Doctor, I haven't been able to sleep well lately. I wake up suddenly even when I do sleep. Divine Doctor, I started having stomach pain a few days ago. It's not constant, but it happens sometimes. Divine Doctor." Seeing Mu Tsiua's somewhat serious expression, Qin Ziming coughed and said, "We're eating now. We'll ask more later." The crowd dispersed. There were many men on the mountain, and going down was troublesome. Unless the illness was serious, most people preferred to wait. Now that Liang Rurong was here, they also wanted to treat some small health issues. And wasn't she the divine doctor from the imperial city? This was a rare opportunity. After eating, Liang Rurong even brought a small stool. Heisha helped by assisting her, and she began seeing patients from the village. Hey, this doctor from the Imperial City is different. I've had a neck pain for almost a month. She just pinched and pressed and it's better now. Exactly. I started feeling stomach discomfort last month, and I didn't expect that pill to make it go away so quickly. Listening to those who had been treated by Dr. Liang Rurong, everyone kept praising her, and Mu Zihui's expression also showed a gentle smile. Hearing others praise Dr. Liang Rurong made him even happier than when people praised him. She worked until late at night, unable to stop yawning, before finishing the last patient's treatment. Rest early. We have to travel again tomorrow, Mu Zihui said, feeling a bit worried as he looked at Liang Rurong's tired face. Liang Rurong yawned and slowly went into the carriage. Just as Liang Rurong was sleeping soundly, suddenly, loud shouting came from outside the carriage. Liang Rurong woke up groggily and heard someone knocking on the door. Dr. Liang. Dr. Liang.
Please.
Help us. It was Qin Ye's voice outside. Mu Zihui quickly jumped down from his bed at the other end of the carriage, put on his coat, opened the door, and looked down at Qin Yi. Qin Yi looked panicked with red eyes. Dr. Liang. Our leader suddenly has severe stomach pain and can't even get up. Mu Zihui turned around and saw Liang Rurong had already dressed and was coming over. They followed Qin Yi to Qin Rui's room. At this moment, Qin Yuran and Qin Ziming were both beside Qin Rui, looking at him nervously. Qin Rui, a strong man nearly 2 meters tall, was curled up on the ground, writhing in pain. Is it, width to the side of the navel, twisting pain? Liang Rurong asked. Qin Rui could only squeeze out a reply through his clenched teeth, sweating profusely. Yes, Liang Rurong understood immediately and said, Everyone else, leave the room. We need to operate. The others didn't understand what surgery meant. Qin Yi wanted to ask more, but was pulled away by Qin Ziming. Second brother. Are you just going to leave like this? What if they... Qin Yi was worried about Liang Rurong being alone inside. Qin Ziming scolded him. Today, you saw Dr. Liang treating the villagers. What are you worried about? After speaking, Qin Ziming looked at Mu Zihui with a slightly apologetic gaze and pulled the reluctant Qin Yi away. Only Liang Rurong was left. She immediately opened her space to prepare surgical tools. Qin Rui was clearly suffering from acute appendicitis. If not operated on in time, he might die from the pain. Liang Rurong took a deep breath, put on disposable rubber gloves, and made an incision on Qin Rui's skin. Fortunately, the surgery was simple and took about an hour. Liang Rurong finished and looked at Qin Rui, who was still under anesthesia. She packed up the surgical tools and left the room, saying, It's okay now. Qin Yi and Qin Yuran quickly rushed into the room to see Qin Rui. Only Qin Ziming said thank you to Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong didn't mind the thank you. She understood how the family members of patients feel. Good job. Mu Saihai looked at the dark circles under Liang Rurong's eyes. He wanted to reach out and touch her face, but stopped himself. Liang Rurong smiled and shook her head. The sun was just beginning to rise. Liang Rurong sat on the roof of the carriage, quietly watching the sunrise. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her shoulder. A cloak was draped over her. Liang Rurong turned her head, and Mu Saihai sat beside her, quietly watching the sunset. They didn't speak much. When Qin Rui woke up, he asked Qin Ziming to invite Liang Rurong over. Dr. Liang, I can't thank you enough. From now on, if you need anything at our mountain village, just ask. From Qin Rui's expression, it was clear that even if Liang Rurong told him to go away, he wouldn't say a word. It's not necessary. I gave you the medicine you need to take soon. You must take it on time, Liang Rurong advised him as if he were an ordinary patient. Knowing they were in a hurry, Qin Rui didn't insist and only gave them some local specialties as a gift. Before going up the mountain, their carriage's storage was half empty. When coming down, it was almost full again. After leaving the mountain village, Mu Saihai and his group quickened their pace and finally arrived on time. Liang Rurong had never seen the scenery of Badi and looked out the window with curiosity. When they reached the palace gates of Badi, Mu Saihai asked Ling Feng to take Liang Rurong to a courtyard arranged by Bei Chuan for her to rest. He and when Si went to see the third prince first. Although Liang Rurong was worried about Mu Saihai, she knew this was a serious matter. Be very careful. Liang Rurong handed Mu Saihai a small pill. The pill looked like a smoke bomb. When thrown on the ground, it released thick smoke. Inside the smoke was a sleeping drug. With Mu Saihai's skills, if something happened, he could escape in time. Watching Mu Sai and when Silly leave, Liang Ryulu leaned close to Liang Ryong's ear and smiled. Sister, are you worried? Liang Ryong did not deny it. Liang Ryulu held Liang Ryong's hand and said, Sister, don't worry. If something really happens, I will go out and take the place of the Regent King. Liang Ryong looked at Liang Ryulu's serious eyes and smiled slightly. Liang Ryong planned to go to her room to take a bath and change clothes. As soon as she entered the room, suddenly a pair of hands grabbed her from behind and a cold voice said, Please, Dr. Liang, do not act rashly. Liang Ryong said nothing. The person continued, The Crown Prince requests your presence. Liang Ryong was a bit shocked. Was she not under house arrest? Before she could think more, her acupoints were sealed. The person carried Liang Ryong and left directly through the window. Liang Ryong was taken through a small hole into the Crown Prince's palace. The person's skills were impressive. Even the guards of the Imperial Guard at the palace didn't notice. Liang Ryong realized something was wrong. With such skill, how could the Crown Prince be under house arrest? The person put Liang Ryong down in the main hall, where the Crown Prince sat on the main seat, smiling as he looked at her. The Crown Prince placed his hands on the table in front of him, but kept his eyes fixed on Liang Ryong. Seeing is believing, Dr. Liang. I asked you here to check my pulse, the Crown Prince said straightforwardly. Liang Ryong frowned but said nothing. She moved closer to check his pulse. His pulse was steady and strong, probably healthier than most people his age, with no sign of illness. Seeing Liang Ryong's puzzled expression, the Crown Prince chuckled, I am sick, and I am dying. Liang Ryong pursed her lips. At a certain age, people can sense their own death approaching. Could it be that the Crown Prince feels his life is about to end? Did he call her here to confirm this? Just as she was about to remove her hand, she suddenly sensed something unusual. Her face changed. She opened her mouth to speak, but the Crown Prince stopped her. Xuanan, go out. Dr. Liang and I need to talk. The Crown Prince propped his chin with his hand and looked at Liang Ryong with a smile, saying, You came here this time to form an alliance with Batty, right? The question was a yes or no, but the tone was certain. Liang Rurong remained calm and said, Yes. Then you should know about the poison on Xingxing, the Crown Prince asked. Liang Rurong nodded. Someone so noble, how could no one know she was poisoned? The Crown Prince asked. In that moment, Liang Rurong understood. This poison was definitely placed by those in power on Liang Rurong's body. Suddenly, Liang Rurong's hands and feet felt cold.
Why?
Isn't she the child of your father's favorite person? Liang Rurong asked hesitantly. The Crown Prince smiled. How can an emperor have true feelings? Is the obsession with the throne so deep? Seeing Liang Rurong lower her head without speaking, he asked, Do you think our father doesn't deserve to be a good father? Liang Rurong didn't hesitate. Yes. The Crown Prince smiled but didn't continue that topic. He changed the subject, knowing Liang Rurong sensed the poison in his body. He asked, Do you know what poison I have in me? Liang Rurong shook her head. She had never seen this poison before. This poison is called despair because there is no antidote, the Crown Prince said calmly, as if he himself was unaffected. He looked at Liang Rurong and said, Unlike any other poison, there really is no cure. Liang Rurong looked at his calm expression and guessed, Did you put this poison on yourself? Exactly, he nodded. Why? Liang Rurong couldn't believe what she heard. How could someone poison themselves? The Crown Prince shifted his position, leaning back in his chair, lifting one leg onto the seat, and looked at Liang Rurong. Because I am tired. I am very tired and I feel guilty toward Xingxing. So you want to die? But why would you poison yourself like this? Liang Rurong asked, confused. The Crown Prince looked at him. Is there anything in this world that is truly hopeless? Liang Rurong thought about many things, but she felt the Crown Prince had a lot he wanted to say. She kept silent and shook her head. Love cannot be hopeless. Regret is hard to undo when hope is gone. Liang Rurong looked at the crown prince. At this moment, he seemed like a young man, with a gentle smile. It was clear that the crown prince just needed someone to listen. Liang Rurong remained silent. The eldest prince has nothing he loves or regrets that are hard to pursue. But it seems the eldest prince doesn't want to say more. He looks at Liang Rurong and asks, Liang Rurong, do you know why I came to find you? Liang Rurong shakes her head. There is something I believe you can do. For the stars, for the regent of Shu, you will definitely do it, the eldest prince says with a meaningful smile. When Xu Anan sent Liang Rurong back to Mutsiua's courtyard, Mutsiua was angry.
Where is she?
You say she's gone?
How can she be gone?
Such a big courtyard. Mutsiua's eyes reddened in the moonlight. Seeing Xu Anan leave, Liang Rurong turned around and pushed open the door. Prince.
I'm fine. Liang Rurong shouted.
Mutsiua, furious, suddenly turned his head. He quickly walked over to Liang Rurong and tightly embraced her. He didn't ask where Liang Rurong had been. He just kept repeating, It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay. Liang Rurong patted Mutsiua's back and softly said, Come with me for a moment. I have something to tell you. They went to Liang Rurong's room. Mutsiua's eyes stayed on her, never leaving. Liang Rurong told him what had happened earlier. Mutsiua's face changed. This strange situation made him regret bringing Liang Rurong here. The eldest prince was clearly after Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong took out what the eldest prince had given her and said, You decide. I trust you. Liang Rurong came to Badi mainly because of Mutsiua. Now Mutsiua needs to make a decision. Mutsiua thought for a long time and said, I want to see the eldest prince. The eldest prince said that if you want to see him, his people will come tonight at noon and take Liang Rurong away. Liang Rurong replied. She can't go. Mutsiua refused. The eldest prince probably cares a lot about Liang Rurong. If she is also taken, anything could happen along the way, and it would be impossible to control the situation. Liang Rurong nodded slightly. That night, Xu Anan appeared like a ghost. Xu Anan didn't see Liang Rurong and asked, Where's our princess? If the crown prince is sincere, he should understand that the princess is still with us, which is good for both sides. Mu Sai looked coldly at Xu Anan. Xu Anan's face also looked unhappy. Just as he was about to say something, Xu Anan's expression suddenly changed. He paused for a moment and then said, All right, let's go. Although he didn't know why Xu Anan suddenly changed his mind, the current situation was beneficial for Mu Sai. Liang Rurong was preparing to leave with Mu Sai, but was stopped by Xu Anan. Dr. Liang, please stay here. Soon, your regent king will return. Liang Rurong frowned. Your crown prince needs me, and he treats me like this? Xu Anan remained unmoved. I am only following orders. Liang Rurong wanted to say more but was stopped by Mu Sai. I will be fine, Mu Sai said firmly, looking at Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong was silent for a moment before slowly nodding and watching Mu Sai and Xu Anan leave. They arrived at the place where the crown prince was under house arrest. Mu Sai stood at the bottom of the stairs and looked directly at the crown prince. The regent of Shu, seeing is believing, the crown prince said with a gentle smile, looking at Mu Sai. Mu Sai sat on a nearby chair. Although he looked up at the crown prince, his presence was powerful and intimidating, not losing to him. The crown prince spoke directly. This time, the regent of Badi, I believe, came to seek our support, right? Mu Sai saw that the crown prince was straightforward and didn't bother with any roundabout words. Yes, the crown prince is very clever. Whether working with the crown prince or the third prince, it will not be a loss for me. The crown prince smiled slightly. Wrong, your highness. Only by working with me can you get what you want. Mu Sai looked at the crown prince calmly, with no change in his expression. The crown prince stood up and asked, bowing his head, Regent of Badi, for me, it's not that important. I only want one thing. Mu Sai watched him, waiting for him to reveal his bargaining chip. When Mu Sai returned to his residence after leaving the crown prince, it was already late at night. Liang Rurong was waiting in the yard. She was worried because she hadn't seen Mu Sai come back. The dark and white guards around her were not good at comforting others, so they could only stay with Liang Rurong. Suddenly, footsteps sounded behind Liang Rurong. She turned around and saw Mu Sai's cold face. Mu Sai raised his hand to signal the dark and white guards to leave first. Seeing that Mu Sai was unharmed, Liang Rurong felt relieved and asked, "What did the Crown Prince say to you? It's a plan that requires your cooperation." But Mu Sai looked hesitant. This plan meant Liang Rurong had to face the third prince directly and face danger. Mu Sai didn't want her to do it, but he knew Liang Rurong's personality. He couldn't refuse the Crown Prince's plan for her, so he could only honestly tell her. Let her decide herself. Sure enough, after hearing the plan, Liang Rurong nodded without hesitation. "Okay, I'll do it." Mu Sai's eyes showed emotion, but his expression was calm. "This trip is dangerous, you should understand. Before I came here, I already guessed it would be very dangerous. I'm not afraid." Liang Rurong took a deep breath and looked at Mu Sai. They stared at each other for a long time, and finally Mu Sai lowered his head first and whispered, "Take care of yourself." The next day, the third prince's men came into the courtyard. They specifically demanded to take Liang Rurong away. "She is my doctor. The third prince is in the palace of Badi and still needs a chief doctor." Mu Sai stood with his hands behind his back at the front of the crowd, looking at the imperial guards. The guards looked fierce, but Mu Sai remained calm and showed no intention of backing down. Liang Rurong held her medicine box and said, "I can go, but my 2 apprentices must come with me." The third prince knew Liang Rurong had 2 apprentices when she was in the imperial city. So the guards also knew. The third prince had said that Liang Rurong was willing to go, and bringing 1 or 2 medicine boys didn't matter. So the guards took Liang Rurong, He Sha, and Bai Sha away. Before leaving, Liang Rurong looked deeply at Mu Sai. Mu Sai's brows had been tight since last night, never relaxing. Liang Rurong was taken into the palace. The guards treated her with respect, probably because the third prince had ordered so. As soon as she entered the main hall of the Golden Palace, Liang Rurong heard a teasing laugh. "Dr. Liang, His Highness has been waiting for you for a long time." Liang Rurong looked at the third prince with a calm face, remaining still. The beside her waved his fly-whisk sharply and said, "How bold. Seeing the Emperor of Badi, and you still don't kneel." Liang Rurong turned her head and asked, "Is there a decree of appointment?" This one sentence was enough to change everyone's expression in the room, except for the third prince. The third prince suddenly burst into laughter, bending over with amusement, then clapped his hands. "Good, good, good, Dr. Liang, I like your personality."
Come.
Let her take a seat. The third prince sat on the dragon throne, his eyes full of teasing. Liang Rurong sat on the chair brought by quietly staring at him. "Your people from Shu are interesting." The third prince was not wearing a dragon robe, but his usual prince's attire. He had a smile on his face, but Liang Rurong could see the scheming in his eyes. "The third prince called me here, probably not just to praise the talents of our Shu people, right?" Liang Rurong did not respond. The third prince's eyebrows curved into a smile, and he clapped his hands. "Little Ronger, don't be so cold." That nickname, Little Ronger, made Liang Rurong feel goosebumps. Seeing Liang Rurong looking uncomfortable, the third prince laughed again. Liang Rurong frowned. "I called you here because I have something to discuss." The third prince stopped his laughter. His previously gentle eyes now reflected a cold, dangerous glint like a venomous snake. The third prince stared at Liang Rurong and said, "I have heard that Dr. Liang's medical skills are even recognized by the Empress Dowager of Shu." Liang Rurong remained calm and replied indifferently, "Just good luck." Some difficult and complicated illnesses happened to be recorded in ancient books. In an instant, the third prince was no longer in his previous position. Liang Rurong was startled and was about to stand up when she heard his voice behind her. "Dr. Liang, you should know very well why I am looking for my sister." "Third prince, you want me to help find a treasure? You really think highly of me." Liang Rurong forced a smile. "No. The regent has already promised to help this prince find the treasure. I want you to go with me, or else my foolish sister will die, and I will never have a rightful throne." Liang Rurong was moved when she heard the third prince's words. The third prince tilted his head and peeked over from behind Liang Rurong, saying, "There is poison on Xingxing, you know that." Liang Rurong's face immediately darkened. She gritted her teeth and said, "So, you poison her?" "Why?" The third prince laughed again, his laughter echoing through the hall. "Little Rurong, you are so cute."
Me?
"Poison her?" "Xingxing and I are only 2 years apart. Do I have that ability?" "I didn't just poison Xingxing." The third prince squatted on the ground, grinning, and looked back at Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong didn't believe him. "Then how do you know she was poisoned?" The third prince stopped smiling and his tone suddenly turned cold. "When you return, I will tell you." The third prince told Liang Rurong that Liang Rurong was about to turn 15. When she reached 15, the poison in her body would activate. The antidote shadow is among those treasures. "I think you would be willing to go and look for it," the third prince said. After speaking, he vanished like a ghost and returned to his throne. His lightness skill was probably better than anyone Liang Rurong had met so far. Liang Rurong looked at the third prince, thinking for a long time, then asked, "Will you send people to help us?" "The regent doesn't trust this prince and doesn't want my people," the third prince said, resting his chin on his hand, seeming a bit unhappy. Liang Rurong snorted silently. The third prince seemed unpredictable, sometimes changing his mind. Maybe halfway through, he would think the Empress Dowager's side was better and turn against them. They had more options than just the third prince. There was also the crown prince. "Please, your highness, give me some time to think," Liang Rurong said, standing up and bowing before leaving. On her way back, Liang Rurong kept thinking. Both the crown prince and the third prince didn't seem simple. It was hard to say who would finally sit on the throne of Ba. Even when Liang Rurong returned to her residence, she was still deep in thought. "What are you thinking about?" Musai looked at Liang Rurong, who seemed lost in thought, and asked. Liang Rurong snapped back to herself and smiled slightly. "I'm thinking about whether the third prince or the first prince has a better chance of winning. Since we're already involved, we need to think carefully about everything. No matter who I work with this time, I need to go," Musai said. "The things the first and third princes want are in the treasure. So no matter who I cooperate with, I must find the treasure." Liang Rurong nodded. "In that case, I will go with you." "You should know I don't want you to go," Musai said with worry in his eyes. Liang Rurong smiled a little. "You should also know I will definitely go. Probably besides my parents, no one knows Liang Rurong's personality better than Musai." He sighed helplessly. "Then promise me that whenever you're in danger, you'll listen to me." Seeing Musai's serious expression, Liang Rurong nodded. "So, what deal does the first prince have with you?" Liang Rurong asked, knowing the first prince wouldn't just want to meet the regent of Shu. Musai's lips lowered, and after a moment of silence, he said, "I can't say for now, but it doesn't affect my agreement with the third prince." Seeing Musai's expression, Liang Rurong didn't press further. "All right, rest well. We need to leave soon," Liang Rurong said with a smile. "I'll prepare, and you should tell the others too." The others looked serious when they heard about searching for the treasure. Especially Liang Rurong. "So, do we have to go to save the first prince?" Liang Rurong looked guilty. Liang Rurong saw her inner thoughts and patted her head. "It's not just to save your older brother. You should know that." Hearing Liang Rurong's words, Liang Rurong's guilt eased a little. "We leave tomorrow." Ling Feng came out of Musai's room and assigned tasks. The third prince gave them 3 months. From the treasure map, the treasure is in the western regions. They must hurry. If they don't return on time, the third prince will continue working with the Empress Dowager. Black and white evil spirits protect Dr. Liang and the princess. People from Beichuan will scout ahead, and my people will stay close to the prince. After finishing, Ling Feng went to check the carriage. Siwen was also sent back by the third prince, showing his sincerity. This time, the carriage is smaller for speed. "Sorry for the inconvenience." Mu Tsiue and Liang Rurong sat facing each other inside the carriage. During the day, Mu Tsiue and Liang Rurong traveled together in the same carriage. Liang Rurong held a medical book. When she heard Mu Tsiue, she looked up and smiled, saying, "It's okay." "Who's there?" A guard's voice came from outside the carriage. Mu Tsiue and Liang Rurong immediately looked toward the door. After a brief fight with swords and blades, Liang Rurong heard a deep voice. Hand over the treasure map inside the carriage. They encountered someone trying to steal the treasure map so quickly. Liang Rurong was startled. Mu Tsiu's eyes darkened. He patted Liang Rurong's shoulder and said, "Don't go out." Then, Mu Tsiu rushed out of the carriage like the wind. Outside, a man with his upper body bare, dark skin, and fierce aura stood. Behind him, several others dressed similarly followed. Mu Tsiu drew his sword, looking at the man's glowing, honey-colored skin under the moonlight, and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm here to kill you." The man sneered, with a strong accent. Mu Tsiu didn't speak much. He aimed his sword at the man's vital point. The man dodged but was cut open on the chest by Mu Tsiu's sword. The man wiped a bit of blood with his finger, then put it to his mouth, sticking out his tongue to lick. In that moment, Mu Tsiu felt his anger rising sharply. This person is a madman. Mu Tsiu blocked the man's reckless attack, retreating step by step, leading him away from the carriage. But the man stopped and looked at the carriage, smiling. "I guess the treasure map is inside the carriage." As soon as he finished speaking, the man charged toward the carriage. Other guards were fighting with his men. The man was very skilled in lightness skills. Mu Tsiu wanted to chase but couldn't catch up. With a swing of his great sword, the man cut open the carriage. Liang Rurong sat inside, calm and unmoved, watching the man. The man reached out to grab Liang Rurong, but she turned around and jumped out of the carriage without hesitation. The man didn't expect there to be a woman inside, and he certainly didn't expect that woman to stay calm and even try to escape. He then showed a teasing smile. He jumped down from the carriage and rushed toward Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong quickly turned aside to avoid the deadly sword the man was wielding. Liang Rurong was quick and small, using her agility to make it hard for the man to catch her. She could hear the sound of swords clashing behind her, and she tried her best to run away. The man couldn't catch her and shouted angrily. Liang Rurong turned back and made a defiant gesture at the man. While the man was chasing Liang Rurong, Mu Tsiu had already drawn his sword and joined the fight. In the chaos of blades and shadows, Liang Rurong saw Liang Riliu being pulled out of the carriage by someone. She shouted, "Protect Lord Liang Riliu." The nearby guards immediately turned to protect Liang Riliu. Liang Rurong ran to her, with He Sha and Bai Sha each holding one of them, and they moved away from the fight. They watched the battle from a tree above. Liang Rurong was worried about Mu Tsiu, afraid he might get hurt, and she kept ready to use her silver needle and powder to strike at the man if needed. She didn't notice that Liang Riliu was trembling after seeing the man. The man also saw Liang Riliu. A teasing light flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, the man stopped and stepped back. "I found something else. My master will be more interested. You're strong. Next time we fight, remember, my name is Shi Yan." Shi Yan whistled, and his people disappeared into the darkness with him. Liang Rurong sighed in relief, only to see Liang Riliu trembling. "Don't be afraid." Liang Rurong told He Sha to hold Liang Riliu, then she jumped down from the tree. "We will protect you." Liang Riliu looked at Liang Rurong but couldn't stop trembling. She tightly hugged Liang Rurong's waist. Liang Rurong was surprised, but then patted her back gently. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." After calming Liang Riliu, Liang Rurong asked a guard to watch over her carefully, then turned to Mu Tsiu. "Are we being targeted?" Mu Tsiu nodded. "It looks like we need to leave quickly." But right now, the carriage was gone. While chopping the horse cart, Shi Yan accidentally killed a horse. Mu Tsiu looked at the only remaining horse, hesitated for a moment, and asked. Together, Liang Rurong looked at Mu Tsiu, her eyes brightening, and smiled. "Okay. Actually, Liang Rurong could have shared the night with Liang Riliu, but neither of them had that." Liang Rurong grabbed the horse's mane, leaning against Mu Tsiu's chest, feeling sleepy. Mu Tsiu softly said, "Yes, I will protect you, so you won't fall." Mu Tsiu's words seemed magical. As soon as they entered Liang Rurong's ears, she fell into sleep. Feeling Liang Rurong's body soften, Mu Tsiu loosened one hand that was holding the reins and gently hugged Liang Rurong's waist. It was a bit too delicate. Mu Tsiue couldn't help but hold her tighter, afraid she would fall. Your Highness, I'm afraid that person will come back. We need to be prepared. Ling Feng came to Mu Tsiue and whispered. Mu Tsiue's eyes darkened, and he nodded coldly. Before leaving Ba Di, someone had already started trouble. Mu Tsiue knew this probably had nothing to do with the Crown Prince or the Third Prince. Those in power don't waste time on unnecessary things. Liang Ruong heard Mu Tsiue and Ling Feng talking and said, That's Shi Yan, he knows Xiao Luer. Mu Tsiue paused. Thinking about how Liang Rulia looked just now, Liang Ruong continued, and Xiao Luer is afraid of him. They probably know each other. Mu Tsiue nodded, about to say something to Ling Feng, but Liang Ruong stopped him. When she feels better, I will ask, Liang Ruong said. Liang Rulia's behavior seemed more like a trauma aftermath. Liang Ruong thought Shi Yan might have done something to Liang Ruliu. She didn't want Liang Ruliu to suffer more. Mu Tsiue looked at Liang Ruong's expression and said nothing. They slightly changed their route, as safety was more important. Before reaching the next town, Liang Ruong and the others camped outside for the night. Liang Ruong planned to wait a couple of days until Liang Rulia's mood improved to talk with her. As she entered Liang Rulia's tent, she heard Ling Feng shout outside. Who? Liang Ruong turned back and told Liang Ruliu, Don't come out. Then she quickly left the tent. She didn't expect Shi Yan to come again. This time, he stood behind a man wearing a red and white floral shirt. Next to the man, there was another man dressed in a white shirt with red flowers. The man in red said, Shi Yan, you said before. You saw her. Where is she? Liang Ruong frowned. Shi Yan looked at Liang Ruong and asked, What about the woman from last time? Liang Ruong smiled and said, You scared her last time, so I sent her home. Oh, by the way, her house is inside the palace, not far from here. You can go look for her. Talking nonsense. The man in red was already a bit feminine-looking, with narrow, upward-slanting eyes that made his features look more charming, and his voice was deep and pleasant. The man in red pointed at Liang Ruong and smiled. The first time I saw you, I just felt annoyed. So, Mu Tsiue quickly pulled Liang Ruong aside and lightly jumped to the other side. Almost at the same time, the man in red said, Go die, and something unknown flew out of his hand, stabbing straight into the spot where Liang Ruong had just been standing. Liang Ruong looked carefully and saw it was a poisonous insect. Liang Ruong immediately became serious. She stopped Mu Tsiue from attacking and looked at Shi Yan, saying, She called me sister. I have to protect her. Shi Yan tilted his head and looked at Liang Ruong. Then let's see if you have the strength to protect her. As soon as Shi Yan finished speaking, many masked people dressed in robes appeared from hidden places around them. Their robes were white with large red flowers at the bottom, extending all the way to their waists. Mu Tsiue narrowed his eyes. Luochi sect. The man in red looked at Mu Tsiue and smirked. Didn't expect the regent of Shu country to know us. That notorious thing? It's hard not to know, Mu Tsiue said calmly. A man in white, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. He looked straight at the tent where Liang Ruong was and said, Xinger, come out. Liang Ruong blocked his gaze and smiled. I don't have your Xinger here. Only my sister. The man in white still looked at the tent. After waiting a moment and seeing no one come out, he softened his voice. Xinger, if you don't come out now, I will kill your sister. Although his tone was gentle, both Liang Ruong and Mu Tsiue felt a chilling murderous intent. Liang Ruliu pulled back the tent curtain, tears filling her eyes. Don't hurt my sister. At the moment Liang Ruliu appeared, the killing aura on the man in white faded, replaced by a gentle, guilty look. Liang Ruong turned and said, Go back. As soon as she finished speaking, the man in red made his move. He was armed with poisonous insect darts. Any hit on Liang Ruong could be deadly. But he didn't expect that Liang Ruong, who looked fragile and helpless, simply waved her hand, and her poisonous insects died instantly. Liang Ruong looked at the man in red with a mocking gaze. Although I am a healer who saves lives, I can also use poison to kill. You are no match for me. Her words hit the man in red hard. His eyes suddenly sharpened, and he charged directly at Liang Ruong. Mutsiue wanted to help Liang Rurong, but was stopped by Shuryen. Shuryen curled his lips and shouted, "Since we haven't settled the score before, let's settle it now." Shuryen swung his great sword at Mutsiue's face. Mutsiue could only defend with his sword, fighting Shuryen. The man in red's weapon was a set of metal claw-like finger guards. With each swing, Liang Rurong saw the darkening glow on the guards, indicating they were poisoned. Black and white spirits protected Liang Rurong but only managed to tie with the man in red. Nearby, the man in white stepped forward to Liang Ruliu. He reached out, his hands clean and neatly trimmed nails. The man in white grabbed Liang Ruliu's face. Under the moonlight, his gray eyes showed no emotion. They stared at each other for a long time before he said, "Sorry, back then." Tears uncontrollably streamed down Liang Ruliu's face. Her eyes showed fear of the man and a swirling mix of hatred. "Mo Zhixing." Liang Ruliu called out his name. Mo Zhixing's expression seemed unchanged. He looked at Liang Ruliu, tightening his grip on her chin until it almost broke. "You won't forgive me, will you?" Mo Zhixing, much taller than Liang Ruliu, leaned down and licked her tears. The fear of this man always filled Liang Ruliu's heart. She couldn't help trembling, so much that Mo Zhixing couldn't help asking, "Are you cold?" Mo Zhixing released Liang Ruliu's chin, took off his coat, and wrapped Liang Ruliu in it. "I'll take you away," Mo Zhixing said firmly. Liang Ruliu tore off Mo Zhixing's coat, shook her head, and backed away. "Mo Zhixing, you did that thing. And you still want me to stay with you. Do you think that's possible?" Hearing Liang Ruliu's words, Liang Rurong was surprised. Did Liang Ruliu have a past with that person? The man in red also heard Liang Ruliu and attacked He Sha, chasing Liang Rurong, saying, "Surprised?" Liang Rurong sneered, "Surprised? Surprised at how stupid you all are." "Shut up." The man in red's attack grew fiercer, aiming at He Sha's vital points. If this fight continued, only He Sha and others would get hurt, and in the end, Liang Rurong would suffer too. Liang Rurong clenched her teeth, looked at her position and Mutsiue. Mutsiue was obviously stronger than Shuryen. Shuryen already had many wounds, while Mutsiue only had some blood seeping from his left arm. Liang Rurong trembled, took out something like a pill, and crushed it, holding her breath. She flicked the liquid from her hand toward the man in red. The man in red didn't expect Liang Rurong to have these tricks, and the liquid splashed onto his face. Suddenly, the man in red felt the world start spinning.
Liang Rurong shouted, "Mutsiue!"
"Run!" Mutsiue turned back and saw the man in red staggering, as if he had lost strength. Mutsiue used all his strength and swung at Shuryen's arm. Shuryen didn't expect that after such a long fight, Mutsiue hadn't fully shown his true power. He couldn't dodge in time and was cut off his left arm. Seeing his severed arm fall to the ground, Shuryen laughed out loud. "You're really so interesting." Shuryen looked at Mutsiue and stopped attacking. Mutsiue looked at Shuryen, feeling that the other was a complete madman. Liang Rurong looked at Mo Zhixing. "Your brother's poison, if not cured in an hour, means death." Mo Zhixing suddenly turned around, saw his fallen brother, and rushed over immediately. Bai Sha seized the opportunity to fly toward Liang Ruliu and hold her. Liang Rurong shouted at the guards still fighting Luo Qimen, "Let's go. Don't stay to fight." Then she threw a foggy, smoke-filled projectile into the crowd and rushed toward the mountains with Mutsiue. After running for a while, Liang Rurong told He Sha and Bai Sha to stop. "We've run far enough." Liang Rurong gasped for breath and looked back at the people behind her. With the sleeping drug. Probably. Can't catch us now." The remaining guards also caught up. One guard knelt at Mutsiue's feet and said, 11 people lost. The members of Luo Qimen were all confused by Dr. Liang's smoke, and the man in red and the man in white have left. Hearing this, Liang Rurong finally relaxed. Mutsiue ordered, "Treat the injured, and stay alert for others around." Liang Rurong crouched beside Liang Rurong, who was still clearly scared, and patted her shoulder. "Little Rurong, don't kill my father. Please don't," Liang Rurong begged desperately, grabbing Liang Rurong's hand and crying. "Please." Don't kill her. If you kill me, you kill me. Seeing Liang Rurong was about to lose control, Mu Tsiua pressed on her acupoint. Liang Rurong fainted. Liang Rurong held Liang Rurong and worriedly said she was too upset. That man is related to the death of the Emperor of Ba. Mu Tsiua frowned and noticed a red string around Liang Rurong's neck. He pulled the red string, which was tied to a long-life lock with gold and jade. He looked at the lock and saw the words Mo Zhixing engraved on the back. It seems we can't let Bei Chuan stay in the shadows anymore, Mu Tsiua said with a serious look. Everyone found a cave together. Before entering, they washed the blood and dirt from their bodies and clothes at a nearby river to avoid being tracked by Luo Qi men. Inside the cave, Liang Rurong regained her senses and suddenly hugged Liang Rurong, crying uncontrollably. Liang Rurong quickly wiped her tears and held her tightly. It's okay now. Liang Rurong's gentle voice comforted Liang Rurong's fear. Seeing Liang Rurong's emotions settle a bit, Liang Rurong asked, although I know it's not good to make you remember the past.
But
We still need to know about those people earlier. Liang Rurong spoke carefully, not wanting to touch Liang Rurong's fragile feelings. Fortunately, Liang Ruliu is a truly strong child. She wiped her tears and said, the prince recognizes them. They are from the Luo Qi sect. The sect leader. Both of them, Liang Rurong was surprised. Liang Ruliu nodded. Then how do they know you and how did they kill your father? Liang Rurong had to ask this possibly upsetting question. Liang Ruliu took a deep breath and said, Can I tell you later? As she spoke, tears started to fall again, uncontrollably. Liang Rurong nodded and looked at Mu Tsiua. The two of them walked out of the cave together. What do you think? Liang Rurong asked Mu Tsiua. Mu Tsiua's eyes were dark, clearly thinking about something. I will ask the people from Beichuan about what happened with the third prince and the others. For now, let's hurry on, Mu Tsiua finally said. Liang Rurong nodded and softly said, Thank you. She knew Mu Tsiua was worried about her. Back in the cave, Liang Rurong looked at Liang Ruliu sleeping and sighed. When I was her age, I was carefree. I thought, as a princess, she should be happier than I was. Mu Tsiua could hear the tenderness in Liang Rurong's voice for Liang Ruliu. He put his arm around her shoulder to comfort her. There are many unfortunate people in the world. The past can't be changed. We just need to help her. Liang Rurong looked up at Mu Tsiua, her eyes filled with gentle happiness and gratitude. Thank you. Mu Tsiua is not usually the type to meddle in others' affairs, but Liang Rurong knew he was doing this for her. Mu Tsiua reached out and gently touched Liang Rurong's smooth hair. In the evening, Mu Tsiua received a reply from Beichuan. Beichuan advised them to prioritize safety. There was a place called Luyu City ahead, where he was waiting for Mu Tsiua and his group. Beichuan said that the reputation of those two sect leaders in the martial world is terrible, like mad dogs. It's better for us to hide in Luyu City. Mu Tsiua burned the letter. Liang Rurong nodded. This is the best plan right now. Their goal this time was treasure, and they couldn't let too many people know. So, they didn't bring many allies and couldn't fight the Luo Qi sect head-on. Mu Tsiua and his group disguised themselves slightly and headed toward Luoyu City. Rain City is now quite close to the snow veins, and the temperature is very cold. Musai felt Liang Rurong trembling in front of him, so he quietly held her tighter. Cold, Liang Rurong nodded. Musai lowered his head and blew warm air along her clothes. Although this action was small and not very effective, Liang Rurong felt warmed by Musai's kindness. Beichuan had been waiting in Rain City since early morning. Beichuan is the city lord's savior and has a very good relationship with him. Prince, Beichuan saw Musai and knelt on one knee, looking guilty. It's my fault for not clearing the way for you earlier. Musai waved his hand. It's not your fault. Beichuan saw Liang Rurong and smiled. So this is the divine Dr. Liang. Liang Rurong nodded and smiled. Hello. The city lord of Rain City greeted them and said, There's no reason to stand at the door talking. Please come in. The city lord house is more modest than Mu Shaoai's, but it is simple and elegant. Musai looked at Liang Rurong, who was still trembling slightly, and then turned to Beichuan. Prepare hot water for a bath first. Beichuan looked at Liang Rurong and nodded, as if he suddenly understood. Okay. After bathing, Beichuan also called someone to bring new clothes for Liang Rurong. The clothes were made from the fur of an animal called the rock deer, which is the best material for warmth in the world. The fur of the rock deer can tightly seal in body heat, is water-resistant and fireproof, and the clothes made from it are not heavy, but very expensive. After changing into the clothes, Musai adjusted the high collar and said, "Let's go. The city lord and Beichuan should be waiting for us." Liang Rurong looked at Musai, feeling a bit amazed. Musai's features are the most handsome she has ever seen in her life. Now he was wearing a black and gold rock deer fur outfit, which fit him perfectly and made him look taller and more handsome. The white fox fur around the high collar softened some of Musai's cold and proud aura. "What are you looking at?" Musai looked at Liang Rurong with a gentle expression. Liang Rurong looked away, shook her head, and went to the room next door to call Liang Ruliu. But Liang Ruliu stood at the door and said, "Sister, I don't have much appetite. Please thank the city lord on my behalf for taking me in." Liang Rurong looked at Liang Ruliu's weak appearance and didn't want to force her, so she nodded and said, "Later, I will ask someone to bring you some food." Liang Ruliu smiled at Liang Rurong and said, "Thank you, sister." Mu Tsiue and Liang Rurong arrived at the table, where Beichuan and others were already waiting. "Your Highness, this is Qin Hanqi, the city lord of Luoyu City." Qin Hanqi sat with his wife and children. After everyone introduced themselves briefly, Qin Hanqi said, "I know your current situation, Your Highness. Please wait 2 more days, and I will have a way for you to leave quickly." "What method?" Ling Feng asked eagerly. "Our city's river can lead directly to the foot of the mountain you want to reach. The snowstorm will arrive today, and in 2 days, the river will be passable." Mu Tsiue and Liang Rurong thought this was a good plan. After discussing, they decided to stay. "During these 2 days, Your Highness and Dr. Liang can go with me and my children to experience the customs of Luoyu City." Liang Rurong thought this made sense, so she arranged to go fishing on the river with Qin Zimo, the eldest son of the city lord, and others tomorrow. On the way back to their rooms, passing by Liang Ruliu's room, Liang Rurong saw the empty dishes at the door and felt a little relieved. The next morning, everyone went to the riverbank. Liang Rurong curiously watched Qin Qian, who was sitting with his back arched, hitting the ice surface. "I'm checking where the ice is thinner, so I can make a hole." Qin Qian finally chose a spot and called his 2 brothers. The 3 brothers worked together to carve through the ice. Liang Ruliu, who was dragged out by Liang Rurong, asked worriedly, "Won't the ice break?" She had lived in a place where it never snowed in winter, let alone the river freezing, so she always felt uneasy about standing on the ice. Liang Rurong comforted Liang Ruliu, "Don't worry. Look, even Mu Tsiue joined in. For grown men working so long, it must be safe." Liang Ruliu felt a little reassured. After watching for a while, Liang Rurong suddenly thought of a question. "Why not use salt water to melt the ice?" Liang Rurong asked the Qin brothers. Qin Shuyan looked confused. "Why use salt? And using salt water is too wasteful. I'm afraid my dad will scold me," Qin Zimo also said. "Oh yes, salt was as precious as gold in ancient times." Liang Rurong scratched her head. Salt and water can both speed up melting ice, but Brother Qin is right. Before Liang Rurong finished speaking, Mu Tsiue forcefully cut through the surface of the river. "Prince, you're so impressive." Qin Qian gave a thumbs up, showing admiration in his eyes for Mu Tsiue. Mu Tsiue looked expressionless, as if it was no big deal. Liang Rurong sat beside Mu Tsiue, watching the fishing rod. Suddenly, the float on Mu Tsiue's fishing rod moved. "Mu Tsiue, I got one." Liang Rurong quickly patted Mu Tsiue's hand. Mu Tsiue shook his wrist and pulled out a fish. Liang Rurong's eyes lit up as she watched the fish twist and turn. Qin Zimo smiled and said, "You're lucky today." After a while, everyone caught fish. "That's enough. It's too cold. Let's go home," Qin Zimo said. All right, let's pack up the nets and go home. Dad will cook fish for us." Qin Shuyan stood up. Liang Rurong watched as the 3 Qin brothers and Mu Tsiue pulled up the fishing nets together. "Strange, the net is so heavy today," Qin Shuyan said. "The holes in the net aren't that big, so we probably won't catch any big fish. Liang Rurong stared at the fishing net being pulled up, faintly seeing a human foot. She took a step back, patted Mu Tsiu's shoulder, pointed at the faintly visible foot, and shouted, "There's a person caught in the net." Hearing this, everyone increased their grip and pulled the net faster. Liang Rurong watched as a body was slowly pulled out. When the waist appeared, she finally saw it was a slightly swollen female corpse. After lifting the female body out of the water, Qin Shuyan quickly called the officials, who took the woman back to the government office. Soon, an old man identified the body. The old man was a city vendor who sold steamed buns. The girl was called Hunyu. He often took Hunyu out to sell steamed buns. This year, Hunyu had just turned 14 and brought home a seemingly shady man, saying she wanted to marry him. The old man immediately saw that this man was not a decent person and drove him away. That was the first time Hunyu and the old man argued, and the old man fainted from anger. When he woke up, Hunyu was gone, and all the old man's money had been taken. The coroner simply examined Hunyu's body and concluded that she was murdered by someone. The old man sobbed uncontrollably, saying, "Hunyu ran away with that man. How could she be killed?" The coroner said to Qin Zimo, "Young master, the woman's heart is missing." Everyone present frowned at this. "Old sir, please tell me carefully, what does the man Hunyu brought back look like?" While the old man spoke, Qin Xian drew a picture. When the old man finished, Qin Xian showed him the drawing and asked, "Is this him?" The old man saw the portrait of the man and was very excited, nodding repeatedly and saying yes. His eyes were full of sadness and anger. In Luoyu City, people who left during winter were registered. Because fewer people left in winter, Qin Shuyan called the city gate guards to ask if the man had left Luoyu City. The answer was no. If the man hadn't disguised himself, he should still be in the city. Qin Shuyan immediately ordered the city to be sealed, not allowing anyone to leave. "Why would someone stay in the city after killing someone and not run away?" Liang Rurong asked, scratching her head in confusion. This was also a question in everyone's mind. And where did the girl's heart go? The portrait of the man who ran away with Hunyu was quickly posted all over Luoyu City. Passing residents discussed it eagerly. Soon, a middle-aged woman arrived at the government office, crying, "Please, young Master Qin, help my daughter." She knelt on the ground, tears falling uncontrollably. Qin Zimo asked, "What happened?" The woman wiped her tears and said, 6 months ago, my daughter Yanzi brought home a man, saying she wanted to marry him. At first, her father and I saw that the man was handsome and seemed educated, so we agreed.
But then...
Boo-hoo! She started crying again as she spoke. Liang Rurong listened nearby, feeling very anxious. That day, after we finished farm work and went home, we found the house in chaos, with valuables gone. My daughter left a letter saying she went somewhere else with Mr. Su to earn some money. And we haven't heard from her since. Mu Sai asked from the side, "That young Master Su, does he look like the man in the portrait?" The woman shook her head. "No, but his eyes look very similar." Mu Sai raised his eyebrows and exchanged a glance with Liang Rurong. As expected, young Master Su and the man who Hunyu brought back were the same person, only wearing a human skin mask. After Qin Shuyan finished asking the woman about the swallow and young Master Su, he told her to go back and wait for news. Liang Rurong could easily tell whether someone was wearing a mask or not. So she said, "Brother Qin, I'm very familiar with such masks. Since I just arrived here and few people know me, why don't I walk around the city for a few days and see if I can find anyone wearing one?" It was also her way of repaying the kindness of Luoyu City. Qin Zimo was grateful for her help and nodded. Liang Rurong then left the Qin residence quietly with Liang Ruliu and Mu Sai, and they found an inn to stay in. To avoid being recognized, both Liang Rurong and Liang Ruliu disguised themselves as men. The inn servant led them to their room and said, "Here are your rooms. If you need anything, just call me." Mu Sai looked around. The room was clean and tidy. Liang Rurong stopped the servant. "Hey, young man, I saw a notice on the city wall today. What's that about? Did that man commit a crime? Is he from this city?" The servant, who clearly liked gossip, shook his head and leaned closer, lowering his voice. Recently, a woman's body was found in the city. Her heart was missing. It's just like what happened a year ago to a woman named Shue from a local house of entertainment. No one knows where the hearts went.
Xue?
Liang Rurong raised an eyebrow. They never found the killer? The servant sighed. That place never even reported it back then. He said he heard it from a regular customer. That man had stayed there one night, and when he got up in the middle of the night, he accidentally saw Shue's body being thrown from the second floor. It scared him half to death. Later, the owner gave him some money to keep quiet. Liang Rurong smiled. I see. And where is that place? The servant gave a knowing grin. Go out, turn left at the second corner, then left again. It's about 500 meters from here. Thanks. Liang Rurong gave the young servant a small silver ingot. The servant happily took the silver and said, Thank you, young master. In the city, I know everything about what's happening. If you have any questions, just ask me. It's probably better to handle this kind of thing at night. Later, let Ling Feng and Wenxi go investigate first. We will observe secretly, Liang Rurong suggested. Mu Ziheng nodded. So Liang Rurong told everyone to rest first and wait until night. When the sun set, Mu Ziheng woke up on time. He knocked on Liang Rurong's door and said, Aren't you going to the brothel? Ling Feng and the others have already left. Liang Rurong immediately opened her eyes, grabbed some prepared sleeping potion or similar, and opened the door. Luyi City is near the snowy mountains and is a key stop for merchants traveling through. This background has led to a thriving entertainment industry in Luyi City. For example, the brothel called Snow Spring is even more luxurious and grand than the residence of the city lord of Qishan. Liang Rurong looked at the large building in front of her and sighed. People are really willing to spend a lot for enjoyment. Mu Ziheng avoided the people passing by and said, I heard that in the land of Nanman, there is a place so magnificent that even gods would think the heavenly palace is just SOSO. Liang Rurong was stunned. Nanman sounds like a remote and desolate place. And yet, it's so rich here? We can go see it sometime, Mu Ziheng said, noticing Liang Rurong's interest. When their current king traveled to Shu, he got lost. I was the one who saved him. We have a bit of a connection. Hearing this, Liang Rurong's eyes lit up. Okay, since it was a secret trip, Liang Rurong didn't bring Bai Sha and the others. Looking at the height of the second-floor window, Mu Ziheng said, I'll carry you up. Liang Rurong knew this wasn't just being delicate, so she nodded. By early morning, Ling Feng and Wenxi had already arrived at Snow Spring. The madam at the door, who was trying to attract customers, saw Wenxi and Ling Feng's attire and knew they were important guests. She quickly called the most beautiful girl nearby to approach them. Hello, young masters. Are you visitors from out of town? The madam looked to be in her 30s or 40s, well-maintained, with a mature charm. Ling Feng glanced at Wenxi calmly. Wenxi felt uncomfortable dealing with this kind of risky situation.
So he didn't get a chance to speak.
Ling Feng stretched out his arm and put his hand on Wenxi's shoulder, saying, Let's find a good spot with a clear view. Yes, yes. Please follow us inside. The madam led the way, not paying attention to what the distinguished guests behind her were doing. The madam took the three of them upstairs to a central seat. She turned around and asked the attendant to bring some tea, fruits, and dried snacks. Then she smiled at Ling Feng and asked, What kind of girls do you like? Before Wenxi could speak, Ling Feng said, 3 lively and cheerful ones. Having been in this kind of establishment for a long time, the madam was used to all kinds of people. She quickly understood who was in charge and simply asked Ling Feng's opinion before leaving. Wenxi looked at Ling Feng with complicated eyes. Does he really seem like someone here just for fun? Ling Feng ignored him and took a sip of tea. As soon as he drank, he froze in surprise. While no one was around, Ling Feng leaned close to Wenxi's ear and whispered, This tea is only found in Shu country. Wenxi was stunned. Just as he was about to ask more, 3 women dressed in red and green approached. How should I address you, young master? Asked one of the women, who looked a bit older. Ling Feng smiled, his eyes narrowing, and looked at the 3 women. He looked like a spoiled young master eager for fun. If you don't even know our names and you want to know ours, Then he casually pulled the red-dressed woman into his arms. Wen-si was a bit slow to react, but he saw Ling Feng's look and, mimicking him, pulled another woman in a yellow dress over to sit beside him. "Young master, may I serve you?" The woman in the sky-blue dress sat next to Wen-si. At this moment, all of them were pressed close to Wen-si. Wen-si was surprised that the women in the brothel were so open. He wanted to stand up in panic, but the woman held him tightly. She even leaned into his embrace. "Little young master, are you afraid? Do I look like I want to eat you?" the woman said with a smile. "Why do you only look at Yinhua? Do you not like me?" The woman in yellow also snuggled into Wen-si's arms, her breath sweet and her eyes charming. Wen-si glanced to the side. Ling Feng was talking to the woman in red, making her laugh happily. To avoid revealing their intentions, Wen-si also touched the face of the woman in yellow. "How many sisters do you usually have here? If we please the boss today, maybe tomorrow he will take all of you," Ling Feng said with a very mischievous smile. The woman in red was eager to skip the night fee and go to bed with Ling Feng. "Usually there are about 30 or 40 girls. Sometimes my mother even brings in some courtesans," the woman in red said. "The boss really hurts my feelings. Before anything starts, he's already thinking of others." Ling Feng smiled and said, "I heard that recently your brothel had a death. I thought your girls haven't been accepting clients lately." The woman in red covered her mouth and laughed. "Every brothel has had deaths. Those good girls sold in here always want to keep their family's reputation. Some even prefer to die rather than face disgrace." Ling Feng chuckled indifferently. "So, that girl who couldn't take it anymore was also a courtesan? What a pity. If I had come earlier, I would have made her understand her situation and not think about losing her purity." The woman in red leaned on Ling Feng's shoulder. "Shuer from Shue's brothel is a pure girl. She has more experience than I do and has a good relationship with my mother. She doesn't entertain many people easily." Wen-si listened carefully to Ling Feng and the woman in red talking, and he was relieved to see that Ling Feng was really gathering information. Soon, after 3 rounds of drinks, several women were a bit drunk. "Go to the room," Ling Feng whispered into the woman's ear. Seeing Ling Feng and the woman in red staggering toward the room, Wen-si also stood up and said, "A moment of love is worth 1,000 gold. Shall we go?" Hiding in the dark, Mu Tsiue and Liang Rurong exchanged glances. Wen-si awkwardly half-supported the woman in blue as they headed to the side room. As soon as the woman in blue entered, she tried to push Wen-si onto the bed. He quickly said, "I drank too much. Let me pour some tea to soothe myself." He then hurried to the table and poured a cup of tea. Wen-si carefully watched the woman behind him, pouring powder into the tea. The powder dissolved in water. Wen-si handed the tea to the woman. She smiled and drank it, then quickly collapsed onto the bed, unconscious. Seeing the woman faint, Wen-si let out a long breath. Soon, he heard noises from the next room. Wen-si remembered Liang Rurong's instructions and sat quietly, listening outside the door, ignoring the woman's moans and tossing beside him. Liang Rurong's medicine can create the illusion that they have been intimate. Liang Rurong and Mu Sai climbed through the window and landed on the ground. After searching the room and finding nothing, they told Wen-si, "Stay here and make sure no one finds out." They planned to check other rooms one by one. When they reached Ling Feng's room, they saw Ling Feng placing the woman in red on the bed. Seeing Mu Sai, Ling Feng whispered, "I found out some things. Shue's room is somewhere else." She fell from her room. If Shuer had visitors, they would be in her room. Mu Sai followed Ling Feng's clues and went to Shuer's room. He opened the window and climbed down. After making sure there was no danger, he brought Liang Rurong over. After Liang Rurong steadied herself, she looked around the room. The room was decorated simply and tastefully. Mu Sai carefully examined each window, finally stopping at the one facing the bed. "What's wrong?" Liang Rurong asked, leaning in. Mu Sai gently rubbed the window and then sniffed it. "A medicinal smell," he said. Liang Rurong moved closer and sniffed near the window, confirming a faint herbal scent. The window looked like ordinary wood, not a special fragrant type. It seemed someone had used herbs to treat something here. Liang Rurong and Mu Sai searched the room for useful clues. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door. Who's inside? They quickly hid under the bed. Mu Sai protected Liang Rurong and stared cautiously at a pair of cloth shoes stopping in front of the bed. The person looked for a long time, then seemed to think they were suspicious, and turned to leave. Mu Sai let out a breath of relief, turned his head, and saw the body directly above him.
Mushie.
Are they gone? Liang Rurong tried to peek out. Mu Sai covered his eyes and said, Don't move. There's a body under the bed, 3 in total. Liang Rurong shivered all over. She and Mu Sai carefully crawled out. Then Mu Sai patted Liang Rurong on the shoulder and crawled back under the bed. After a while, 3 bodies appeared in the room. Liang Rurong sniffed the air and detected the herbal smell she had noticed earlier near the window, which was coming from the bodies. Mu Sai looked at the 3 bodies and said, Their hearts are gone, just like Tiger Girl. It seems this was the residence of the killer. Unfortunately, Shue was already dead, or else there might have been clues. I think this is Shue. Mu Sai pointed to the middle body. Each body looked very shriveled, as if drained of blood, making it hard to see their original faces. But they were still wearing their clothes from when they were alive. The body Mu Sai said was Shue's had soft, luxurious fabric, very different from the plain clothes on the other 2 bodies. Mu Sai touched the skin of the body on the left and said confidently, This person probably died only 2 days ago, but Shue died earlier, which means the killer might come back. Liang Rurong interrupted. Mu Sai nodded. Smart. Since the murderer was still killing and hiding the bodies, the best thing for them to do now was to wait and watch. Mu Sai tied the bodies back as they were, and then took Liang Rurong away from Shue's room. When Sike heard Mu Sai and Liang Rurong return, he finally relaxed. He didn't dare to look at the bed. Because of the medicine, the woman in his room was already sleeping peacefully. Her clothes were scattered everywhere. Liang Rurong opened the window in Sike's room and whispered, In about an hour, we will leave. Mu Sai and Liang Rurong quietly returned to Qin's house and shared the information they had heard at Shueji-chun. Qin Shuyan immediately wanted to send people to surround Shueji-chun but was scolded by Qin Hanqi. Stupid. Liang the healer said that the person might come back to the hiding place to kill again. If you go now, you'll just scare the snake. I just care about those young girls who died and the families who lost their daughters. Qin Shuyan pouted. In Yulu City, no one doesn't know our Qin family. Could we trouble the prince to investigate Shueji-chun? Qin Hanqi looked at Mu Sai. Mu Tsiua nodded slightly and agreed. I'll go with you, Liang Rurong said. Mu Tsiua frowned, about to refuse, but then heard Liang Rurong say, Sometimes my medicine works better than your martial arts. After hearing Liang Rurong's words, Mu Tsiua hesitated briefly but still agreed. Be careful in everything. If anything happens, protect yourself first, Mu Tsiua warned worriedly. After planning the basic tactics, Liang Rurong and Mu Tsiua quietly sneaked into Shue's house. They hid outside on a tree, waiting quietly for the suspect to appear again, to commit murder and hide the body. Liang Rurong and Mu Tsiua watched for several days, but found nothing. Did we leak some information? Does the other side know? Liang Rurong asked, a bit confused. Mu Tsiua didn't say anything, just kept watching. Suddenly Mu Tsiua whispered, They're coming. A sneaky figure appeared. Seeing that person climb into Shue's room, Mu Tsiua and Liang Rurong hurried to the door and window respectively. Liang Rurong saw that person carrying a black bag, from which he pulled out a woman. Mu Tsiua focused and listened carefully, then mouthed to Liang Rurong, She's still alive, just unconscious. The man looked at the woman he had drugged and muttered, If I kill her, I will have 5 women's hearts. He could then join the faith and serve the true God, becoming a follower blessed by the divine. The man drew a special silver knife and without hesitation stabbed at the woman's heart. Mu Tsiua had long been alert to the danger of the man harming the unconscious woman. He held a piece of golden leaf in his hand. When he saw the man draw the silver knife, Mu Tsiua threw the golden leaf as a hidden weapon. The man felt pain in his hand and released the silver knife. He looked angrily at the room but saw no one, then shouted, Who's there? Liang Rurong pushed the door open and threw a calming powder at the man. The powder took effect. The man swung his knife and rushed toward Liang Rurong. "You can't kill me," Liang Rurong said calmly. "You're courting death," the man yelled and lunged forward. But he suddenly stopped in front of Liang Rurong, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Mu Tsiwa looked at the man expressionlessly, loosened his wrist, and then turned to Liang Rurong with concern. "Are you okay?" Liang Rurong shook her head, then remembered the woman still lying on the ground, her life uncertain. She hurried over, took out a small porcelain bottle, and held it under the woman's nose to let her smell. After a moment, the woman slowly woke up. Seeing Liang Rurong and Mu Tsiwa, she was startled and instinctively looked for her partner. She found her partner was lying to the side, unconscious, for some unknown reason. "Help! Someone save me! There's been a murder!" the woman shouted loudly. "We saved you." Liang Rurong quickly stepped forward, trying to cover the woman's mouth. It's not the woman's fault. She had drunk tea laced with medicine and fell asleep. In her memory, the man was still her gentle lover, skilled and kind. "No matter how much you call, we can't save you now," Liang Rurong scolded her. Just as she finished speaking, the turtle-faced man, hearing the commotion, brought his henchman and kicked open the door. "Who dares come into a room where someone might die?" he sneered. The woman looked pitifully at the henchman and said, "These two kidnapped me and my husband here, intending to do harm. Please, heroes, save this young lady." "Fool! If we hadn't saved you, that man would have killed you long ago," Liang Rurong snapped at the love-struck woman. The turtle-faced man looked at the man on the ground, his face changing, and ordered the henchman, "Catch them, go ahead first." Mu Tsiwa blocked the henchman from crossing and grabbed Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong stood under the eaves, took out a signal device given by Qin Hanqi, and released a blue firework into the sky. The henchmen sent by the turtle-faced man were no match for Mu Tsiwa. Seeing his men defeated, the turtle-faced man hesitated, then suddenly grabbed the woman's neck and threatened Mu Tsiwa, "Don't come any closer." The woman realized she was in a dangerous trap. Mu Tsiwa narrowed his eyes. The turtle-faced man sneered, turned to escape, but was immediately struck with a club from the front. Ling Feng swung his club, saluted Mu Tsiwa, and said, "Your Highness." The woman, released by the turtle-faced man, was so frightened she hid in Ling Feng's arms. At this moment, Qin Zimo and his men had surrounded the entire snow spring. But the madam was already gone. Liang Rurong looked at the man who had been knocked out by Mu Xiao, her mind full of thoughts.
"First, I have to question him," she said.
The man was awakened by a bucket of cold water. When he opened his eyes, he saw Qin Hanqi, the city lord of Luoyu, standing in front of him, holding the person who had captured him. "Speak." Qin Hanqi waved the whip in his hand. The man turned his face away, showing a stubborn look of defiance. "I tell you, this whip is laced with medicine. If I hit you with it in 3 days, your flesh will rot and your bones will break," Liang Rurong said casually, threatening him. The man swallowed hard. But his strong belief in the true God prevented him from giving in. He closed his eyes, ready to face death. Qin Hanqi sneered and whipped him again and again, causing the man to suffer greatly. "Will you talk or not?" Ling Feng panted as he struck. The man was stunned by the beating. "Say what?" He started to speak, but another whip struck him. Still stubborn, He Qingfeng glared angrily at the man. The man cried out, "Did you ask me or not? Just ask if I will talk or not. What am I supposed to say?" The prison fell silent for a moment. Liang Rurong stood up, walked to the man, and patted his face. "Why aren't you wearing the mask made of human skin this time?" There was a faint mark behind the man's ear, a sign he had been wearing the human skin mask for a long time. The man wanted to turn away, but he saw Ling Feng wave his whip at the air. Just as he was about to speak, Liang Rurong took a step back and said, "If you won't talk, that's fine. Lay him flat, take off his shoes and socks, and bring a sheep. Feed it some honey." Liang Rurong gave the order, and the men present dispersed. They took off shoes and socks, led the sheep, and brought honey, like a well-trained army. A bad feeling grew in his heart. Qin Shimo laid him flat, then spread honey on his soles. Ling Feng led the sheep over. Liang Rurong squinted and said, "This is your last chance." "I will never betray the true God," the man declared bravely, ready to face death. "Wow, is this an ally disguised as an enemy? Then let's see how loyal you are to your true God." Liang Rurong waved her hand, releasing the sheep. The man looked at the sheep and, with his tongue, licked his own soles.
Don't.
Ha 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 ha, don't. Ha 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 ha. The man's painful laughter echoed out of the dungeon. The guards standing at the door looked at each other. Is this person resisting or enjoying it? One guard nervously scratched his head. Liang Rurong saw the sheep licking the honey, then started biting the man's toes, and smiled as she said, "If you don't want your toes to be eaten to bones, just tell the truth." I said. "Don't eat my toes." Liang Rurong turned to look at Mu Siue. Mu Siue shook his head helplessly. "How do you know these strange interrogation methods?" "Secret." Liang Rurong smiled, then turned to look at the man. "What is your name?" Qin Hanqi asked. The next part of the interrogation was left to the professionals, Qin Hanqi and Ling Feng. The man's name was He Changping, a native of Chonglu Mountain. 6 months ago, a group of masked people suddenly appeared in Chonglu Mountain to spread their teachings. He Changping was attracted by the fancy clothes of the missionaries and their generous spending. He secretly approached them, saying he wanted to join their faith. The missionary said, "I admire your sincerity. Our true God will test you. We need 5 young women's hearts. If you do this, you can join immediately and receive the blessings and wealth of the true God." The missionary also told He Changping that they followed the teachings of all beings, and as long as new members obeyed, they would be rewarded by the true God. He Changping said, "The sect leader will arrive here soon." Liang Rurong sensed something was wrong and narrowed her eyes slightly. "What's going on with Shuer?" Liang Rurong demanded. Shuer was an unexpected person. Shuer was already a follower, helping He Changping in the city. But that day, when they were hiding the body, Shuer said, "Someone like you wants to join the teachings of all beings? That's just wishful thinking." She also said many unkind words. So, He Changping, in a moment of anger, killed Shuer. The madam was also part of the teachings of all beings and protected He Changping. Liang Rurong and the others didn't expect that the teachings of all beings had already infiltrated Luoyu City. Was their goal in Chonglu Mountain really just to spread their teachings? Liang Rurong asked. He Changping hesitated for a moment and said, "The preacher says that God rewards them. There are treasures in Chonglu Mountain, and God grants these to his followers." Liang Rurong and Mu Siue exchanged glances. Sure enough, it was all about the treasure. Liang Rurong quietly whispered to Mu Siue, "Why did the news about the treasure suddenly spread?" Mu Siue was slightly stunned by the question. "Maybe someone doesn't want us to have a safe journey," Mu Siue said coldly. Liang Rurong sensed the cold anger in Mu Siue's tone. After Lord Qin and the others finish their investigation, we'll know the truth. Soon, Ling Feng came to tell Mu Siue the results of Qin Hanqi's investigation. Zuezikan is actually one of the branches of the Zongxing sect. It used to be just an ordinary brothel, but after the current madam took control, it grew. Liang Rurong left the dungeon, scratching her head and saying, "This is like an ancient brainwashing cult." "What is a brainwashing cult, sister?" Liang Rulio asked curiously. Liang Rurong stroked her chin. "There are all these inhumane, deceptive brainwashing cults." Liang Rulio nodded. Suddenly, a guard approached with a grim expression and said to Qin Hanqi, "City Lord, the woman we saved yesterday and a woman from Zuezikan are dead." Everyone's faces changed. Could it be that some members of the Zongxing sect in the city haven't been found and are taking revenge? But why only kill that woman and Zuezikan's wife? "Let's go and see the bodies." The bodies had been placed in an open area. Liang Rurong saw 6 small red dots between their eyebrows. She turned her head and saw Liang Rulio's pale face, trembling body. She couldn't help but worry and asked, "Little Rulio, are you okay?" Liang Rulio looked up at Liang Rurong with tears in her eyes. "He came to find me." Liang Rurong was about to touch Liang Rulio's shoulder when Mu Siue suddenly pulled her back. Liang Rurong staggered and almost fell. Turning around, She saw several black needles glinting on the ground. Liang Rurong looked at Liang Ruliu, who was staring at the eaves above. Following her gaze, Liang Rurong saw a figure in white. Mo Zhixing. Liang Rurong gritted her teeth. This man had caused Liang Ruliu so much pain, and now he dared to appear again. Mo Zhixing looked at Liang Rurong with a murderous gaze. Mu Sai stepped in front of Liang Rurong and sternly said, Mo Zhixing, what do you want to do? Mo Zhixing withdrew his deadly look and turned to Liang Ruliu, showing a gentle smile. Xinger, come with me. Liang Ruliu shook her head and stepped back. It seemed Mo Zhixing had expected Liang Ruliu's reaction. He looked at her with a fond expression, like a parent scolding a naughty child, and said, Xinger, you don't want your sister to die, do you? Then you'd better have the ability to kill me, Liang Rurong said, holding Liang Ruliu's hand to give her courage. Mo Zhixing looked at Liang Rurong calmly. I hope you can be as brave later. As soon as Mo Zhixing finished speaking, Qin Zimo, standing behind Liang Rurong, spat blood. Liang Rurong saw the blood. It was almost black. She turned to Mo Zhixing and asked, Did you poison us? Mo Zhixing smirked. Xinger, look. Someone is about to lose their life because of you. Won't you come over? After Mo Zhixing finished, Qin Shuyan and Qin Hanqi also spat out black blood. Mu Sai's heart ached, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Mu Sai. Liang Rurong quickly used a needle to seal his acupoint, then fed him a pill, and shared the medicine with others. Mo Zhixing looked at Liang Rurong and said, Your medicine can't cure this poison. Liang Rurong gritted her teeth. I know, but I won't let you take Ruliu away. She had also sensed that she was poisoned inside. Unknowingly, she had poisoned so many experts. This person was quite capable. Oh. Mo Zhixing turned his head. Even if you die, you won't let me take Ruliu, Liang Rurong sneered. I'm very tough. After speaking, she spat out a mouthful of black blood. Mo Zhixing looked at the visibly panicked Liang Ruliu. Xinger, your master has held on longer, but... Are you still going to stand there? Liang Ruliu wanted to go to Mo Zhixing but was grabbed by Mu Sai. After coughing up blood, Mu Sai felt as if countless ants were biting inside his heart, causing him great pain. But he still made a move to stop Liang Ruliu. If you go, your sister will never forgive herself in this life, Mu Sai said. Tears fell from Liang Ruliu's eyes. Sister. Mo Zhixing used light skills to jump down from the eaves and pushed Mu Tsiua several meters away with a palm. Mu Tsiua barely steadied himself and coughed up more blood. This time it was red. You. Liang Rurong angrily stared at Mo Zhixing. Mo Zhixing drew a sharp sword from his sleeve. He wanted to go toward Liang Rurong and deal with this troublesome person. Liang Ruliu grabbed Mo Zhixing's sleeve and softly said, Don't. Don't hurt, sister. Her eyes were full of pleading.
Montauk Zhixing hesitated.
He quickly pulled Liang Ruliu into his arms and softly said, Xinger, call me. Liang Ruliu trembled in Mo Zhixing's arms, but her gaze was fixed on Liang Rurong. It was as if looking at Liang Rurong gave her the courage to speak. Zhixing. Liang Ruliu struggled to say his name. Mo Zhixing leaned in close, stuck out his tongue, gently licked away Liang Ruliu's tears, and then bit her trembling eyelid. Call me A's. A's. Liang Ruliu's legs started to weaken. Liang Rurong cursed angrily. Pervert. Mo Zhixing, in a good mood, fondled Liang Ruliu's earlobe. He looked down at Liang Rurong and reached out again. The sword reflected a chilling light under the moon. Liang Ruliu wanted to stop him, but found she couldn't move. She couldn't even speak. Only tears kept falling, soaking Mo Zhixing's clothes. Mo Zhixing looked down at Liang Ruliu. Xinger, I really like the way you cry. Liang Rurong gritted her teeth. This person was truly crazy and perverted. Mo Zhixing's sword moved toward Liang Rurong's neck. Bang! His left hand, along with the sword, flew away. Seeing his severed left hand, Mo Zhixing's face darkened. He looked up and saw Bai Chuan, along with He Sha and Bai Sha, standing on the roof. Bai Chuan looked at Mo Zhixing. Leave the antidote. You can still live. Mo Zhixing looked at Liang Ruliu in his arms, pressed her with his still bleeding left arm, and with his right hand, threw a porcelain bottle towards Su Yixian. Su Yixian caught the bottle and watched Mo Zhixing fly away with Liang Ruliu. Mu Tsius stopped Liang Rurong, who wanted to chase after them. Bai Sha fed antidotes to everyone. Liang Rurong anxiously turned her head and asked Mu Sai, "Why didn't you chase after him? If we forcefully go to save Liang Ruliu, do you think that monster would make a decision to destroy everything, including himself?" Liang Rurong fell silent. Mu Sai looked at the broken hand on the ground and said, "His hand is broken, but he didn't even blink. He's a ruthless madman." Liang Rurong knew this well, but she was angry at her own helplessness. "When will we go to save Liang Ruliu?" Liang Rurong asked. "This is part of the plan," Mu Sai suddenly said. Liang Rurong was stunned. "A plan?" she asked, feeling a bit confused. She didn't know about any plan. Mu Sai sighed and said, "This plan involves danger for Liang Ruliu, so Liang Ruliu doesn't want you to know." Liang Rurong didn't speak. Next to her, when Si was worried Liang Rurong might get angry and said, "It's the princess who asked the prince not to tell Liang Shini, and she hopes Liang Shini won't blame the prince." Liang Rurong sighed and walked gloomily toward her room. Mu Sai looked at Beichuan and said, "Handle this matter well." Then he went after Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong entered her room and didn't stop Mu Sai from coming in. "Do you know who poisoned you? How did you find out?" Liang Rurong was most curious about this. "They sprinkled poison in the snow in your courtyard. This poison needs to combine with the scent on Mo Zhixing to work." Liang Rurong understood. So, as soon as Mo Zhixing appeared, they started bleeding and showing symptoms of poisoning. Mu Sai knew Liang Rurong's worries and said, "Liang Ruliu has already translated the treasure map. The treasure can be taken. Later, I will go with you to find Liang Ruliu, okay?" Liang Rurong felt a bit down and said, "By then, little Rurong won't even know what Mo Zhixing's pervert did to her." Mu Sai shook his head and said, "If Mo Zhixing really wanted to do something to Liang Ruliu, he would have done it long ago. Although he acts crazy, deep down, he doesn't want to force Liang Ruliu to do those things." Mu Sai's words made sense. Liang Rurong listened and finally relaxed. He didn't bring out his followers, which shows he doesn't want Mo Zhixing to know. "I guess this time, he will hide Liang Ruliu somewhere," Mu Sai said. "That seems even more twisted than Mo Zhixing. Is he fond of his older brother?" Liang Rurong said angrily. Mu Sai shook his head. "Not all feelings can be explained by love. Mo Zhixing has a strong dependence and possessiveness towards Mo Zhixing. Neither of the brothers are very normal." Liang Rurong nodded in agreement. Exactly. Mu Sai wiped away Liang Rurong's tears. "All right, rest well tonight. We need to speed up the search for the treasure. The third prince and the first prince can't wait." Liang Rurong thought of her family in the imperial city and sighed. "By the way, what should we do about the matters with the Zhongxing sect?" Liang Rurong asked. Mu Sai replied calmly, "That happened in Qin Hanqi's territory. We've helped him enough already." Although Liang Rurong always felt that this matter was closely related to Mo Zhixing and the others, she had no proof. "I understand. You should rest early too." Liang Rurong nodded. The next morning, Liang Rurong and the others packed their bags and set out. This time, Beichuan led his shadow guards to protect Mu Sai and the others from the shadows. Liang Rurong saw Beichuan leading the way and most of the city routes were smooth, which surprised her. Beichuan's people are so capable. Beichuan's status in the martial world is even more influential than my title as a prince, Mu Sai said calmly, while flipping through a military book. After a while, Beichuan's men reported, "The snowstorm ahead is too strong. We probably can't go further. It's getting late. Let's set up camp first," Mu Sai ordered. Beichuan found a wooden hut used by hunters for the night and arranged everything inside properly. When Liang Rurong and Mu Sai entered the hut, they immediately felt the warmth. The fire burned the wood, making crackling sounds mixed with the wind and snow, creating a very soothing atmosphere. As everyone was about to fall asleep, Liang Rurong heard a noise and suddenly looked up. "Someone is knocking on the door." Everyone became alert. Bai Sha looked suspicious. With such a heavy snowstorm, how could anyone reach this mountainside hut? Ling Feng stood up and went to the door, listening carefully for a moment. It is someone knocking, but it was clear that the person was weak and exhausted, almost at the point of death. Mu Tsiwa looked at everyone and said, "Hurry up and open the door." Ling Feng had already used his internal energy to prepare for closing the door later. When the door was opened by Ling Feng, a white object rolled inside. He had closed the door earlier, but didn't expect the snowstorm to be so strong, making it hard to keep the door shut. Mu Tsiwa immediately said, "Move aside." Ling Feng instinctively stepped aside. Mu Tsiwa stood nearby, flicked his sleeve, and the door suddenly shut with a bang. Ling Feng was secretly amazed at Mu Tsiwa's deep internal skills. Liang Rurong approached to look at the white bundle, which was a person with a pale face from the cold. She quickly turned her head and said, "Bring a pot of hot wine." The wine pot had been warming by the fire and was slightly hot, perfect for warming up. "Open his mouth." Bai Sha pinched the person's mouth open, and Liang Rurong poured in some warm wine. The person instinctively swallowed. Liang Rurong breathed a sigh of relief. If he could drink water, he could survive. Liang Rurong then took out her medicine bottle, poured out a pill, and fed it to the person. After a while, the person finally regained some strength, and his face and lips looked a little rosier. Half an hour later, the storm subsided, and the person slowly woke up. When he sat up, Liang Rurong realized that he seemed to be a woman. The woman's eyes rolled around, then knelt straight in front of Mu Tsiwa and said, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life." Her eyes were red, tears in her eyes, looking pitiful. Liang Rurong watched as the woman almost fell into Mu Tsiwa's arms and coldly said, "You just woke up. How do you know who saved you?" The woman hesitated and looked at Mu Tsiwa, trying to stand up but accidentally fell toward him. Mu Tsiwa moved quickly and dodged. "Oh," the woman cried out in pain as she fell. "What is your name? Why are you in the mountains in this weather?" Beichuan looked at the woman with a stern expression and asked sharply. The woman replied, "My name is Jiang Rower. I am from Jiangnan. I was kidnapped by a group of evil cultists and brought here. They threatened my parents to pay ransom. My parents came to pay, but Jiang Roa choked up as she spoke, tears streaming down her face. "Unfortunately, my parents were killed by them, and they threw me in the mountains." Jiang Rower was now crying uncontrollably, almost fainting from grief. But the people present didn't think, "How sad." Instead they thought, "Wow, she can really cry." Ling Feng, kind-hearted, was the first to speak comfortingly. "Life and death are determined by fate. Your parents will be relieved when they see you're safe." Jiang Rower felt a bit better after Ling Feng's comfort. She sniffled and looked at Mu Sai with tears in her eyes. "You all look unfamiliar. I don't know why you came into the mountains." "We came here on official business," Ling Feng replied with a gentle smile. Even a fool could tell that this woman had her eyes on our lord. Jiang Rower quickly wiped her tears and said, "They brought me here over a month ago. I know the mountain paths well and can guide you." Liang Rurong heard this and exchanged a look with Mu Sai, both showing curiosity. Liang Rurong smiled and said, "You finally escaped from those people. Why not go home quickly?" Jiang Rower shook her head. "My parents sold everything to save me. They are gone now, and I have nowhere to go. If I can help you, it would be my way of repaying you." Mu Sai looked at Jiang Rower, feeling annoyed by her innocent act, and gave Ling Feng a look to send her away. But Liang Rurong was quicker and said, "All right then, thank you for your help." Seeing Liang Rurong had no objections, Mu Sai glanced at her. For some reason, Liang Rurong sensed dissatisfaction in Mu Sai's eyes. "Miss Jiang, let me check your pulse." Liang Rurong offered her hand. Jiang Roa understood that Liang Rurong was a doctor. She smiled slightly and said, "Thank you, Miss Jiang. You are indeed weak inside. You need to rest and take care of your health for a while." Liang Rurong didn't suspect Jiang Rower practiced internal skills, so she withdrew her hand. Mu Sai didn't like Jiang Rower being too close to him, so he used an excuse to get some firewood and moved to a different spot. Unknowingly, Jiang Rower stuck close to Mu Sai. Whatever he did, she did too. When Mu Sai stood up to get wood, Jiang Rower quickly followed and said, "Hero, let me help you." Mu Sai looked at her coldly and said, "No need." Feeling unsure, Jiang Roa glanced at Liang Rurong and then at Mu Sai, looking sad. "I just want to help everyone in any way I can. Unfortunately, everyone present was sharp and didn't buy her act. Master, why did you keep her here? He-sha whispered to Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong smiled as she looked at Jiang Roru, who still stubbornly followed Mu Tsiua. She said, letting the tiger go is not as good as watching it closely. No one present believed what Jiang Roru said. Can you believe a woman escaped and is still in the snowy mountains? Liang Rurong asked He-sha with a raised eyebrow. Also, I just checked her pulse and confirmed she has no martial arts skills or internal strength. Since someone wants to send her to us, let's lure them out, Liang Rurong said with a clever smile. He-sha suddenly understood. Their master was really smart. As the snowstorm lessened, Ling Feng pushed open the door to take a look. It probably won't snow anymore. Let's hurry, Ling Feng shouted to everyone. Jiang Roru stood up, then suddenly cried out and sat back down, looking very fragile. She looked at Mu Tsiua with tears in her eyes, but Mu Tsiua didn't even glance at her. Liang Rurong found it amusing. At her signal, He-sha said, I'll go. Liang Rurong walked beside He-sha, speaking kindly. Weakness is a disease. When we go down the mountain, I will treat you. She then kindly checked Jiang Roru's pulse. Jiang Roru, as if shocked by an electric shock, withdrew her hand. It hurts so much, Miss Liang. You hurt me. Liang Rurong's mouth twitched. Oh, even her own cousin had played this trick many times. Could Jiang Roru come up with something new? She wanted to make a sarcastic remark, but thought about how Jiang Roru was so eager to attract Mu Tsiua's attention. Suddenly, she had an idea. Since I am not qualified to treat Miss Jiang, she said, then turned and walked away. Watching Liang Rurong's back, Mu Tsiua understood her intention. Jiang Roru grabbed the edge of Mu Tsiua's cloak, tugged at it, then looked innocently at him. Is Divine Dr. Liang angry? It was unintentional. Benefactor, maybe I should go explain to Divine Dr. Liang? Mu Tsiua's face darkened. He calmly pulled his cloak out of Jiang Roru's hand. He looked at her with cold eyes and said, no need. Jiang Roru's expression stiffened.
Ah.
Okay, with such a charming man around, she was determined to win him over. Prince, Dr. Liang must have noticed the problem. She's not the type to. Ling Feng worries that Musai really thinks Liang Rurong has some feelings for Jiang Roru. Musai nods, his expression no longer cold. I know what I need to know. They are aware that Jiang Roru has issues. A child from an ordinary family, taken all the way to Changlu Mountain by a cult? At that moment, Liang Rurong gave a look, and he understood. Liang Rurong walks faster and leaves the others far behind. Only Bai Sha catches up. How is it? Did Jiang Roru flirt with the prince? Liang Rurong asks Bai Sha. She's not hiding anything at all. Liang Rurong touches her chin. They walk for a while, and Liang Rurong pretends to be led back by Bai Sha. Jiang Roru smiles and says to Liang Rurong, Miss Liang, don't be angry. I don't hurt anymore. Liang Rurong doesn't reply, just asks harshly, aren't you supposed to lead the way? Why are you walking last? Jiang Roru is startled by Liang Rurong's tone. She steps back behind Musai, her eyes red, and says, sorry. I haven't fully recovered yet. I feel a bit weak. She glances at Musai and continues, luckily my benefactor is behind me, keeping me safe from the wind and snow. Musai remains silent and steps back from Jiang Roru. Liang Rurong snorts. That's right. You were so cold just now. Come on, I'm a doctor. Can't I take care of you? Liang Rurong pulls Jiang Roru out from behind Musai, puts her arm around her shoulders, pretending to be close. Don't worry. I help at least 300 or 400 people a year. Only about 200 or 300 have died from my treatment. Fake medicine sellers probably cure more people than you do. Everyone can't help but laugh out loud. Liang Rurong laughs softly, holding Jiang Roru as they walk forward. She walks quickly to the front of the crowd, then turns her head and smiles at Jiang Roru. I see, Miss Jiang. Your legs seem to be fine now? Jiang Roru calmly replies, I will try my best not to hold you and benefactor back. She even tries to mention Musai separately in her words. Liang Rurong smiles and says, that's good. After all, you don't seem like a troublemaker. Jiang Ruru didn't expect Liang Rurong to be so blunt. There was no one else around, so she didn't need to perform for anyone. She just smiled at Liang Rurong and said, "Really?" Liang Rurong looked at her smile and felt a bad feeling in her heart. Sure enough, Jiang Ruru suddenly shouted loudly and rushed out of her embrace. From a distance, it looked like Liang Rurong had pushed her. Liang Rurong looked at her arm and even doubted if she had really pushed her. It's a pity there was no Oscar award in ancient times. Liang Rurong could only pretend to be surprised and say, "What are you doing?" "I didn't touch you." The person behind saw this scene and thought Jiang Ruru was not easy to deal with, so they ran over. Following Jiang Ruru's lead, Liang Rurong deliberately looked panicked and said, "It wasn't me. It was him." Ling Feng cleared his throat and said, "Dr. Liang, we all saw what happened." Everyone looked at Liang Rurong with blame, as if they were all acting. Hearing the accusations against Liang Rurong, Jiang Ruru slightly curled her lips. Mu Tsiue was about to step over Jiang Ruru to see if Liang Rurong was hurt, but was caught by Jiang Ruru. Jiang Ruru turned around, hugged Mu Tsiue's arm, and softly said, "I'm fine. I understand. Dr. Liang might have misunderstood us. I think I should stay away from Lord An." After saying that, she helped Jiang Ruru to stand up. Jiang Ruru let out a small cry and looked at Mu Tsiue with tears in her eyes, saying, "Lord An, my leg hurts." Mu Tsiue glanced downward. The act was quite intense and she fell pretty hard, even twisting her ankle. "There's a village ahead. We've been traveling all day. Maybe we should rest for a while," Jiang Ruru suggested. "No need. You should get on the carriage," Mu Tsiue said with a frown. Jiang Ruru wanted to say something else but heard Beichuan say, "The weather looks like it's going to snow heavily. It's better not to rush." Mu Tsiue nodded and said, "All right." Everyone arrived at the inn in the village. "Hello, are you staying here?" the young innkeeper greeted as soon as he saw people arriving. Ling Feng said, "For rooms." The innkeeper smiled happily and said, "Got it." He quickly prepared the 4 best rooms for them. Mu Tsiue was about to enter her room when Jiang Ruru grabbed her arm. Jiang Ruru trembled slightly and said, "Lord N, I'm a little scared. Can you stay with me?" Ling Feng, "Stay with Miss Jiang." Mu Tsiue immediately withdrew his hand without hesitation. Watching Mu Tsiue's indifferent back, Jiang Ruru bit her lip. Just as Jiang Ruru sat down, Liang Rurong entered. "Dr. Liang, is there something you need?" Jiang Ruru looked at Liang Rurong cautiously. Liang Rurong smiled as she opened her acupuncture bag and said, "I'm here to give Miss Jiang some needles to remove the cold from her body." Jiang Ruru didn't refuse. She simply smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, Dr. Liang." After a few needles, Jiang Ruru felt a warm flow spread through her body, making her very comfortable. "Thank you, Dr. Liang." Jiang Ruru thought Liang Rurong would do something else, but unexpectedly, Liang Rurong turned and left. After she left, Ling Feng waited quietly. He was thinking about Liang Rurong's instructions. "After I give the needles, she will faint in a moment. You check on her then." Sure enough, Ling Feng saw Jiang Ruru faint on the bed. He immediately jumped down and searched her personal belongings but found nothing. When he turned around, he suddenly noticed some symbols on Jiang Ruru's neck. Mu Tsiue remembered the symbols in his mind and turned to leave. At this moment, Mu Tsiue and Liang Rurong were waiting inside the room for Ling Feng. Ling Feng bowed slightly to Mu Tsiue and Liang Rurong. "Sorry to bother you," Mu Tsiue asked. "Did you find anything?" Ling Feng used the tea on the table to write the symbols he saw on Jiang Ruru's neck on the table. Mu Tsiue leaned over to look and frowned. "It's Sanskrit. Do you recognize it?" "What does it say?" Liang Rurong looked up curiously. Mu Tsiue looked at the 2 characters and said, "The words are Zhongsheng, all beings." Liang Rurong raised her eyebrows. "So it really is the Zhongsheng sect?" "If it's someone from the Zhongsheng sect, then it's understandable." What was her purpose in approaching the prince? Liang Rurong was a bit confused. Even if she could steal the treasure map, escape, and understand it? Ling Feng seemed a little hesitant to speak. "Speak." Mu Tsiue's tone was stern as he looked at Ling Feng. Ling Feng then half-kneeled and said, "Beichuan said that there is an evil technique in the Zhongsheng sect called a Huan Joyful Union. Just hearing the name, one could guess what it was. Liang Rurong squinted her eyes. Then she will definitely target the prince, right? Ling Feng didn't dare look at Mu Sai's face and could only lower his head, saying, maybe. Liang Rurong looked at Mu Sai with bright eyes. Shall we help her along? Mu Sai looked confused. Poison. Liang Rurong blinked and said what she was best at. Mu Sai thought for a moment. As long as you don't risk yourself, it's fine. Liang Rurong nodded. Don't worry. The next day, Jiang Ruru was the last to wake up and eat. She looked at everyone waiting and said shyly, Sorry, I haven't slept so well in a long time. She looked quite pitiful. You've been through so much. It's not easy to sleep peacefully. No problem, Bei Chuan said with a smile. Jiang Ruru glanced at Mu Sai. Mu Sai's face was expressionless, but he didn't seem as cold as yesterday. Jiang Ruru felt happy inside. All right, let's eat. After eating, we still need to keep looking for the treasure. Liang Rurong finished and deliberately covered her mouth, as if realizing she had said too much. Jiang Ruru focused on peeling an egg, as if she hadn't heard. But her heart was already stirred. She remembered what the master said before leaving. They are here for the treasure. She then showed a determined expression and said, Everyone, don't worry. I won't say anything unnecessary. I'll just lead the way. Liang Rurong also smiled and nodded. Don't worry. Once we find the treasure, we won't forget to treat you well. Take a look at this map and see if you can figure anything out. Ling Feng handed the treasure map to Jiang Ruru. Liang Rurong's peripheral vision saw it and knew it was a fake map. Since Miss Jiang is leading us, we'll just follow her. Liang Rurong stood up and gave Mu Sai a look. Mu Sai also stood up, walked to Jiang Ruru, and asked, Are your legs feeling better? Seeing Mu Sai approaching made Jiang Ruru happy. She was pleased that Mu Sai cared about her. She could tell there was something special between Mu Sai and Liang Rurong, but men liked new things. Jiang Ruru was confident in herself. As long as Mu Sai tried her once, he would surely dislike Liang Rurong. Later, they planned to persuade Mu Tsiua to join their family so that they could enjoy nights of music and celebration together. Thinking of this bright future, Jiang Ruru couldn't help but smile. Jiang Ruru. Mu Tsiua called her name, but received no answer. Jiang Ruru snapped back to reality, biting her lip and shaking her head, whispering, It hurts. Her single word made her sound like she was singing in 3 different tones. Everyone present felt goosebumps and was glad that Jiang Ruru was not looking at them. Mu Tsiua helped Jiang Ruru support Ling Feng, and they slowly walked out together. That fake map was mostly real, with more than half of the routes actually true. They kept Jiang Ruru from knowing the real map, but didn't delay their search for the treasure. Jiang Ruru, supported by Ling Feng, walked beside Mu Tsiua. Even limping, she looked more graceful than usual. He Sha wondered behind them, will she really not hurt her waist walking like that? Ling Feng was overwhelmed. Jiang Ruru wished she could just fall into his arms to show her fragility. Also, Jiang Ruru carried a sweet, fragrant scent that made Ling Feng feel a bit breathless. Mu Tsiua looked back at Liang Rurong. Act according to the situation, Liang Rurong mouthed as a reminder. Suddenly, Mu Tsiua thought he heard a very special bird call. Just as he was about to dismiss it as a trick of his ears, Jiang Ruru covered her stomach and shyly looked at Mu Tsiua. Hero, I need to go to the bathroom, she said. Mu Tsiua nodded. Okay. Watching Jiang Ruru walk away, Bei Chuan followed. Bei Chuan was the best at light footwork, leaving no trace in the snow, so he was tasked with tracking Jiang Ruru. Jiang Ruru ran to 2 cliffs, looked around to make sure no one was watching, then took out a signal flare from her pocket. How could there be such a fool? Using a signal flare in this place. Even if the cliffs blocked the view, they might not see it, and what if it caused an avalanche? Jiang Ruru shot the flare into the sky, which exploded into a red shape. The bright red symbol stood out sharply against the white snow and sky. North Chuan watched Jiang Ruru throw away the used signal flare, then turned back along the same path quickly, hiding behind a rock where he could stay hidden. When he returned, Jiang Ruru was worried because North Chuan was missing. She asked Mu Tsiua, Where is that tall young man? Mu Tsiua looked up at Jiang Ruru, frowned slightly, and said, He went somewhere convenient. Just then, North Chuan appeared from another direction. Jiang Rower sighed in relief and said, "It's better to be careful, so we don't get lost." North Chuan nodded and whispered a few words to Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong leaned in and asked Mu Tsiue, "Do you think Jiang Roa smells very strong today?" Mu Tsiue nodded. Liang Rurong moved closer to Jiang Rower, blocking her gaze as she watched Mu Tsiue. She said, "Miss Jiang, earlier North Chuan mentioned that at the place he went, he saw the evil cult that kidnapped you before." Jiang Rower's face changed. "How could that be? Did they come so quickly?" Liang Rurong looked at Jiang Roa and asked, "Is that evil cult called the Cult of All Beings? How do you know that?" Jiang Rower raised her voice, seeming surprised. But she quickly realized she was overreacting. She relaxed her expression and said pitifully, "They say their cult only helps those with fate. They are not well known outside." "How do you know about them?" Liang Rurong told Jiang Roa about He Chumping's killing spree in Luyi City. Jiang Rower looked down on those who betrayed the cult of all beings so easily. She said, "He Chumping is very wicked. Fortunately, everyone managed to catch him and prevent him from harming more people." Liang Rurong looked at Jiang Rower with a meaningful expression. Liang Rurong looked at Jiang Rower and said, "So, the cult of all beings also knows about the treasure. Why did they still kidnap you to get money?" Jiang Rower was stunned. Mu Tsiue also looked over sharply, making Jiang Rower tremble with fear. Liang Rurong saw that Jiang Rower didn't answer and asked again. Jiang Rower tried to stay calm and replied, "I'm not sure, but rumors are just rumors. You can't ignore what's in front of you just because of rumors." Liang Rurong smiled and said, "I see. Do you know why they want to kill women and take their hearts?" Jiang Roru naturally knew the reason. "It's not a secret on campus. I don't know. When I didn't see them kill anyone or take any hearts." Liang Rurong seemed to believe her and nodded. "Then stay close to us from now on. Since they've appeared, they might target you once they see you." Liang Rurong turned around and exchanged a knowing look with the others. Jiang Roru looked at everyone, tired, and said, "I remember there's a village chief nearby. We can rest there tonight." Hearing this, Liang Rurong stood up. She brushed off the snow from her clothes and told the others, "Let's hurry and get moving. We can't waste time. Sleeping outside tonight won't kill us." Liang Rurong's words matched Jiang Roru's hopes. They followed Jiang Roru to the village, she mentioned. Inside the village, there were already followers of the Living Spirit sect waiting. As soon as they entered the inn, Liang Rurong felt like someone was watching her. She looked at a man wearing a straw hat. "What's wrong?" Mu Tsiue asked quietly, noticing Liang Rurong's gaze. Liang Rurong signaled to Mu Tsiue with her eyes. "Look at that person." The man noticed they were watching him and looked away, calmly eating his small dish. Liang Rurong thought of something and told the innkeeper, "Don't prepare the rooms yet. Hurry and cook the food. The faster, the better." This was practically giving everyone a chance to attack. Jiang Roru sipped her tea, hiding a smile on her face. This woman was really too foolish. "Guests, your food is ready," the innkeeper called out, bringing several dishes. Liang Rurong immediately sensed that the food had been drugged. "I think the tofu with eggs and the stir-fried beef look good," Liang Rurong said, picking up a piece of beef, while Jiang Roru watched eagerly. Halfway through eating, Liang Rurong supported her forehead and leaned back in her chair. Feeling dizzy, Mu Tsiue reached out and touched Liang Rurong's forehead. "Are you coming down with a cold?" He also looked suddenly dizzy. Jiang Roru watched as people one after another fell down. She turned to the person who had just worn the hat and said proudly, "Master, it's done." That person took off the hat, revealing his face. The master smiled slightly and said, "Take them all to the room and tie them up." Jiang Roru hesitated but looked at the master. The master raised an eyebrow. "What do you think?" Jiang Roru happily ran to the master and knelt in front of him, resting her head on his lap. She looked at him with charming eyes and said softly, "Master. That man. The most handsome one, I want him." The master laughed loudly, picked Jiang Roru up, turned her over, and started to remove her clothes. While doing so, he said, "You little brat, wanting a man as your pet while being my woman. Fine. I'll give you what you want." Jiang Roru cooperated with the master, looked at Musi, and licked her lips. The people pretending to be unconscious. Although they couldn't see, they could hear everything. After the master was satisfied, the followers carried the unconscious Liang Rurong and others to a room upstairs. When the followers left, Liang Rurong opened her eyes after hearing the door close. She turned her head and met Musi's eyes, then looked at Ling Feng with a complicated expression. What kind of organization is this crowd of living beings? They actually have followers? Bei Chuan said helplessly. Suddenly, footsteps sounded at the door. Musi coldly said, "Keep pretending to be unconscious." Jiang Roru, along with a few followers, pushed open the door. She then raised her chin, and the followers splashed cold water on everyone. Everyone was soaked by the sudden splash of cold water. They all opened their eyes, and He Sha cursed loudly. Jiang Roru, no longer acting delicate, said to Musi, "Our goal is the treasure. As long as you cooperate peacefully, we don't want to hurt you." Musi looked at Jiang Roru coldly. Jiang Roru smiled charmingly and continued, "After all, the treasure map belongs to you. Our organization, the crowd of living beings, is collecting this treasure to help the world. We can't take it all, so we plan to take you along. After finding the treasure, each of us will get half." Liang Rurong rolled her eyes inwardly. This kind of talk could fool a 3-year-old, but no one would believe it. Musi's tone was calm and steady. "It seems your master's goal isn't that simple. Refreshing." Zhang Roer sat at a nearby table and looked at Mutsiwa. "I could tell from the start that all of you are skilled martial artists. You're not ordinary people. If I weren't such a great actress, it wouldn't be easy to deal with you." Liang Rurong and the others secretly sighed. "It's over. We acted too convincingly, giving Jiang Roer confidence." Jiang Roer's gaze moved across their faces. After a few moments, she finally focused on Mutsiwa and said, "And I want him." Mutsiwa felt disgusted. He turned his face away and looked at Liang Rurong. Jiang Roer then looked at Liang Rurong. She walked over and gently lifted her chin. "By the way, I almost forgot about you. What do you want to do?" Liang Rurong slightly leaned back. Jiang Roer glanced at Mutsiwa, who was warning her with his eyes, then withdrew her hand and smiled. "What can I do? Since the leader wants to work with you, I will treat you as partners too. Come here." A follower stepped forward, holding a bottle. "Although we are working together, you obviously won't trust us easily. So, this is a necessary step." Jiang Roer clapped her hands, signaling the follower to feed the medicine to Liang Rurong and the others. Unexpectedly, Liang Rurong and the others obediently took the medicine. This medicine can suppress internal energy, preventing people from using their martial skills. Liang Rurong chewed her lip. "It's a bit bitter. We'll improve it next time. Are you eating candy?" Jiang Roa stood up, flicked her sleeve, and threw a teacup at Liang Rurong's forehead. With a loud crash, the teacup shattered on the ground. Mutsiwa stepped in front of Liang Rurong, and the teacup hit his chin, leaving a red mark. Mutsiwa looked at Jiang Roa, his eyes filled with killing intent. Jiang Roer felt a shiver in her heart and turned to leave. The room door was closed, and Mutsiwa and the others broke free from their ropes. Liang Rurong fed each of them an antidote and said, "They will check your internal energy again before we leave. Just be careful to hide your energy." Everyone nodded. Early the next morning, Jiang Roer brought the leader of the cult of all beings to their room. "Leader of the cult of all beings, seeing is believing," Bei Chuan said with a mocking smile as he looked at the leader. The leader sat calmly across from them, looking at Musai and saying, "Our goal, I believe, has already been shared with Roer." Musai simply glanced at Jiang Roer without speaking. "The leader wants the treasure, but you should also know that the ownership of this treasure isn't decided by us," Liang Rurong said, looking at the leader. "That's your business. We, the followers of all beings, must leave this afternoon," the leader declared, then turned and left. Jiang Roer winked at Musai and said, "Don't think about escaping. If you don't take the antidote within 3 days, you'll explode and die." Liang Rurong smirked slightly. "That medicine is just to suppress internal energy. They are quite good at intimidating others. Rest well. I will come to find you when it's time to leave." Jiang Rower said before leaving as well. Bei Chuan looked at Musai and asked, "What are your highness's plans? Their people can help us test for traps," Musai replied, his eyes showing some mysterious emotion. Liang Rurong looked at Musai with confusion. "Test for traps? How could a treasure location not have any mechanisms?" Musai asked.
"Oh.
"You mean, you want the followers of all beings to help us trigger the traps?" Heisha clapped his hands. Musai nodded slightly. "They're not stupid. They will probably let us go first," Liang Rurong frowned. But Musai said, "Our treasure map is real. We know the terrain inside, so we can find a place to hide when the time comes." "That's a good idea," Liang Rurong smiled. Before setting out, the followers of all beings tested Musai and Liang Rurong's internal energy, and sure enough, they found no energy present. They confidently led Musai, Liang Rurong, and their group forward. Just ahead, Jiang Rower said with a charming smile, holding the leader's hand. The leader's eyes gleamed with greed. "Let's go faster," a follower pushed Ling Feng. Finally, they reached the treasure cave entrance. There were some characters written on the entrance that the leader couldn't understand. Musai saw them and softly read aloud. Hearing Musai's voice, the leader turned to look at him and asked, "Do you recognize these characters?"
Muchea nodded.
"Yes." The leader nodded with satisfaction and said, "Come and see." Mutsiue stepped forward and noticed a few small characters on the stone wall. He looked at them carefully for a long time. The leader grew impatient and asked, "What does it say?" Mutsiue looked at the leader and said, "This is the tomb of a baddie person and his loved one." The leader raised an eyebrow. "Is there treasure inside?" It didn't sound very wealthy. "The baddie royal family," Mutsiue added calmly. "How do we get in?" The leader immediately asked. Mutsiue placed his hand on the stone wall, pressed on a loose stone, and pushed it. A happy expression appeared in the leader's eyes. Mutsiue looked coldly at the leader. A hole big enough for an adult man to pass through appeared in the previously sealed stone wall. The leader looked at Mutsiue and said, "You go first." "Leader, we brought you here. We have no internal strength now. Isn't it dangerous to go in? It might be a dead end." Liang Rurong pretended to defend Mutsiue. The leader turned to Liang Rurong and smiled. "Then you go with him." As soon as the leader finished speaking, some followers pushed Liang Rurong toward the hole. It was dark inside. Mutsiue held Liang Rurong's hand softly and said, "Don't be afraid." Liang Rurong awkwardly said, "I'm not afraid," but she didn't pull her hand away. Mutsiue and Liang Rurong stepped into the tomb. The leader stood at the entrance, stretching his neck, and said, "You go further inside and take a look." Liang Rurong whispered to Mutsiue, "He just wants someone to explore and send them to die." "Only they would die," Mutsiue replied. Liang Rurong looked up. "How can you be sure?" Mutsiue nodded and then looked back at the leader. "No problem." The leader sighed in relief and took the remaining followers inside. Watching the followers holding torches, Mutsiue whispered, "Remember to hold your breath later." The candlelight lit up the tomb passage. They were in a long tunnel stretching toward an unknown place. "Follow my steps," Mutsiue said casually, stepping on a tile. Liang Rurong immediately understood that there was a trap. Liang Rurong was a bit worried about Ling Feng and the others behind him. Ling Feng and them. Trust their abilities. Right now, everyone's attention is on us. They must have run away, Mutsiue said. Liang Rurong couldn't help but look back. Sure enough, there was no sign of Ling Feng and the others behind the sect leader. Suddenly, she heard the sound of the ground beneath her sinking. Mutsiue and Liang Rurong turned to look back. I'm just following you." Jiang Ruru looked terrified. "Run." Mutsiue grabbed Liang Rurong, and with a swift step, like an arrow shot from a bow, they quickly moved 10 meters away from the sect. Realizing they had been tricked, the sect leader also used light skills to dodge the poisonous arrows coming from all directions. "Catch them," the sect leader shouted while dodging. Only 5 of the dozen or so sect members who came in with them remained. Because the passage was narrow, the sect leader, who had escaped danger, chased after them. "Still want to run?" The sect leader struck out with his palm toward Mutsiue's face. Mutsiue sidestepped and directly pointed his finger at the sect leader's spine. Liang Rurong seemed to hear the sound of bones breaking. Looking at the sect leader lying on the ground, Mu Tsiue gathered his full strength, seemingly ready to finish him off. But unexpectedly, Jiang Ruru rushed forward and stood in front of the sect leader, begging, "Hero, please spare our sect leader." Mu Tsiue withdrew his hand, but his expression was very cold. "Why should I?" Jiang Ruru looked at Mu Tsiue, gritting her teeth. "Hero, our sect leader also did all this to gain someone's favor.
He was deceived.
Please, Hero, forgive our sect leader." "Shut up." The sect leader, regaining strength, glared at Jiang Ruru. "Who asked you to talk nonsense here?" Jiang Ruru looked at the sect leader, tears seeming to well up in her eyes. She whispered, "Sect leader, that person doesn't care about you at all.
Can't you see?
When he used you before, he was so gentle and loving. Now that he doesn't need you anymore, he just abandons you like trash." The sect leader seemed to be triggered by Jiang Ruru. He reached out and grabbed her neck, saying fiercely, "When did it become your place to talk nonsense about my affairs?" Jiang Ruru looked into Lin Xingyao's eyes, seeing the real killing intent, and closed her eyes. "Master, you saved me from that hellish place, and since then I have trusted you. I realize that you brought me along because I resemble her a little." Jiang Ruru finished speaking and closed her eyes as if facing death bravely. Liang Rurong looked at Lin Yaoxing, whose eyes were full of blood, and shot out a silver needle. Liang Rurong's silver needle hit Lin Yaoxing's pressure point. He released Jiang Ruru. Worried that Mu Tsiue and the others might continue to attack Lin Yaoxing, Jiang Ruru knelt before Mu Tsiue and the others. "Our leader was deceived. That person only used our leader. She said she found a treasure and wanted to complete her plan, so she could stay with our leader forever." Liang Rurong was curious. "Who is that person?" "I joined the sect after it was established. That was before the sect was founded. I only know that our leader built the cult of all beings to gather wealth for that person. Then why did you kill people and take their hearts?" Liang Rurong continued to ask. "Because of the evil practice that person is cultivating. She needs to eat the hearts and blood of young girls." Jiang Ruru dared not hide anything. Jiang Ruru couldn't say she loved Lin Yaoxing, but being with him was much better than living on that hellish ship before. Lin Yaoxing was her benefactor, her savior. "Don't worry, we won't kill him or you," Liang Rurong said calmly. Jiang Ruru looked at Liang Rurong with confusion. Liang Rurong naturally understood what Jiang Ruru was wondering about. She knelt in front of Jiang Ruru and said, "The best way to destroy an evil cult is to let its followers see your true face. Otherwise, even if a leader dies, a new one will take their place." After speaking, Liang Rurong heard footsteps and looked up. It was Ling Feng and the others catching up. As soon as they arrived, Heisha saw Lin Yaoxing trying to bite his tongue and shouted, "He's trying to commit suicide." Mu Tsiue reacted quickly, sealed Lin Yaoxing's pressure points, tore off his clothes, and stuffed the fabric into his mouth. Lin Yaoxing looked at Mu Tsiue with resentment. Jiang Ruru held Lin Yaoxing in her arms and softly said, "Why bother?" Liang Rurong stared at Jiang Ruru, watching her profile, and suddenly thought of someone. Liang Rurong was very surprised and tentatively asked, "Jiang Ruru, the person Lin Xingyao likes. Is it a man or a woman?" Jiang Ruru shook her head. "I don't know who he likes. Since I followed the sect leader, I've never seen that person. Mo Qixing, right?" Liang Rurong looked at Lin Xingyao. Lin Xingyao's eyes suddenly widened.
"What?"
"He likes Mo Qixing?" Ling Feng exclaimed in shock.
Mu Qiu frowned.
Liang Rurong didn't expect there to be a connection to Mo Qixing in this matter. She squatted in front of Lin Xingyao and said fiercely, "The brother of the person you like took my sister away. I still need to settle this with him." Lin Xingyao stared at her with wide eyes. Liang Rurong coldly said, "He will die right in front of you." Mu Tsiue helped Jiang Ruru support Lin Xingyao, and they continued into the tunnel. At the end of the tunnel was a large bronze door. "This is..." Beichuan touched the dent in the wall, which looked round. "It should be the key to open the door," Liang Rurong guessed. "Try to force it open," Beichuan suggested. Mu Tsiue shook his head. "No, it will definitely trigger a trap." Just as everyone was struggling, Liang Rurong suddenly remembered a jade pendant Jiang Ruru had secretly given her earlier. She hadn't told anyone, including Mutsiue, because Jiang Roru asked her not to tell anyone. Liang Rurong quickly pulled the jade pendant out of her pocket. Try this. Liang Rurong handed the pendant to Beichuan. Beichuan took the pendant and said in surprise, Dr. Liang, what is this? Xiaoyuer gave it to me. Try it quickly. Beichuan took the pendant and pressed it against the bronze door. With a loud rumbling, the bronze door opened. Just as everyone was about to go inside, a shining silver sword flew over. The sword was aimed at Liang Rurong. Mutsiue pulled Liang Rurong close to himself and turned to look at where the sword was flying from. Who? Behind them, Mo Qixing smiled strangely and seductively. Long time no see. Mo Qixing looked at them. Mo Qixing's gaze was like a viper, wrapping around each of them. Finally, he looked at Liang Rurong and asked, Where's your dear sister? Liang Rurong sneered. You grew up without a father's love or a mother's care, so you don't understand. How could I risk taking her up the mountain for an adventure? Mo Qixing's eyes darkened. One day, I will cut out your tongue. After speaking, he raised his left hand and threw a dagger. Mutsiue was quick and drew his sword to block the dagger. Mo Qixing, you are reviving the evil sect and helping the wicked. What is your true intention? Beichuan stepped forward, looking coldly at Mo Qixing. Mo Qixing pretended to be surprised. Isn't this the leader? Why are you here? Then he turned to Lin Xingyao. Xingyao, the leader is here. Why didn't you tell me? Lin Xingyao didn't know that Beichuan was the Martial Arts Alliance leader. He lowered his head slightly. It's my mistake. Then don't want it anymore, Mo Qixing said with a gentle smile, looking at him. Liang Rurong watched Mo Qixing smile and felt it was full of sneaky intent. Hearing Mo Qixing's words, Lin Xingyao didn't hesitate. He took out a small knife from his waist and, in front of everyone, gouged out his own eye. Liang Rurong was so shocked she stepped back. Mutsiue stepped in front of Liang Rurong, blocking the bloody scene. Lin Xingyao, Liang Rurong shouted angrily. She peeked out from behind Mutsiue and saw that Lin Xingyao had cut the nerve of his eyeball and was holding it out to Mo Qixing. Liang Rurong couldn't understand. She thought Lin Xingyao was completely crazy. For someone who didn't love him, how could he do this? Lin Xingyao, with empty eyes, looked at Mo Qixing and said, Now, my eyes are with you. In this life, I will only look at you. Mo Qixing was satisfied. He took the eyeball and put it into a pouch at his side. Lin Xingyao felt Mo Qixing taking his eye and smiled even more happily. Seeing this sick scene, Liang Rurong felt extremely nauseous. Beichuan drew his sword and charged at Mo Qixing. Mo Qixing dodged sideways, and a shadow appeared behind him. Shi Yan and Beichuan exchanged a few moves, realizing they were no match for Beichuan. North Alliance leader, no one in the martial world can match you, Mo Qixing said as he watched nearby. Today, I am honored to witness your grace, thanks to Lin Xingyao. His words sounded as if Beichuan was just a clown amusing him. Others naturally wouldn't allow Mo Qixing to insult Beichuan like that. They all rushed toward him. Liang Rurong warned, his poison is very strong. Be careful. Mo Qixing wore metal rings on his hands. He blocked Mutsiue's attack and then grabbed Mutsiue's arm with a quick move. Fortunately, Mutsiue reacted fast and dodged in time, but his arm was still scratched by the hooks on Mo Qixing's ring. Mutsiue didn't mind. He countered with a sword, injuring Mo Qixing's arm. Mo Qixing looked at his deep wound, which showed bone, and his face turned strangely frightening. He looked at Mutsiue and said with a smile, I will remember this injury. One day, I will return it to the one you love, and I promise, it will hurt 100 times more than now. Mutsiue raised his sword again and shouted, Then I will make sure you have no chance. Seeing that he couldn't avoid Mutsiue's attack, Mo Qixing shouted loudly, Lin Xingyao. Unexpectedly, Lin Xingyao, who had lost his sight, accurately rushed in front of Mo Qixing and blocked that deadly strike. Mutsiue was stunned. Only then did Liang Rurong realize what was happening. You put a curse on Lin Xingyao, Liang Rurong said angrily, staring at Lin Xingyao falling from Mutsiue's sword to the ground, then turning to glare at Mo Qixing. Perhaps Lin Xingyao truly loved Imo Qixing, so he was willing to let Imo Qixing plant a curse inside him. From now on, he would only love Imo Qixing and nothing else. Taking advantage of everyone's shock, Imo Qixing kicked off and flew over 10 meters. Beichuan's people immediately chased after him. After a while, Liang Rurong asked, "They probably won't come back, right?" Mu Tsiwa nodded. "That's good. Let's go to the treasure first," Liang Rurong said, glancing at Jiang Ruru and Lin Xingyao, who had died in the fight, and sighed. As they passed by Lin Xingyao's body, He Sha asked, "Do you think Lin Xingyao ever liked Jiang Ruru?" Bai Sha turned around. "Both of them are dead. Does it matter?" Black Sha chuckled softly and followed behind, leaning close to Liang Rurong. The boss is clever. She knew to lead Lin Xingyao and his people to the fake treasure site first, so she could lure out those behind him. Liang Rurong turned her head and looked at the map. The main point is that the map shows this fake treasure site. Since it's marked, why not use it well? All that had just happened was part of a plan Liang Rurong and Mu Tsiwa discussed to lure out the people behind Lin Xingyao. It's just surprising that the Zongxing sect and Luo Qi sect are involved. Liang Rurong frowned. Mu Tsiwa was also deep in thought. Ling Feng sighed. Luo Qi sect is more deeply involved than we thought. Beichuan has been in the martial world for many years and never noticed. This shows their strength. It's okay. Once we deal with the treasure, we'll return to Shu. Luo Qi sect has nothing to do with us. Liang Rurong smiled. Everyone chatted happily as they followed the map to the real treasure entrance. They opened a heavy bronze door, and the light inside almost blinded everyone. "Look," Mu Tsiwa whispered. Liang Rurong looked up and was stunned by what she saw. "There are so many." Liang Rurong stared at the dazzling, colorful gold, silver, and jewelry, feeling her eyes hurt. No wonder so many people covet this treasure. It's richer than most national treasuries, she thought as she walked inside, accidentally falling onto a pile of gold and silver. Ouch! What's that? Liang Rurong picked up a box from beneath her. Mu Tsiwa took it and saw it was a locked mechanical box. This kind of box could only be opened with a matching key, or everything inside would be destroyed. The box had a round groove at the connection point. Mu Tsiwa said to Liang Rurong, "Give me the princess's jade pendant." He pressed the jade pendant against the box, and sure enough, it was the key. He then took out a small bamboo, made of jade. "Why is there jade bamboo inside?" Ling Feng asked, confused. In such a precious treasure, they found this box. They thought it might contain a rare treasure, but it turned out to be jade bamboo. Liang Rurong looked at what Mu Tsiwa was holding and slowly shook her head. "This isn't jade bamboo.
It's..."
A finger bone turned to jade. "Really?" Ling Feng was shocked. Mu Tsiwa put the finger bone back into the box and noticed a piece of paper inside. He took it out. "What is this?" Everyone leaned in to look. Xinc frowned and said confidently, "This is the Emperor's handwriting." Mu Tsiwa softly read the words on the paper. "My love for the place where I buried my bones. My heart belongs here." Is this the Emperor's lover's finger bone? Liang Rurong reacted quickly. Mu Tsiwa closed the box and nodded, saying, "It should be." That finger bone had been polished smooth like jade, showing how much the Emperor missed his loved one. Liang Rurong sighed, put it back, but Mu Tsiwa shook his head silently and carefully stored the box away. He whispered, "The Crown Prince wants this." The stone cave shone brightly with luminous pearls and some unknown glowing gems. Using the light, Mu Tsiwa looked up and saw an opening, but it was covered by vines and snow. "That's the way out." Mu Tsiwa pointed to the opening. Everyone crawled out through the hole. Suddenly, they went from darkness into bright sunlight, and Liang Rurong couldn't open her eyes at first. Once she adjusted, she saw they were standing on a hillside. In front of them was the wooden house where they had sheltered from the snow and met Mu Lian before. So, they wandered around and ended up back here. Liang Rurong found it hard to believe. Mu Tsiwa was silent for a moment, then released a colorful smoke bomb into the sky. This was to inform the people behind them, the third prince's men, that they had found the treasure location. Liang Rurong and Mu Tsiwa waited inside the wooden house until the third prince's people arrived. On the way back, Bei Chuan, who was tracking Mo Qixing, also returned. Mo Qixing ran away. Bei Chuan told Mu Tsiua. Mu Tsiua nodded. Expected. Then he looked at Liang Rurong and said to Bei Chuan, "Take your people back to Ba Di and inform the crown prince that the princess has been taken." Bei Chuan nodded and rode off quickly. Liang Rurong looked at Mu Tsiua and softly said, "Thank you. There's no need to thank us." On the way back, everything went smoothly and Mu Tsiua and his group quickly returned to the palace in Ba Di. This treasure map is from many years ago. Back then, the former emperor had already decided where he wanted to die. Su Yixian sighed and said to Liang Rurong, "You and Mu Tsiua go back first. Cure Jin Chuan's poison." I want to see him." Liang Rurong knew that Su Yixian wanted to visit the former emperor. She nodded and, after saying goodbye to Mu Tsiua, headed towards the imperial city. "After we return, I need to see the crown prince," Liang Rurong said to Mu Tsiua. Mu Tsiua didn't say much, just nodded and warned, "Be careful." Xuanan had been waiting for Liang Rurong for a long time. As soon as she returned, he took her to the crown prince's palace. The crown prince looked at Liang Rurong with a gentle smile. "Long time no see, divine Dr. Liang." Liang Rurong wasn't interested in arguing with the crown prince. She simply said, "The princess has gone missing." "I knew she would go missing," the crown prince said calmly, showing no surprise. Liang Rurong's eyes flashed with anger. "You knew. Mo Zixing and the others are definitely looking for her. Otherwise, would we let the Mo brothers harm the people of Ba Di?" The crown prince finally looked serious and questioned Liang Rurong. Just after he finished speaking, the palace doors opened. The third prince and Mu Tsiua, who looked unhappy, entered. Liang Rurong looked at the third prince and then at the crown prince, and suddenly understood. "Are you putting on a show for us?" Liang Rurong sneered. "No, it's not for us. It's for Luo Qi men," the third prince replied. Mu Tsiua stepped beside Liang Rurong, signaling her to stay calm. Although she was angry about being deceived, she could understand some things. "What do you mean?" Liang Rurong asked. The third prince smiled and said, "Divine Dr. Liang, from Xinger's escape to Shu Kingdom, this has all been a trap. This trap was made for you." Liang Rurong's heart trembled, and she instinctively looked at Mu Tsiua. Mu Tsiua pursed his lips, silent, with a dark look in his eyes. "We will help the Regent King, but we also need your help," the third prince said, standing in front of Liang Rurong with a flattering look. Liang Rurong looked at them with a hint of sarcasm and said, "The two princes are joking. I don't have the skills to help you. Your medical skills and abilities are exactly what this prince needs," the third prince said directly, looking straight at Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong frowned. "You can save all of Ba, even Shu and Xinger," the emperor also spoke. Liang Rurong shook her head. "Don't put such a big label on me. It's true. The Luo Qi sect has been developing for many years and has deeply infiltrated many countries. The Mo brothers only want one thing, power over the world," the emperor said seriously, his words surprising. Liang Rurong was stunned. Unfortunately, they made a wrong move. Back then, the two of them entered the palace disguised as guards. Mo Zixing stayed close to the most favored Xinger, but unexpectedly, he fell in love with her, the emperor recounted darkly. Liang Rurong realized something and asked, "So, she was also part of your plan?" The third prince immediately replied, "Yes, we designed everything involving Xinger. She had no idea from start to finish. The death of the emperor was a big to Xinger. She can't carry out this mission, so everything was done without her knowledge," the third prince said calmly. Liang Rurong felt a little relieved. "So, why did you go to so much trouble to call me here?" Liang Rurong said with disgust towards the two of them. She hated being manipulated the most. The third prince glanced at Mu Tsiua and said, "They are very skilled with poison. Only you, being close to the regent, can ensure he doesn't die." Liang Rurong was shocked.
"What?
"How does this relate to Mu Tsiua?" "I want to eliminate the Luo Qi sect," Mu Tsiua said calmly. Liang Rurong frowned, hardly believing it. Why? Mu Tsiua was definitely not someone who meddled in others' affairs. He sighed and said, According to the intelligence from the third prince, the Luo Qi sect has planted people in many countries, and quite a few are inside the palace. Liang Rurong understood. If we don't eliminate the Luo Qi sect, even if the emperor is in power, there will still be danger, she asked. Mu Xiu nodded and continued. Moreover, the third princes gave me an offer I couldn't refuse. What is it? After removing the rogue gate, Emperor Bai would follow the emperor's orders without question. Mu Xiu looked into Liang Rurong's eyes, full of determination. Liang Rurong chuckled softly. No wonder you weren't angry even after being deceived, Liang Rurong said helplessly, shaking her head. Never mind. For you, for Xiao Luer, and for the common people, I will go with you. Together through everything. They looked at each other silently until the third prince cleared his throat. Well, since that's settled, I will go back first. I will inform the Empress Dowager of Shu Kingdom that the regent has been detained. My people will help her and they will protect your emperor. After speaking, the third prince left. The eldest prince smiled, resting his chin on his hand. You two should go back and rest early. Tonight, a detailed plan will be delivered. As the eldest prince said, Xuanan sent a letter and a horse in the middle of the night. This horse is called Huangquan. It is the fastest horse in the world. His Royal Highness the eldest prince said it is a gift for you, Xuanan said.
Mu Xiu nodded.
Thank you, Your Highness. They said in the letter that they only have a rough idea of the rogue gate's location. To find out the exact position, we might have to ask along the way. Liang Rurong opened the letter. Mu Xiu wasn't surprised. We will set out tomorrow. To avoid attracting attention, we will all ride Huangquan. Ling Feng and the others will follow secretly, Mu Xiu told Liang Rurong. Recently, Liang Rurong had ridden with Mu Xiu many times. She didn't hesitate. All right, the third prince also mentioned that there is a city ahead where his acquaintances will help us, Liang Rurong added. Early the next morning, they set out. With Huangquan, their speed was much faster. Mu Xiu and Liang Rurong entered a decent-looking inn. The young clerk saw their clothes and hurried to greet them. Are you two here to stay? The clerk asked eagerly, bowing. Liang Rurong looked at the environment and nodded. 2 rooms and prepare hot water for bathing. 1 room, Mu Xiu interrupted, then whispered, I'll sleep on the ground later. Safety first. After what had happened before, Mu Xiu didn't trust Liang Rurong to sleep alone. Liang Rurong understood and nodded. All right, the young waiter happily went to tell the counter about their orders. Then he carried tea to the corner of the hall where Liang Rurong and the other person were sitting. Would you like to order something? They had traveled for several hours and were a bit hungry. 1 roasted chicken and steamed fish, some beef with sauce, stir-fried greens, and a bowl of egg drop soup. Liang Rurong ordered simple, tasty dishes. The waiter turned to leave, but Mu Xiu stopped him. Feed my horse some fresh, high-quality hay and include it in the bill. You really like that horse, Liang Rurong said with a smile. The food was quickly served. Delicious, Liang Rurong gave Mu Xiu a chicken leg, then started eating eagerly herself. The roasted chicken was tender and flavorful, much better than what was served in the palace. Watching Liang Rurong's cheeks puff out as she ate, Mu Xiu found her adorable. He reached out and poked her chubby face. Liang Rurong looked up and frowned at Mu Xiu. Mu Xiu couldn't help but smile slightly at her expression. Just as the atmosphere was becoming warm and pleasant, the anxious voice of the waiter interrupted. Guess you should go outside and see. A young man insists on your horse. The horse watcher says it's a guest's horse, and he even beat someone up over it. Mu Xiu's face darkened. It's normal for people to like a rare and beautiful horse like Huangquan, but taking it by force was too much. He wanted to see who was so arrogant. Liang Rurong watched Mu Xiu's back and followed him. As they stepped out of the inn, she saw a man dressed in red and green sitting on a chair that looked like it was brought from somewhere. He was drinking tea and saying, Today, this horse is mine. Even if the owner comes, I won't give it up, Liang Rurong thought. Wow, I've never seen anyone more arrogant than him. Not only arrogant, but also lacking in taste. The man saw Mu Xiu walking straight toward him and looked at him proudly. You are the owner of this horse, right? Mu Xiu looked at the man coldly, but didn't answer. The man smiled and, acting very effeminate, twirled a lock of his hair with his finger. How much did you pay for this horse? I'll pay double. Mutsiwa sneered coldly. You probably can't afford it. The man seemed to hear something funny and laughed. He looked at the servant nearby and exaggeratedly said, Someone dares to say I can't afford a horse? Ha ha ha, I like your sense of humor. Confidently, he opened his fan and waved it, saying, Go ahead and name your price, your life. Mutsiwa replied calmly. Liang Rurong stepped closer and looked at the stunned man, saying, Double the price. Are you planning to give your father's life, your mother's, or maybe your wife's? The man blushed and paled at Liang Rurong's words. He gritted his teeth and said, Ungrateful. Don't show your face and then act tough. Hit him. He slapped his fan and ordered his servants behind him. Those servants were tall and strong. As they stepped forward, curious onlookers kept their distance. Watching the fight was fine, but they didn't want blood splattered on themselves. Back off, Mutsiwa said, worried about accidentally hurting Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong patted Mutsiwa's shoulder and took a step back. Seeing Liang Rurong move, the man thought he was scared and seized the chance to insult him, saying, If you're afraid, beg for mercy now. Otherwise, you'll be beaten so badly you won't even recognize your own mother, and it won't look good on your face. Mutsiwa chuckled softly. Beg for mercy? That's something you should do yourself. With just these few people you brought, it's obvious they're simple-minded and not very strong. Don't you know that people around you seek balance? If you're so clueless and sick in the head, you shouldn't hire healthy and capable servants. What's the matter? People attract similar types. The kind of master you are, the kind of servant you get. Your stupidity isn't any better. The man dressed in red and green. He seemed never to have been insulted like this before. He pointed at Liang Rurong's nose and stammered, You, for a long time without saying anything sensible. Finally, he lost his temper and shouted at his men, What are you standing there for? Fight! His servants, following his orders, rushed toward Liang Rurong. But Mutsiwa was there. How could they get close to Liang Rurong? Mutsiwa didn't even draw a weapon. He simply raised his foot and kicked the man in front. This is what they call the shot that hits the bird, Liang Rurong explained as he watched the man fall to the ground, clutching his stomach and wailing. Mutsiwa withdrew his leg and turned to kick again, hitting a man's face. Then Mutsiwa leapt into the air and kicked another man on the shoulder. The man fell to his knees in pain. Mutsiwa stood on his shoulder and turned to deliver a punch to another man's chest. That man coughed up blood on the spot. Mutsiwa performed these moves smoothly, all in just a few seconds, causing all the men to fall to the ground. Liang Rurong watched the men with a smile and asked, So, do you still want to buy the horse? The man pretended to look back at the horse, which was still munching on grass, and said, Careful observation shows it's not that great. I have plenty of horses like this at home, so I don't want it. After saying that, the man scrambled and ran away. Good for nothing, Liang Rurong muttered softly, then turned to Mutsiwa and left, going back to eat. While eating, suddenly a loud crash came from downstairs. It sounded like something had hit the door. Then Liang Rurong heard a very rough voice shouting below, Where are the people? Where are the ones who bullied my brother?
Ha!
Do you dare to do it but not take responsibility? Liang Rurong nudged Mutsiwa's shoulder and said, Guess what? Do you think they came looking for us? Mutsiwa sighed. I think so. The two of them stepped out of the inn. Liang Rurong immediately saw the man dressed in red and green from earlier. She clicked her tongue and said, Look at that man. His taste is really bad. Ugly people should rely on clothes to look better. Is he giving up on himself and trying to prove the idea that extremes lead to the opposite? The man couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly at Liang Rurong from upstairs, I'm not deaf, you know. Liang Rurong was surprised. Who said you're deaf? The man felt like he was about to his top with anger. The strong man in front of him heard the man's voice, turned around, and looked at Liang Rurong and Mutsiwa. Liang Rurong squinted at the strong man. Just then, Beichuan and his group arrived, blocking their way. The aggressive strong man froze for a second, then knelt down with a thud, looking at Beichuan with a big smile. Oh, Isn't that Grandpa Beichuan? What brings you to this small town? Everyone was stunned by the strong man's reaction. The man beside the strong man was even more surprised. Liang Rurong looked at Beichuan. Do you know him? Beichuan thought this strong man was very embarrassing. Although he wanted to say he didn't know him, in this situation, no one would believe that. He could only nod and say, yes, but I don't know him well. As for this strong man, he remembered his name seemed to be. Earlier outside, I saw him teasing a woman. I gave him a lesson to make him realize his mistake. I didn't expect that before I left. He kept bothering people, Beichuan said. But who is Beichuan? He was very obedient to Lu Niu. But as the saying goes, it's easy to change the surface, but hard to change the nature. Not long after Beichuan left, although Lu Niu didn't dare to bother women anymore, he started collecting protection money and gradually gathered many followers. The man Liang Rurong thought had poor taste was one of them. His name was Qiufeng. Lu Niu immediately turned and slapped Qiufeng's head. You dare to offend him? Are you crazy? When Qiufeng saw Lu Niu kneeling without hesitation in front of Liang Rurong, he knew he had angered a big person. He could only hold back and kneel with Lu Niu. Apologize, Lu Niu reminded Qiufeng. Qiufeng looked at Liang Rurong and said, it was my mistake not to see the big picture. Please forgive me. Liang Rurong waved his hand. Beichuan sneered and looked at Lu Niu. It seems your problem hasn't changed much. You used to bully women, now you bully men? Lu Niu shook his head repeatedly. Grandpa Beichuan, I just want to support my brothers. If we're talking about bullying, it's not our turn in this city. Oh, Liang Rurong raised an eyebrow. Lu Niu said, a few days ago, a group of people dressed very strangely came. They called themselves. What was it? He couldn't remember what they called themselves when they promoted themselves earlier. Luoqi men, Qiufeng reminded. Yes, Lu Niu nodded quickly. They said they were from Luoqi men, claiming they had exclusive martial arts skills. You know, the soldiers really couldn't beat them. Liang Rurong and Mu Tsiwa exchanged a glance. It's true, when you're sleepy, someone hands you a pillow. Where are they now? Mu Tsiwa asked. Lu Niu looked at Mu Tsiwa and quickly replied, they are staying at Old Chu's house in the south of the city. After Lu Niu left, they returned to their room. Liang Rurong asked, shall we go take a look tomorrow? No, now. Mu Tsiwa replied, taking out a night outfit and tossing a set to Liang Rurong. Mu Tsiwa explained, Lu Niu looks suspicious. If he's colluding with the Luoqi men, and he goes to inform them, it will be too late. Liang Rurong thought this made sense. The two changed into their night clothes and climbed out the window. The residence of Old Master Chu in the south of the city was easy to find because Liang Rurong and Mu Tsiwa saw a huge house about a mile away. This house is so big. This small city really hides talented people, Liang Rurong said in surprise. Mu Tsiwa planned to climb over the back wall. Just as he jumped onto it, he saw a patrol of guards nearby and frowned. What is Boss Chu doing? A mere merchant needs so many guards. Ling Feng thought something was off. They were about to go around the wall when they encountered another patrol. Who's there? One patrol saw a shadow flicker at the corner of the wall. Liang Rurong quickly thought of a plan. Meow. Oh, it's just a cat. The guard laughed and left. Liang Rurong sighed in relief. The TV dramas never deceive me. Let's check the East Wing first, Mu Tsiwa said. They split up to look around, but unexpectedly got lost. Liang Rurong looked around, not knowing where she was, and said, I've never lost my way even in the Imperial Palace. It can't be bigger than the palace. There must be something wrong with his yard. Mu Tsiwa looked up and saw a tall tower. Mu Tsiwa said, let's go up there. Why go there? Liang Rurong asked, a bit confused. I suspect his yard has a bagua formation. We need to see the terrain clearly to avoid getting lost, he said, extending his hand. Liang Rurong couldn't fly, and with Black Sha and others not around, she could only be helped by Mu Tsiwa. Don't be afraid, Mu Tsiwa whispered. Her face warmed, and she reached out her hand. I'm not afraid. He held Liang Rurong and, with a quick move, leapt up, landing steadily on the high platform of the pavilion. Just as he stepped onto the corridor outside the pavilion, a frightened voice came from inside. Who's outside? Someone? Liang Rurong looked surprised as she glanced at the attic. Who would think that a nearly 20-meter-high attic without stairs was not just decoration, but actually lived in by someone? Is it an illusion? The person inside seemed to be muttering to themselves. Liang Rurong and Mu Zihui quietly moved to the window and looked inside. It would be nice if there really was someone there, at least someone to talk to. The woman looked at herself in the mirror and smiled bitterly. She was using an elegant comb, slowly combing her long, jet-black hair. Liang Rurong watched the woman through the window and blew some smoke inside. The woman's combing slowed down gradually, and after a while, she stopped moving. Liang Rurong tilted her head. She fainted. They pushed the door open and entered. Liang Rurong stepped into the room and smelled a strange fragrance. Instantly, she looked at the woman who should have already fainted. The woman was smiling gently at them. Are you a healer? Liang Rurong was surprised. The woman nodded. Who are you? Liang Rurong looked at her, seeming to think she had no intention of calling others, and asked, And who are you? Since she was in the Chu family, she must be part of it, but the woman's expression didn't look like she was from the Chu family. She might be an enemy of the Chu family. Mu Zihui had only heard of healers before, but had never seen one. Healers are rare. Among tens of thousands, it's hard to find one. They are fragile, and even if they survive each medicinal treatment, they can still die suddenly for no clear reason. Liang Rurong looked at the woman. The woman smiled and said, You're a doctor. I can't lie to you. Healers are immune to all poisons. Anything on their bodies is a precious medicinal herb. Bones, blood, all treasures many dream of. Liang Rurong was very cautious. Does the Chu family have someone who's sick? Maybe. The woman blinked indifferently. It's said that a drop of a healer's blood can cure a cold, so most healers, even when they reach adulthood, are gradually consumed by many people.
Mu Zihui spoke.
It sounds absurd, but it's real. Since you're a healer, why don't you look injured?
Mu Zihui questioned.
The woman smiled. I've naturally been imprisoned. You must not be from the Chu family, Liang Rurong said. How can you be so sure? The woman asked curiously. If you really are from the Chu family and have crazily turned your own people into medicine users, then the Chu family should know a lot about medicine. But since I entered the Chu family until now, I haven't smelled any herbal scent except here. Liang Rurong looked calmly at the woman. The woman looked at Liang Rurong, resting her chin on one hand, and said, You're interesting. I like you. Mu Zihui cautiously stepped in front of Liang Rurong. The woman burst out laughing happily. After laughing enough, she looked at Liang Rurong and Mu Zihui and said, I'm not from the Chu family. I was bought by Chu Yanzhong to treat his wife. As she spoke, she extended her other hand. Ugh, Liang Rurong gasped. The woman's other hand was just a palm, without any fingers. The color at her little finger was a bit pinker than the wounds on her other fingers, looking like it had healed recently. She looked at her hand and smiled, saying, Every month, he takes one of my fingers to make medicine for his wife. As long as I am alive, his wife won't die. Liang Rurong didn't expect Chu Yanzhong to be so cruel. After all, the value of a medicine user can only be fully seen when they are alive, the woman said with a smile that seemed unrelated to her. Liang Rurong nodded. I know that dead medicine users quickly turn into rotting plants, their insides waterlogged and toxic, so, once you get a medicine user, you must ensure they're alive. Only when they are alive do they have value. Almost every medicine user faces the fate of being eaten alive. Liang Rurong asked, Do you know who has recently been staying at Chu Yanzhong's house? The woman nodded. Of course. It's the people from Luoqi sect who made me and then sold me to Chu Yanzhong. Liang Rurong and Mu Zihui were shocked by her words. It turns out the medicine user was made by Luoqi sect? But, the woman said with a smirk, that fool probably doesn't know he's been tricked. I've been in Luoqi sect since I was young. Would I not know what Luoqi sect members look like? That's just a bunch of imposters. Are they fake Luoqi sect disciples? They are just here to scam food and drinks. The woman brushed her hair and gave a charming smile. They claim that Chu Yanzhong has a way to directly cure his wife, but unfortunately, it's all false. It sounds like Chu Yanzhong, although not a person, is still quite kind to his wife. I've told you everything I know. Now, what about you? Who are you? The woman looked at Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong said, I'm a wandering doctor. My name is Liang Rurong. And you? Liang Rurong paused and made up a story. I rescued him on the road. He asked me to go with him to the western regions and the payment was good, so I agreed. She didn't tell the woman about Mu Tsiu's identity. We came here because we heard about Luo Qi's disciples. Luo Qi kidnapped my sister, and I must find Luo Qi. The woman looked as if she understood.